Don't normally see on Port of Hamburg. And Stuka in trouble.
Oh.
Jackson's going hunting.
What a gamble.
There's a demo shot.
He doesn't see it. Point blank firing into the Churchill.
Oh, come on. They're retreating over it.
Oh, the AEC!
It's gonna hunt down a tiger! It got a tiger!
It did it!
Hit them when this Axis blob moves up. Here it comes. The Scot just explodes.
Just like that, out of nowhere.
Churchill really looking low. That Catty needs to be moved out of there. This
got more
is
pioneers.
gonna go down to the wire. 18 to 37. 18 to 37. What is happening with this game?
Rumbly engine. Oh, no. Uh-oh, Stuka bomb coming up north. This could be devastating. He doesn't... Oh, no. Hey guys, welcome. Very excited to have you here on Saturday, very first day of the King of the Noobs tournament. I'm here with my co-host Midge, who's going to help us walk through the games and shoutcast. We're just excited to have you. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, and thank you, Skippy, for having me here. I'm really looking forward to this, and I'm really looking forward to our first games today.
Absolutely, and on the docket is the 4 Horsemen versus Ghost Division, but before we get into it, I think it'd be beneficial just to recap what it took, what the qualifications were to get into the tournament, and what's on the line. So, first things first, all players did have to have less than 2,000 playing hours inside of Company Affairs 2, and they were not allowed to have a rank below 500 on any faction in 1v1s or 2v2s. That was just kind of a metric we used to make sure all the players were above a specific threshold, just trying to keep things fair and really just trying to create an opportunity for these players who wouldn't normally get to be in a tournament. And I think it's going to give us a lot of interesting results, what I look forward to seeing on the battlefield. Probably some more mistakes than usual, probably some meme strats that you wouldn't normally get to see at the higher levels as well.
I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what the teams come up with in terms of different strats from those higher level plays. These people aren't people that would naturally put hours and hours of time into it, so they're going to be working a lot rather differently, should we say, to how the higher level players come from. So there's a lot to be unexpected with these games, and I'm looking forward to see how unexpected they get.
Absolutely. And just to cap what is on the line, there was an entry fee that all the teams paid. For first place, we have $400 on the line with 4 copies of Total War 3 Kingdoms for PC, 100,000 CO2 supply coins, which would get you a lot of commanders or bulletins, skins, whatever you wanted inside of CO2. Second place, we'll have 100 USD, 50k supply coins per player, by the way. All the supply coins are per player. Third place will have their choice of Skippy FX merch, any of the t-shirts, and 25,000 supply coins for all 4 of their players.
I'm very jealous of some of those prizes. I would love those supply coins, and I would definitely love to get my hands on some Skippy FX merch.
I think you're going to earn yourself a merch by the end of this casting session, so that will definitely be coming your way. So just recap about how the match system works. So this is a best of 3 double elimination tournament. So we are in the early stages. A team is allowed to lose twice before they are knocked out of the tournament. But each matchup is best of 3 games, so obviously they can lose once in the best of 3 to carry on and try to win out to stay in the tournament that way. What we have in terms of factions and maps, the first team, based on coin flip, will choose the faction, and team 2 will choose the map and the side that they want to play on that map. On the game 2, team 2 will pick their faction, and team 1 will then pick the map and the side, and then for game 3 it swaps one more time. The only caveat being in game 2 the factions do have to swap, so there is no faction choice. It has to be opposite of what it was in game 1. I know that might sound a little confusing. We'll try to recap that, maybe explain it a little more simply as we go. So anything else you think we should cover, Midge, before we get into the casting?
Oh, yes. So you've mentioned that it's a double bracket tournament.
Yes.
What does that mean? So there's a winners and a losers bracket, if I'm not mistaken?
Yes, so everybody starts in the winners bracket. There's 16 teams, by the way, so 8 matchups. All of the losing teams from this round will move to a losers bracket, and they will play all of the losers from this round 1. And from that, those losers will play, and whoever loses there again will be kicked out. The winners will move on to a second. They'll move forward inside of the losers bracket. So today on Saturday, we're going to cover just the winners bracket. So we're going to cover as many games as we can from the round 1, and then we're going to cover the winners playing winners. We'll call it round 2. And then tomorrow on Sunday, we're going to cover the whole losers bracket, which will be a little more tense because people's tournament lives are on the line.
Yeah, that's the tense moment. That's the moment where you either have the chance of getting through to those all-important rounds where you can win prizes, or you go home empty-handed. With
the games and the experience under your belt, that's all you get.
That's true.
But
that's true.
hopefully fun is being had. I mean, that is one of the main reasons I'm hosting this tournament, is to just create some more content and create some excitement for players that maybe don't normally get to experience. I mean, I haven't played in a KOTU tournament before, but I think it's cool to just open the doors up to the more mainstream audience, and I think it'll be relatable to a lot of you guys watching, and hopefully even make it that much more engaging.
Yeah, for sure. And who knows, maybe we will discover the next high tier player in this tournament who will go on to win maybe the Company of Heroes World Series, and this would be their discovering thing. But this is a gateway for all of us. I think all of us middle grounders who are not quite top tier, but do love and put time and effort into the game. And it's just a chance for us to have a taste of what it could be like.
Love it. Love that vision. So with that, I think we're going to go ahead and boot up into our very first match of King of the Noobs. By the way, 4v4, I don't think I mentioned that anywhere, but it's been said. These are 4v4 teams. The first matchup is the 4 Horsemen versus Ghost Division. And I actually don't even know which maps they picked. I don't know who's playing what faction first. So this is going to be a surprise to us as we boot in to the game. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the very first matchup of King of the Noobs. It's going to be started on Lian Forest. We have the Ghost Division as allies, featuring Rizzas, Roostmaster, JCS Broncos, and TFB Fiasco. We got a Brit, 2 Soviets, and an American on that side. The 4 Horsemen as Axis, surprisingly with 3 OKW, with Box of Crazy, Shade the Red Army, Ace of Spades, and Iguano Pelagano as Wehrmacht. All right, so taking a look at the allied side on the bottom, one of the things I like to look out for right away is what teching decisions are being made specifically by the Soviet players. And it looks like one of them isn't even going to tech. He's going to go out for that immediate fuel cap. And the second one is going to go support weapon Campania for them sweet Soviet support weapons. What are you seeing on the Axis side, Midge?
So the Wehrmacht player has built the infantry company, and the others are just running their Storm Pioneers out. We've got a couple of MGs building, and from the Wehrmacht player as well, whereas the OKW all seem to be doubling up on the Storm Pioneers, trying to get those units on the field. Early on, the Storm Pioneers can be brutal, so to have that many out on the field is probably beneficial to them, but they are going to be handicapped in terms of the amount of MGs that they can put out this early on.
Already putting pressure on the infantry sections in the city. You can see Box of Crazy pushing his storm piles real aggressive, but an MG Maxim has showed up with support. Or is that a Vickers? That is a Vickers. That's the Brit player. Some conscripts getting up in here, and that's going to push them Storm Pioneers off. We also have 2 more Storm Pioneers coming up the middle VP, and they are not going to be contested there. And we got some fights happening in the forest as well. Here comes that MG42 you mentioned, pinning those rear echelons.
Who are going to get brutalized unless they get out of there, those Storm Pioneers. Oh no, Standard Pioneers there.
Riflemen getting in the fray as well.
Now we have had some commander picks. We've got Boxer Crazy locking in the Grand Offensive Doctrine. sorry, excuse me. And Fiasco on the Allies side, locking in the Recon Support Company.
I think that's a good choice. Those cluster bombs are pretty amazing at wiping infantry. If you don't react immediately to that being dropped, you're typically going to lose quite a few models, especially if it's dropped over support weapons. Very determined battle happening for the city. These Sturm Pioneers not showing the best survivability. They're getting sandwiched here on their retreat and red cover. Man, that was probably going to go down.
That's a squad. Yep, that's a squad wipe happening right there.
Big loss.
I love the coordination here from the Soviet player and the British player here. Just with the Brits locked up in that building, with the MG giving support while the conscripts just lock that Sturm Pioneer squad in, stopping them from escaping.
Yeah.
They're not really focused on the capping. They're focused on unit elimination and securing the city that way, which is, I think, come off beneficial.
Absolutely, and it looks like Allies establishing their dominance, getting defensive in the city, and likewise, the Axis have taken control of the forest. They're even setting up an MG bunker, and it looks like they have that on lock. It seems like they've got some uneven fights, like there's two people in forest double teaming one guy, and it seems like in city that happened as well. So it'll be interesting to see how that pans out, if both teams are content to keep let the others have their strong point, and if middle will become the new focus, or if there's going to be a counterattack on either one of those two positions. Infantry section getting really aggressive up the middle inside of that green cover, trying to put some pressure on the Axis.
We've had another commander lock in from the Brits this time. They've gone for the Mobile Assault Regiment, getting those early flamethrowers, get those infiltration commandos, and of course the Land Mattress. Clearly looking to do some damage with artillery now that they've got the city under control.
I think that is a great pick. Wow, we have a Volk 1 model in the train station here center. Real dangerous to keep him there.
Especially next to that Pathfinder unit.
3 Sturm Pioneers flooding out of the forest, making their way to the middle. Looks like the Axis are not going to rest on their laurels. They don't seem content with holding forest. They're going to want to pressure with any spare resources they can into middle. And the Sturms are just marching right through the forest. And I like to see that a lot of pressure on the flanks in the forest, which isn't common amongst casual players. They seem to just hold it and forget it. But these guys are marching on through, making the Allies respond to this aggression.
Yeah, that's definitely going to hurt the Allies. Americans dropped a squad there. They've also got a number of their forces just off the map right now. The entirety of the Americans' forces are back at the base. The blue Soviet player all the way back at base except for a Maxim, leaving the Axis just free to roam. And that's what I was saying about getting those massive Sturm Pioneers out early. The 3 OKW seemed like a strange pick at first, but now you can see just the amount of force that they can get out with those MP40s. Oh. They're melting this Maxim in center. There it goes.
That's brutal. Yeah, they need something to counter these Sturm Pioneers. There's just a total of 5 marching in the middle like they own the place. Now Allies are losing access to their fuel, which is going to be devastating. What do you think the Allies need to do to counter this, Mitch?
So, I would say that the Brit player with the lock-in of Mobile Assault Regiment does mean they can get flamethrowers on their engineers. I'd recommend picking up those. And add more machine guns in positions covering something. At the moment, the Axis have complete reign over the forest, and that's just allowing them to infill wherever they want to the center of their map. And they've now got this problem that they've lost their fuel, and essentially the British player is cut off in the city while the rest of his team are struggling because of this oh, that's a captured Maxim. I thought it was a German M442. Oh wow, that's as for countering this, it would have to be some sort of light vehicle or some mortars maybe to try and, well, now that there's a Maxim there, to try and deal with that. Honestly, it's gonna have to be, I would recommend them trying to retake the forest. Like, try and at least their half of the forest and try and infill into the riverbed area. so they've got that control again. That's where they're losing this middle section. It's just the German players can infill into essentially their base unhindered.
And they did, just by brute force and infantry engagements, manage to push them off. They're pushing the Maxim off of middle. And I agree, if they were able to see what we could see in forest, they probably, without a doubt, would go attack it, because there's literally nothing there. 1 MG bunker. The munition points is undefended. Actually, there's 1 Volksgrenadier. Now we do have a scout car by the Axis coming in. Allies have regained access to their fuel, which is helpful, but the Axis are pushing back with Volksgrens and this 2-2 scout car just wanting to harass infantry in the open. A lot more skirmishes going on here, but
the great call from the Axis, bringing in that scout car. They've got a second scout car coming in as well, doubling up on the scout car. The anti-infantry harassment of the 222. Yeah, any MG is gonna have a bad day against that 222. But the Allies do have AT guns moving up.
Oh, and
British
bazookas.
got an AT gun, and we've got a Zis gun coming up. The scout car in the sentence goes low as the fresh one comes in. Oh, that's a destruction.
Oh, an AT gun hits. Oh my gosh. The second scout car goes down just as quick as the first.
I'm interested to see that the British player has built a sniper as well. Possibly to try and counter some of those MGs.
That is a momentum shift that the Allies desperately needed. They seem to be getting walked over, and then all of a sudden, just like that, Axis lose 2 scout cars, and they're back in it. The Allies get out an M8 Greyhound, which the Axis do not have an answer for at this time. The OKW actually does put out a flak half-track. Actually, they put out 2, which is not a good engagement.
No,
Oh, it's gonna go down!
Let's go! Oh no!
Greyhound, an excellent choice.
Yeah, it's almost the perfect time. And the other flag half track is taking damage from the NG squad, from the lieutenant squad. There is it gonna retreat?
Takes a bazooka hit.
It needs to get out of there. It needs to get out of there.
And it does. Uses its smoke.
We have had some more commanders lock in. Now that we've had a little brief subsidence in the combat here. The Ace of Spades has locked in the Luftwaffe ground command. Our Wehrmacht player has locked in strategic reserve doctrine. And our 2 Russian players have also locked in shock rifle frontline tactics for those KV-8 flamethrower tanks.
Double shock rifle, that's an interesting choice. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out. They do have the IS-2 available.
Yep.
I imagine we will see that if the game goes on late enough. I'm impressed by the Allies' counter into such a rough start, honestly, and they're starting to apply aggression of their own. They're in retreat now, but you can tell both teams don't want to get content. Sniper and 2 conscripts pushing up, finding the flak half-track wounded, but you can tell that they don't want to get comfortable, and they don't want to let their opponents build up a force.
Oof, one of the OKW players just lost a squad in the forest.
Oh.
Clearly just forgot about it. It got jumped by a load of the Allied troops.
Oh.
They're now starting to move into the forest again. But I do like the Luftwaffe pick here. Because the Axis have taken so much land in the forest, being able to build those heavy fortifications throughout the forest, stop infantry from backcamping the area, not having to leave as much infantry around in forest, I think that's a brilliant plan.
A lot of infantry fights going on in the middle here. Looks like the Volks are in mass retreat as the Allied infantry, paired with the conscripts, just too much for them to handle. We do have a forward retreat point, it looks like, for the Red Army and Ace of Spades. And Box of Crazy, all near the center point. So that could really help them keep units in the fight. It also could be subject to the incendiary barrages from the Soviet players, if they find out where those are.
Ace of Spades has just teched into his Panzer authorization on his Schwerpanzer headquarters in the forest. So that flak gun on top is now active, and Panzers are going to start rolling out.
Now that you say that, an interesting note, if you click on his unit card, his army value consists of 1 Sturm Pioneer and 2 flak emplacements. So obviously his role is to rush out some sort of armor since he has gone so early into a Panzerschwer, or at 12 minutes, and he has 400 manpower, actually only 29 fuel, so I don't know if he's just lost some units. You would think he would have more resource.
He has lost some infantry units, but you've got to remember that those 2-centimeter flak emplacements do take fuel.
That's true, and they do take up pop cap as well. He's using it to defend the forest.
Yeah. Well, the Greyhound takes a Panzerschreck hit, but it's moving out. It's Vet 2 now. Conscript squad in trouble in the center. Oh no.
Oh, vetted riflemen go down. Oh, and we got Shreks. A blob of Shreks. Blob alert, blob alert.
Oh,
2 Panzer Fusiliers and a Sturmpio.
They're going for that Greyhound for sure.
Unloading their volleys, all missing. One standing in red cover. Takes a mortar hit. Oh, and they're gonna mass retreat. Not an effective push. Oh, and he's got another Sturmpio with Shreks at base. So this box of crazy has 5 Shreks to his blob. Bit of a counter push happening in the city.
Yeah, we got a blob of Volksgrenadiers with STGs. We did see how powerful that was recently in a... oh, but some of the Volks go down on the retreat. Didn't... oof, it's that sniper in the bush. Didn't expect it. Finished off the squads. That sniper's got 6 kills now.
Very nice. Oh, Fallschirmjäger's coming down on top of the Soviet lines. And they're going to immediately go down, but they're throwing a grenade on an AT gun. Only one model wipe. That was not worth it.
That was not worth it. I don't think they realized just how much the Allies had got back there. Maybe they were trying to pick off the Greyhound, because the Greyhound is there repairing. But yeah, I definitely don't think that was the wisest of ideas.
Quite a frontline presence by the Allies here. Multiple machine guns, mortars, AT. It'll be interesting if, 3 AT guns. It'll be interesting to see if Axis want to invest in a Stuka there. I think that could be a wise choice.
Yeah. I was interested to try and see what the British player had teched into in terms of his equipment tech. And it turns out he hasn't teched into any. He hasn't picked up grenades, he hasn't picked up equipment racks, he hasn't picked up the AEC armor car, nor has he picked up a Bofors yet. So I wonder if he's trying to save his fuel for something, try and get a rapid upgrade, try and get to maybe the Cromwell, Churchill, Sherman Firefly quicker. I'd be interested to see why he's hoarding onto the fuel, because I think early game, like getting the weapon rack and the 5-man squad unlocked for the British forces is like a changing point. The Bren gun would definitely be tearing into these Shrek blobs which you can see hammering a building in the center.
Yeah, the front line is alive with infantry skirmishes all along this river. The Shrek blob going into the city, and it's 2 shock troops, which is an excellent counter to a Shrek blob. Yeah, and they do immediately retreat. Want nothing to do with that. With so much infantry on the field, it's just interesting we're not seeing more hard counters. I mean, the MGs are effective, but there's really nothing on the field by either side to counter support weapons and MGs to clear ways for their infantry. So just a lot of skirmishes going on. Still the Greyhound, and now our first tank I see for the Axis. We have a Stu 3, and it looks like red smoke. I assume the incendiary are going to go down on those leagues. And it is. Not a good hit, though.
No. I think it was noticed there by the Axis, and they managed to pull back just in time, really, before it got too damaged. We do have the British player pushing up, though, into the Axis half of the city.
Yep.
I believe it has seen one of the Schwerpanzer headquarters with their AT gun, and they're trying to push through into that. It has just activated as we speak. I'm not sure if they realize that. We do have a Panther out already for Box of Crazy.
To go along with this Shrek blob, they're going to assault this AT gun, which has absolutely no infantry support.
And it's in red cover. That AT gun's going to go down.
Yeah, I think the allies need to gather themselves, and there's really no defense in city to speak of. Right now we have a sniper, a conscript, and a shock. I think they need to start shifting forces over there to respond. Obviously, look at Axis, a two-pronged attack. We got Box of Crazy with his Shreks, and we have the Red Army with his Volks and now Obers. They want the city, and they're going to be able to take it if they don't respond quickly.
I have noticed as well that the allies seem to have put a lot of money into building caches, but the Axis haven't actually built any caches so far.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Maybe that's why there's a lack of defenses in city right now. Maybe there's too much resources has gone into background support.
Oh no!
Oh, that's a grenade in red cover. Oh.
A wounded Vet 3 Volks goes down. Axis do retreat. I'm surprised. It looked like the allies were going to lose that engagement. But the Axis are the ones that end up retreating. They do get the cap on the city. Panther coming into play, knowing there's really not much to counter it. All the AT guns are in the center. Single bazooka squad on the flank gets it to go back.
I'm intrigued that they've gone for a Panther. Rather, they haven't seen any allied armor out yet.
Speaking of which,
other than the Greyhound,
an Su-85 has just come onto the field for the allies.
But before the Panther came out, I was expecting P4s rather than the Panther.
Stuka is alive.
Oh, we got a Stuka first.
Takes a shot at the city.
2 kills with its first barrage. Really wiggling those British squads in the building.
British sniper goes down to the Panzerschwer. Got a little too close for comfort.
And the Axis players have sneakily back-captured the forest with the Fallschirmjägers. And they've snuck some mortars into there. Probably trying to harass. Yeah, they've been harassing the AT guns in center. The AT guns in center are having to pull back. We've got a Jackson out for the American player.
Yeah, interesting to see tank destroyers being the first choice after the light vehicles. They're preparing for some late game tank battles, that's for sure. We have 2 AT guns harassing the Panther up on the top. Oh, a bounce and a hit. It's going to force that Panther back. It's dangerous placement though. Those unprotected AT guns could get ambushed. They really want to take down the Schwer.
There's some leagues starting to do work in the center. They just got a squad wipe on JC Bronco's Soviet conscripts. Or no, that was a shock troop that's gone down to those leagues. Yeah, that
the Schwer is close to death. They're chipping away at it.
There's a second Panther coming in.
It goes down. Big loss for OKW.
Yeah. Here's an idea. Do you think they've gone for these heavy tanks earlier because they're expecting this game to go on longer rather than getting aggressive? The two sides have kind of... what I feel anyway, I feel the two sides have kind of actively decided to dig in on each side of the map. Do you think they were pre-planning for this to go to a longer game rather than try and get a decisive quick victory?
That's a good question. I think Axis came out to play the way that they were aggressive on the fuel. I think in their gut, they might have thought they could have ended this quickly. It certainly looked like this could have been a short game, but the Allies managed to wiggle their way out of that very tough situation. I think with the commander picks alone, using the flak emplacements early, big Stuka hit. Oh, 2 AT guns go down to that Stuka.
Massive Stuka hit, but we do have a Churchill in for the British player.
But he's going to counter the Shrek blob. But he can take some hits. Not too much to be afraid of.
Definitely can take some hits. If any tank can take Shrek hits, it's the Churchill.
I don't know how many you want to take with 2 Panthers lurking behind them, though.
No, that's very true. It does have the deployable smoke, which I would be popping very, very soon. Those shock troops are coming in against the Panzer Shrek support.
There's, at the same time, a counter push from the Axis coming around center. They're wrapping around this middle point. An Ostwind and a Stug 3 putting pressure on.
Stug takes a big hit from the Jackson, though.
Oh, Ostwind overextending here into a Jackson and 2 AT guns. Not smart. Jackson rolls right up.
Su-85.
Oh, the Stug goes down.
The AP is in the center. The Ostwind's looking to go down. The Jackson's pushing up on it. Wants that kill.
And it does.
I think that Ostwind is lost. Yeah, there it goes. It goes down to this gun in the back.
You can tell the Axis coordinated that push, trying to keep pressure on both. Oh, and IS-2 out for the Allies. 2 Panthers versus IS-2 in Churchill, and it looks like 1 Panther's wounded. It's not looking good for Axis. AT gun.
I'd be moving those engineers up, trying to get that heat round off. But no, it doesn't seem like the Allies want to chase this.
The emergency smoke comes in. That could save that Panther. Greyhound trying to chip Shrimsatsen to the side of the Panther, which is comical.
I'm still intrigued as to why the British player hasn't teched up for his weapon racks, especially as he's taken commandos, because commandos have Bren specialization, and that would really help against those Shrek blobs, being able to tear through those with a couple of units of commandos with Brens.
2 Stukas coming down on the city. Big whiff on the first, and a big whiff on the second. Unfortunate for the Axis. It looks like we have aggression from the IS-2. I don't know if that's wise. He does only have a Panther. You would hate to see that loss, but the Axis losing that Stuk 3 and Ostwind in the middle for no gain. Clearly evidence of them underestimating the AT power, but they probably won't do that again. There's an SU, 2 AT guns watching that flank, including a Jackson as well.
I don't mind that IS-2 pushing up where it did. Yes, they had a Panther up there and some Shreks around, but that is where the Stukas of Fuchs were hiding, and just to have a quick look, see if you could see those Stukas, stop him harassing the city with the artillery, I think that's a good idea. Take your heaviest tank. You know it's not going to get annihilated straight away. You know that there's a wounded Panther somewhere. It can't get double teamed by tanks. I don't mind that push. It was a little bit of a reconnaissance. Speaking of reconnaissance, I'm not sure what these guys have in the way of recon and call-ins for the Allies, so maybe that's all they can rely on. I mean, the Americans have the Major for recon, but I'm not sure what other units here have recon.
I know that the Axis can use that smoke drop as a way to recon. It gives you a short moment of sight before it drops a smoke, but yeah, otherwise the Allies only have Major smoke. And while we were talking, they managed to push back that Shrek blob in the city. The IS-2 Panther escaped with low health, and there is some contention going on for the forest flank. We have a P4 that's just arrived for the Axis, and it's harassing this Greyhound. Oh, and it's getting aggressive. It wants to finish this thing. But SU-85 coming to support.
Going for that Greyhound.
Delivers a shot. This P4 could get a caddy. Oh, but it misses.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's gonna get out of there.
Big away. Yeah.
Wow. Close call for the Allies.
Oh no, the P4 goes. It's being flanked.
Oh, the Jackson gets him from while he's escaping.
Yeah.
Brutal. Here comes another volley of the 2 Stukas. Looks like they might be targeting middle this time.
Yep.
Oh.
It's taking down a pack howitzer.
Ooh. Pretty epic hit. Rear echelon and a howitzer goes down, as well as some other models. That's what they need to soften up in order to get up there with these tanks, because clearly they can't handle all that AT as much as they want to with their Panthers.
We're seeing a lot of Axis artillery now. They've got 4 Leagues, 2 Stuks.
Yeah.
They
More
know
Panthers
that the
coming
Allies
out.
are digging in on the center. And it's doing well. It's pushed off those AT guns. Those AT guns are now back from center.
All of these Panthers
firing.
make me think they don't want to save for a super heavy, because they could have had one out by now if they didn't invest so much. They have at least 5 Panthers out. Oh, Shrek Bob getting pushed back by that land mattress on the left.
So many Panthers out. The IS-2 and the Churchill just sitting on the city flank, not pushing in. I think they're waiting for the opportune moment. Maybe waiting for a counterattack from mid, trying to bait some of those Panthers out into the AT guns.
Another Panther comes out on the field. Oh, a Tiger, excuse me.
We've got a Tiger out.
There is a tiger out for Box of Crazy.
Box of Crazy, whose Panther just poked through a wall and found a Churchill. Goes down
More
to half
Panthers
health.
in support. Oh! They want to dive, you can tell, but red smoke coming in double.
Yep.
That's got to be 2 incendiaries.
British infantry squad goes down. But
Here comes the tiger.
Here comes the tiger. That's the first sight the Allies have of the tiger. It pushes off the Churchill, but now the IS-2 on the flank. The IS-2 misses its first shot on the Panther. We've got a Panther very much damaged in the center. It's about to go down to the Su-85. Jackson now pushing in. The Allies want to search this. They want to push this. They're really stacking up on that middle ground.
The Axis need to respond. They need to get something going on this flank, but the Allies just have so much. There's no weak flank, it seems. They have a Churchill, the SU, the AT guns, the Jacksons. It seems like every part of the map is covered.
Oh, Tiger's mega! Tiger goes!
Whoa! Just like that, out of nowhere, the Tiger goes down.
They smoked off the Su-85. They thought the Tiger was safe. The IS-2 comes in, sideswipes the Tiger, takes out its main gun.
This has to get put to use.
They want revenge, but that Shrek Blob's about to meet a hell of a load of MGs. And it goes back. The Panther that's supporting goes to half health.
What a hit.
The Axis really need to be back now and lick their wounds for a while. They lost a lot of tanks in that series of pushes, including the Tiger. They're in no place to really push in. Luckily, they do have the victory points. No, they don't have the victory points on their side. My mistake.
That
could have been a devastating round of combat right there.
A flurry of artillery in response from the Allies. 2 Katyushas and a land mattress just lobbing over onto the Axis side, and unfortunately the Axis are just congregating around their medical trucks. Perfect target for them. What I think has to happen for the Axis, the Shrek Blob cannot be running right up the middle into the fray. It's the first target the Allies are going to focus on. It needs to find a way to sneak around during the confusion, pop around behind some tanks. I think that's the only way they can get that rolling in an effective, meaningful way, because going head on with an IS-2, not going to work.
Commando squad in the center almost goes down to Axis artillery. Finally, the British player has teched Brens. I really love Brens on those commandos because they can run and gun with the Brens. They don't have to set up like a normal infantry squad to begin firing it. Which is perfect counter to those Shrek blocks coming in.
17 pounder going down for the Allies. That's going to make it even harder for the Axis to have any meaningful tank push up the middle.
What would you be doing if you were on the Axis team right now? How would you be assessing this situation? Like, where would your play be? Where would you start trying to probe? Would you start trying to probe their base through forest?
I think the easy target is the city. I mean, take a look over there. There's 2 forward assemblies and a Churchill and a Jackson. And that actually is what's happening as I say that. The Shrek Blob peers around the corners. This, I think, is the right play. Middle is so fortified, you may as well harass them from the sides that are weaker.
Only the one player, though, from the Axis. He's going in unsupported. He's got his Panther there, which takes a hit, but now the Allies reply, and they come over in force. We've got the Brits and the Americans and the Russians all turning up, pushing off those Shrek blobs. Their tanks came into support, pushed off the Panther.
Oh, here comes a counter. Here's a Panzerwerfer. Wipes out 2 AT guns. That is what the Axis needed. They definitely need that arty support to counter this, and now that the Allies are focusing more city, I think simultaneously you would want to push both at the same time. You'll notice the middle victory point now is as less protected as it's ever been, and they're taking advantage. They're going to go for a cap on that. Allies are coming back in the city, but I think this is what Axis have to do. They have to make the Allies defend the ground that they have, and if it's a face-on-face fight only for middle now, the Allies will undoubtedly win because they have the arty advantage, they have the AT advantage.
Yeah.
The Axis have to spread this fight horizontally.
The Allies don't need the AT advantage right now. The Axis only have 2 Panthers on the field. The rest, vehicle-wise, is artillery.
But to their credit, it's because they've deleted so many Axis tanks with that AT already. I almost think it's keen for the Axis to focus more on infantry at this point because they're going to be at an armor deficit from this point on, unless there's some significant changes in the Allied losses. So I'd focus on more infantry and trying to bleed VPs.
Allies have done very well to hold this middle VP and the city VP, though. As soon as it gets captured by the Axis, it seems to be pushed back by the Allies, and I think that is because of how they've used their tanks. They've had tanks supporting any pushes, and the tanks are backed up on the flanks by other tanks. I think we've seen with the Axis plays here a lot of solo Panthers moving forward, or solo units with one tank in support, whereas the Allies have been much better, much more keen to place tanks and do that combined arms method, moving tanks with infantry or tanks with tanks to support any pushes that they've been doing.
Just as some visual evidence to back up what I'm saying about the infantry, as you see here, we have a 17-pounder, 2 AT guns, 2 Jacksons, and an Su-85, another third British AT gun. If the Axis don't push with tanks, all of those units are absolutely worthless. The IS-2 and the Churchill is the main thing they have to worry about, which could be handled with Panthers targeting them because they're isolated on the left. And with their Shrek blobs, I think they... Oh, the Stukas.
Massive artillery strike comes in on the center. Oh no!
Katyushas.
You were saying about those AT guns in the center?
The Katyushas are responding in kind, trying to... I don't think they're really finding their mark.
Okay. That was a brilliant artillery strike from the Axis players there.
Here's what I don't like to see is the Shrek blob pushing by itself face on into an IS-2. I think that's the worst way to be using this firepower.
With a Churchill in support.
Yeah, and now a wounded Panther.
That Panther might pay the price. The IS-2 is going hunting.
Yeah, I'd love to see more coordinated attacks on the city to keep the Allies invested over there. There needs to be a very special attack on this IS-2 to take it down for them to stand a chance. That will just keep devastating their infantry. 4 Stukas, by the way, from the Axis now. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but the Stukas did do well on hitting that center point. It's completely destroyed those AT guns, the personal AT guns in the center, and half damaged most of the tanks in the area. But yeah, it's just Boxer Crazy constantly trying to push the city. He needs some support over there. Even if that is infantry support, they just need to see more Axis placement over there. There's the combined arms of Ruse and Riaz over in that city. They're just... Boxer Crazy isn't going to be able to break that on their own. Churchill and IS-2 versus 1 Panther. The Allies are going to come out on top every time. Yeah, and I think in that sense, the Axis, the fact that the Allies have given the Axis the forest essentially for free. The only units they have, 1 bunker, 1 MG. The Axis, in theory, should have the advantage to be able to 2v2 these other victory points. They're just not breaking through the defenses enough, and I think they're making mistakes with their tank pushes, including this one now. 2 Panthers from Ace of Spades getting too aggressive. Like, they have so much AT, it goes down. And it's even crewable, which could be devastating for the Axis. IS-2 pushing the 2nd Panther. But he's gone in alone again. The other one's crewable as well. Oh my gosh. He risked his life. The IS-2 just kneecapping the 2 dead Panthers. He doesn't want them. He knows he doesn't need them. Yeah, the Axis just aren't working together. Now the Stukas come in on the AT guns. It's just too little too late. Both Panthers down. They're moving. And now there's a single Panther moving in again. This time from the Wehrmacht player. Yeah. He gets out of there pretty swifty. Now it's taken a few hits from the IS-2.
Although
Another
we have a
Panther
combine
flanked from the Churchill.
Yep.
Churchill getting real aggressive.
Oh, that Panther's going to go down. It takes a hit from the IS-2 and some of the Jacksons. There it goes.
Oh my. You hate to see this. I hate to see
Honestly,
these Panthers.
So far for the Axis, that pivotal point was that push that they had one combined arms push where they put all their Panthers onto the center and it just got met with a wall of AT. And since then, they haven't had the coordination.
And now, after all that, Ace of Spades drops the an airborne assault, loitering over, but we've already lost 3 Panthers. I mean, it's just too late for that. That needed to happen all at the same time. And we also needed the Shrek blob to be moving in at the same time. It's just unfortunate that they're not timing that up well. And at the same token, I think that push needed to happen in the city where the Churchill and IS-2 are the main units defending it, because that's what they want to take out.
The British player putting out a Centaur attack tank as well as a Sherman Firefly. It's insult to injury at this point. They see, I see Axis, you're putting planes in the air, we're going to shoot them down. I see that you're building only Panthers at us, well, I'm going to build you a Firefly to deal with that, yeah. I don't want to say it's a done deal because the victory points are still quite high right now, but it's going to take a lot for the Axis to recover right now, I think. Although Shrek Blob coming in the center.
Centaur's gonna chase him on the retreat path. That's brutal.
Yeah. It's gonna find the infrared searchlight as well.
They're learning just how little AT the Axis have left. I spot 1 Panther, 1 AT gun.
Well, in between all of these major fights where the people have been pushing on the mid, the British player has been poking around in the Axis side of the city. The Axis do have another Tiger on the field for Boxer Crazy, but Boxer Crazy did lose his Panther. Yeah. So, is it a great trade? We don't know. We've got a Jagdpanzer coming out for the Fallschirmjäger. Are they getting desperate in their tank choices?
The Stukas are moving left. I would love to see an artillery-supported push into the city where they hit these forward assemblies, they hit these AT guns. And it looks like that might be what's happening.
Could come crashing down, though, very quickly. All it would take is one Hero T-34 to find a gap in the lines, of which there are pretty many, just to go roaming round and hit all of those artillery pieces.
Absolutely.
Because the Axis have got 1 AT gun on the field. They've got the Shrek Blob, yes, and they do have the two anti-tank panks. I can't say it.
Here comes the Stukas.
There we are.
They're raining in on the city. My dreams fulfilled. Good hits. Oh, conscript goes down. Shock troops retreat. Another AT gun goes down. That is what they needed to happen.
Half squad commandos and some engineers in that city. Here comes the Tiger pushing up,
and the Shrek Blob.
Supported by the Shrek Blob and some Volks. This is the best sort of combination attack on this city we've seen. And here comes the allied swarm of tanks coming in.
Oh, the Firefly.
Bounces.
It's going to find the Shrek Blob. He's going to reverse out of there if they don't block each other. Close quarters land match is trying to hold them off, but they're walking through. There's a demo charge.
There's a demo charge!
He doesn't see it.
Fire that demo charge! Somebody fire that demo charge!
Point blank firing into the Churchill.
Come on, they're retreating.
No! He didn't detonate it! Unbelievable! That would have destroyed the Shrek Blob in its entirety. Oh, that's so unfortunate that Soviet player...
We've got a Kong's Tiger in the city. When did that come out?
Oh, wow.
Completely missed that from shade.
Tiger getting wounded. Oh! The Jackson goes down to the loitering airplanes.
Oh. That Centaur, it's trying to take out those planes, but it's also on half health. Churchill coming in half health. Don't think it sees the 2 Panthers in the smoke. IS-2 here
it does now.
Yeah, it definitely does now.
Wow.
It's a fantastic push by the Axis.
That is what we needed to see. Red smoke coming down.
They needed more of that. They needed this to be happening from earlier, putting that pressure. Kong's Tiger comes around the corner. It's full health. It's a scary thing. It's on the slight flank of that IS-2. Is that IS-2 going to get greedy? Try and push up for those Panthers. It does get the Panther
takes
kill.
the Panther.
But here comes another Tiger.
Oh.
It's now showing its
this
rear
IS-2 very exposed.
Yeah.
They're not going to capitalize on it.
Yes, at this point, no.
Oh, there they come. Here comes the
Here
Shreks.
Here comes the Shreks. Maybe that's what they were waiting for. The Shrek support. Tiger pushing back out.
A miss. The room is tense.
Delayed. Yeah, this is the Axis want it.
Oh.
They want to break into the city now.
Land Matchers coming in, trying to punish this infantry up close and personal. If they retreat, they're going right into it. More red smoke coming down on the Allies. What is that? Another airborne assault, maybe?
We do have some Obers trying to decap center. It's going to meet some shock troops. Oh, here comes the artillery. Stukas are first.
Oh, engineers go down. Centaur's pushing the KT. What is it thinking?
Well, Centaur does have quite high armor for an AA vehicle, sorry. It's trying to get those squad wipes.
Scrappy engagements going on for the mid VP as well.
Is the Churchill going to go down here?
Take a shot from a Tiger and a KT. Wow.
Vet free Churchill goes down. And now
Jagdpanzer
not looking so good for the Allies.
Jagdpanzer chipping away and keeping pressure on from middle, but he takes a few shots from the Jacksons. He's going to need to get out. Oh, he goes down.
Yeah.
But that was still a nice play to force those tanks to stay there. You know, they didn't let the Allies full commit to that counterattack because they kept pressure on the center as well. That was exactly what I wanted to see from the Axis. I'm impressed that they rallied together. They used their Stukas to clear a path, and they used all of their armor to take down that Churchill. Unfortunately, not the IS-2, but they still did a lot of damage.
Well, in the opening of that engagement, remember, they did also get the Firefly, so the British player is out of tanks by that Centaur attack now.
Tiger's getting some critical repairs, man. That is a sliver of health with no main gun. Not a great Stuka in the middle. And the Allies, or the Axis do have control over... No, excuse me, Allies do, of the VP still, which is impressive.
Yeah.
Given the amount of losses they took. They're still staying on top of those VPs.
I don't know how more squads didn't take damage there in the center. The Allies just managed to have a full couple of squads standing on the central VP, artillery landing around them without it doing too much damage at all. Got very lucky with those Stukas hit. Speaking of Stukas, though, we do have Shade with a Vet 4 Stukas Afus with 48 kills. That is one of his 4 Stukas.
Wow. That is impressive. Allies still getting the cap on the city. Points currently neutral, but the Allies are going to continue to bleed, but we do have a counterattack coming in. Oh, the arty barrage from the command tank, I believe, just deleted the infantry on the city. I'm not sure. That must have been from the Tigers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the coordinated barrage from the Tiger.
Oh, yeah. Fantastic use of that.
Yeah, caught him off guard for sure.
Artillery just peppering into the Allied infantry. Allies are starting to look less infantry heavy now. They've started taking some losses across the map.
Coordinated barrage pushed him off again. I don't know who that came from. And we have some tanks pushing in on the ice too. A Tiger, King Tiger, and a Panther. One AT gun trying to fend him off.
AT gun in support. Engineers are there, maybe for the snare.
Oh, another barrage going down on that AT gun. All of a sudden, Axis relentless with their drops. And it was another arty barrage. I mean, we do have 2 grand offensive players, so they're
yeah,
they're using those well.
The confidence is back in the Axis team. That mid-game drop, what they had a loss of a large amount of tanks. following that city engagement they did, I think their confidence is back. They're ready to take the fight again, and this is going to be a slog.
Yeah, it does seem that way, but I do worry about the Axis not being able to hold the VP. The Allies are very scrappy and getting infantry on there, making sure that they don't have any control. The best they've been able to do is decap it to neutral. They're going to need to try to keep more infantry on the field and hold that point. Their tank presence is nice, but they just don't have enough to keep that point captured, which could be the game changer, as they only have 150 VPs. The Allies are sitting on 344.
There's a squad of Tommies running around with an MG42, and there's a squad of Volksgrenadiers with a Bren. They're swapping guns, it seems.
Here comes the Stuka in support. Looks like we might be seeing another push. Oh, the Jackson's already responding. Look at this.
Oh, the elites, engineers.
Oh, no.
The Tommy squad's in city. British player has no infantry in city. Here comes a tank push. Jackson's move up.
King Tiger on the flank.
King Tiger is roaming around.
Panther joins.
It's about to meet the center. That centaur needs to get out of there.
Two more Panthers and the Tiger. Three Panthers coming right up the front.
3 Panthers and the Tiger. About to meet some Shrugs. King Tiger and a Panther on the flank. It takes down the center.
There's red smoke everywhere.
Red smoke goes down. It's going to try and push off those shocks. Stop them getting too close to the tanks. IS-2 takes a hit. King Tiger goes down to half health. The Zis gun changes its angle to fire on that. King Tiger goes down to 3/4 health.
A diving Panther. Jackson's back up. Tiger and King Tiger back up, and they are capping the point. Maybe mission accomplished for the Axis. They're just gonna get some heals in. Look at all these Sturm Pios.
Yeah, Sturm Pioneers coming in the back. Look.
Two Vet 5.
Trying to keep some pressure on the center, it seems. That's going to get pushed back. The Stukas have been slowly whistling down the Allied infantry. Allied infantry presence seems much less than it was before. British player is down on infantry. Soviets are still up there, but that's the Soviets. They are manpower.
Werfers are taking damage off the Jacksons.
And we see an Allied 2 VP to the... Sorry.
Tiger.
VP to Allied 1.
Overextending.
Meets a Churchill. Meets a Churchill.
Getting sideswiped. Oh, it goes down
again.
There is artillery hitting the IS-2 and Crocodile, but I don't think that's enough. Oh, here comes the KT on the flank. Trying to get some shots on the side. Another Stuka goes down on the Allied tanks. The KT is up close and personal. 3 Shreks on the Sturm Pios. They're just hammering the IS-2. Vet 3 IS-2 is going down. That's a big loss.
And the Churchill goes down behind that as well. That's a massive loss for the Allies. That IS-2 was keeping them in the fight in terms of tanks.
Oh, KT is going to overextend into 3 AT guns. He's got to get out of there.
Oh, and
a Jackson. The Shrek Blob's in mass retreat. We've got a wounded Panther and 2 healthy Panthers that need to come help him.
If this KT goes down, this fight is not worth it because they lost the Tiger as well, remember?
Yeah.
Therefore, it turns the balance to an even fight, and this KT is going very, very low.
The only thing that I might argue is the IS-2 was Vet 3. I don't know what Vet the Crocodile was, but that might...
It was fresh. It was fresh.
It was fresh. But the IS-2 was such a pain.
Yeah.
But I don't think it was worth the Tiger and the King Tiger. I'm not sure exactly what the death total was for the Allies. I think they definitely lost 1 Jackson from the green player. No, oh wait, he still has 2. Maybe not.
No Jacksons. It was the Churchill and the IS-2 for a Tiger and a King Tiger, and I think some British engineers went down.
A lot of infantry did go down to their barrages.
Yeah. And the 2 AT guns that were there.
Oh, a shock troop nearly goes down to that Stuka in the middle. Man, they are putting those to use all over the place. It's just unpredictable where they're gonna fall. But still, look at this. A fresh KT is out, and there's still 3 Panthers up here in the north.
Behind the 2 Katusha rocket launchers in the back.
Oh my gosh.
It gets a Faust off. It's gonna...
Oh my gosh.
Are they gonna get them?
They don't even know what's happening.
They don't even know it's happening. They don't realize it. This is a brilliant play.
That's a big loss.
Some shock troops have seen it, but they're
caddies
just
go down. Vet 3.
Yeah.
It's Falchions.
They just landed, took out some caddies, and now they're gonna go home.
Oh my goodness.
If these Fallschirmjägers get out of here, I'm gonna... They can't be left to get out of here.
I wish he retreated just a little sooner. KT getting aggressive again on the top with Schreckblob in support. Another IS-2 is out. There's so many AT guns on the south. It's kind of insane. Schreckblob in mass retreat. Hate to see it. Panther's under some much needed repair, but the hope for the Axis is that they do have control over the city VP, and I think that's what they needed to do all along. Because now look at middle. Middle is fractured.
Yeah, middle is completely fractured. There's
compared
no AT guns.
Yeah.
It's just those tanks. That Fallschirmjäger did fantastic work going in there. That was a brilliant play from AC Stage, dropping those in there.
What the Axis have done by pushing City so hard is they force the attention, they force them to leave their safe space. The 17 pounders even out, and then over time they just have chipped away with artillery.
Another IS-2 is pushing all the way up to an AT gun. It's got a tiger on its tank.
Oh, but Soviet player coming with an SU and a T-34 to back him up.
So it's Bruisemaster and JCS.
Oh my gosh, another Firefly on the field. Oh my gosh, that KT. Oh, it goes down.
It's gone down.
Not worth it. Critical mistake in using the KT as the flanking tank. You cannot do that. KT's got to support the Panthers.
Yeah.
Too slow.
Not enough. You want the KT in the center or the Panthers moving on the flank.
But you got to credit the Allied response. I mean, look at this, for goodness sake. It's like before the plan unfolded, all of the Allied armor was there to respond. On point. And they're still there. I mean, mid is wide open. Mid has 3 shock troops and a Pathfinder.
Stuka Barrage goes down onto the tanks. The Firefly, the fresh Firefly goes down to half health. Oh, the IS-2 goes down to the Stukas. The Foos?
Oh my.
Was that the Stukas got that?
And the Stukas aren't done.
No, they're still coming down.
Just misses.
Down to half health. Jackson down to half health.
Oh, Axis need to push mid, and that's exactly what they're doing. 2 fresh Panthers, some Obers, but now they're all out of artillery. They really needed that arty for middle. Oh, they smoke out the MG. That's going to give them a little bit of breathing room. Man, if they manage this, they'll get a triple cap.
Panther pushing mid with those Obers supporting.
There's a Werfer. That's what they needed.
That's the Werfer. It's pinned down.
More smoke. Good use of a utility by the Axis.
Yeah, fantastic smoke. Oh, there's a squad wipe on one of the MGs. Oh no, that was the shocks or the MG. I can't actually see. All the smoke's in the way.
There's a Jackson here to try to support, but the Axis are going to get a triple cap.
Axis do get the triple cap, but they do have no troops in support of City again, and some conscripts have gone in. Some Panthers going low in center though.
Oh, that's Stuka. Oh, more Stukas.
Are brutal. What are the rank of these Stukas now?
Half health on the Jacksons.
Holy moly, 2 Vet 5 Stukas, 1 Vet 4, 1 Vet 2.
Whoa.
Hold on, I need to do some quick math here. Gonna count how many kills they're currently sitting on.
And there's still more fire. It just deleted a Pathfinder squad on mid. Now mid VP is booby trapped. 1 conscript, some infantry sections trying to take back the city under a lot of firepower. No, a fresh Tiger is out for the Axis.
Almost 200 kills on those 4 Stukas.
Unbelievable. That's really been a game changer.
96 kills, and that's just the Stukas. There is some Werfs hanging around. There's still those leagues.
That's unreal. And those kills are valuable because there's a lot of elite vetted troops going down.
Okay, adding on the 2 Werfs.
On the shocks. No! A shock goes down at a vetted shock, and now a vet 3 shock under suppression. It goes. You hate to see it. 2 vetted shock troops deleted.
272 kills currently on those artillery pieces.
Oh, you
About to be
counted
even more as more Stukas land on those infantry squads.
Did you? So you included the Panzerwerfers, which have 28 and 48 respectively.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And the Stukas
Say that number again. What's the total kill count?
I need to re-add it.
No, it's fine. What was it before?
Okay, it's 272.
Unreal.
I think it's about 300 now. Just after that, following barrage, Stukas are actually reversing.
The Falchions are back, and they're collecting another KT or caddy.
Oh, caddy! Those Falchion Jaegers, man. And they're gonna throw a grenade at those.
That's demoralizing.
Another KT is out. The Kong's Tiger B.
Allied tanks are in full retreat from middle as Panthers are pushing.
And they don't know that there's a KT and a Tiger pushing up in support with that.
Panther goes down. Oh, Werfer's coming on all those engineers.
The Panthers were coming in for vision. Now the Werfers and Stukas are letting havoc. Firefly almost goes down to Werfers there.
There is
We've seen artillery destroy tanks, and here comes the King Tiger. It's about to meet some Jacksons, but those Jacksons are going to have to retreat real quick. Stukas come down.
The KT is a big...
Firefly goes down to the Stukas.
Oh my gosh, Thardy! And the Stuka coming up danger close. What is he, sacrificing it?
No, I think
but
that's
Midge, take a look on the bottom left flank from the city. The Red Boys coming in hot with their Shreks. Ready to finish up tanks.
It's 85.
Just cleaning up. There's so much more damage they can do. Su-85s and Jacksons, no defense.
An AT gun that was in retreat.
Oh, these shock troops better stop them quick, otherwise they're gonna lose 2 more tank destroyers. Oh, they take an AT gun, but there's a grenade. Jackson goes down. All right, they're gonna get out. Wow.
They're gonna get out, but the tanks, that's given breathing room for the tanks to repair. That was a fantastic play there.
That is how you use the Shrek blobs.
Especially as they currently have caps. In the meantime, the Brits did try to sneak the commandos, and they managed to decap mid and city. And because that Shrek blob is in full retreat currently, Axis don't actually have any inventory to put on.
Uh-oh. This Crocodile's in trouble.
American player just tried to poke the forest, only to have the squad wiped, I believe, by what was there.
They've supported forest with 2 Panthers, so they are keen to hold that in case there's a tank push. I don't think the Allies are even thinking about forest, to be honest, based on the action happening here.
One rifleman squad went in there and met a sorry end in the middle of the forest, I think.
We do have a Tiger Ace out from Iguano Pelagano, fresh onto the field.
Half-healthed by 1 volley of tanks. He did not want to push that up to where it was right then. Tigers are moving in. They smell Churchill. It's gonna go real low. It's gonna put up its smoke defense. Jackson trying to move in for a shot of support, but there's
Tiger Ace pushing that middle well.
Tiger Ace, standard Tiger and a Kong's Tiger. This is brutal amount of heavy tanks coming.
Fresh IS-2 coming in to help,
but it's now not got the support that they had before. Are we down to 1 tank per allied player?
Tiger dead.
We're down to 1 tank. Oh, Tiger went down.
Yeah, Tiger Ace is here trying to pin this IS-2. There's a Vet 3 Jackson there to support. This Tiger Ace is pretty overextended.
Shrek Blob is coming in, though. Shrek Blob is coming in.
Uh-oh. IS-2 showed his rear to the Shreks.
It's trying to go for that Tiger Ace. Is the Tiger Ace going to get out? No, it's his...
Oh!
IS-2!
Critical loss. Shrek Blob showed up just in time.
Yeah, if that was planned, that was a fantastic bait. Especially as the allied players were down to 1 tank each. In fact, the Ruse Master who lost his IS-2 is now down to no tanks, just a unit of shocks and 2 units of conscripts to their army value.
But let's take a look at the point situation. 55 left for the Allies. The Axis are not having good trades, but they're maintaining control of the VPs. Werfers have been forcing tons of kills on Allied infantry, trying to cap middle.
Yeah.
50 points remaining. The Axis now have 138, so they have time on their side. All they have to do is keep them off the points. They don't even have to really be too concerned with the tank losses, as long as they can distract them enough to not let them cap. Ostwin defending the city VP.
The Tiger that was lost has instantly been called back in. If that was a calculated loss earlier to get those remaining Allied tanks killed, honestly, I think it was worth it though.
Firefly under duress. Goes down to the double Tigers.
Double Tigers got nothing to do with it. Are they going to get that vet through 3 Jackson? That vet through Jackson's looking real weak. It's about to show its side armor to a Tiger and a Shrek block. If it gets... Smoke goes down. Tiger is hunting though.
More Stukas on the middle. 2 caps happen. We got to keep an eye on the VPs. This is probably more important than the fighting at this point. Allies trying to sneak cap the city under duress fire of the Ostwind.
That's all they can do, though. Look at the army composition of the Allies. British player down to that Churchill and a group of
oh wow,
commandos. Ruse Master down to two conscripts and a shock, which also might be about to die from this tank push.
Very weak Allied armor.
That British player is down to that injured Churchill right now. The Axis still on full armies here. No tanks for the Americans.
Now, Allies could sneak. There's only 1 Fallschirmjäger on the mid VP. Axis are taking the city back, though. The problem is, yeah, the Allies can't stop this armor anymore. They've just run out of answers. Another IS-2 comes out. Oh, and there's the surrender. Wow. What a fantastic first game.
It did not disappoint, did they?
No, lots of back and forth. I did not know who's going to come away with that. The tank battles were furious.
I really thought the Allies had that mid-game, but the Axis managed to turn it around. I was criticizing the Axis, actually, for their reliance on the artillery pieces and Panthers early on, when actually it turned out to be the thing that saved them. So credit where credit's due. I want to see how many kills those Stukas got in the end, and that artillery, because there was still an extra 10 minutes of destruction.
Oh my gosh. Well, Shade the Red Army had 233 kills on his Stukas.
Wow.
That's not including the kills from the Panzerwerfer, which aren't listed in the stats.
That's amazing.
Oh wow, look at the Red Army from OKW. 391 kills and only 150 losses. Pretty impressive KD. Also with 66,000 damage.
Yeah. I think one of the most interesting graphs right here is the army value graph, which really tells the story of this match. You see the Allies managing to keep above the Axis players. Their mid-game, there's a definite drop-off. Especially towards the end, you see the Allies really struggling, whilst the Axis keep that extremely high army value.
You know what was surprising was the Axis seemed to lose many tank fights, but because of their resource, it seemed like they were able to replace their losses relatively quickly, and the Allies struggled. And I assume actually it was probably more of a manpower problem, because they did have a lot of infantry and they lost a lot of infantry. And I think they just couldn't keep out the tanks. They couldn't afford to lose those tanks. But the Axis, for some reason, could. They just didn't put as much infantry on the field. They seem to have just more at their disposal in that regard. Yeah.
So I think it comes back to that mid-game. That mid-game, the Axis started losing because they were putting Panthers on the field. And the Allies' reply was infantry and AT guns. I think the Axis cottoned onto that. They built a lot of artillery. Allies didn't really change their tactic till late game. They relied on the IS-2 and a Churchill for a long time, that double team in the city. And as soon as that went down, it really opened the floodgates for the Axis, who had built up all their Panthers. They'd built up a strong base of artillery to just start chipping away at that Allied infantry. And as soon as those first tanks went down, the floodgates opened and the Axis could counterattack.
Absolutely. Man. Well, that was an exciting first game in a best of 3, which is hard to believe because that game was an hour and 3 minutes long. So we're already being blessed with some great matchups, potentially 2 more games to come. We know we at least have 1 more with these 2 teams, and it looks like they are switching sides and sticking with Lee and Forest. So given the nature of that battle, it seems like it's a good matchup, and I'm excited to see how it happens with the sides flipped. I mean, overall, I'm very happy with how things are turning out in our game 1.
For sure, that was a fantastic slog of a match. Massive, drawn-out fight. We saw a lot of great action. I think what's interesting here is the faction picks. The Ghost Division team that were the Axis... I'll start that again. The Ghost Division team, who are now the Axis, have gone for the OKW twice and 2 Wehrmacht. But interestingly, the 4 Horsemen are sticking with the same forces build as the people that previously lost.
Yeah, that is interesting.
They've got 1 USF, 2 Soviet, and 1 British.
That is true. So the faction choices are the same, minus 1 less OKW for the Axis team. So guys, we're going to take a quick break. We'll go grab a snack, grab a drink, stretch our legs, and we're going to come back for game 2. Stay tuned. All right, guys, welcome back. Hope you got a snack, a refreshment. We're going to be casting Game 2 of the 4 Horsemen versus the Ghost Division. Game 1 did not disappoint. An hour and 3 minutes long. Tons of back and forth on Lee and Forest. One thing, we're going to share our favorite moments from that game. But first, I just wanted to clarify, because I actually messed up in my explaining of the rules. For each matchup, Team 1 was decided by a coin flip. Team 1 chooses faction. Team 2 chooses the map. And in Game 2, it is the same map, but factions and sides are flipped. If there is a Game 3, then Team 2 will pick the faction, and Team 1 will pick the map and the sides. Just wanted to clarify that. Midge, why don't you let us know, what was your highlight of that Game 1?
So I had 2, but I'm going to cut it down to the 1. And my highlight play of that game was that Fallschirmjäger drop destroying that Katusha at the background. Yeah. And the fact that they got away with it not once but twice, pretty much unpunished. I think that was a brilliant play by I'm trying to remember. It was Ace of Spades on the Luftwaffe for that match. That was a brilliant play, brilliant use of the call-in, brilliant use of that unit's mobility and the ability to be dropped behind those lines and steal away the only thing that could essentially push back against the heavy artillery that the Axis had built up. The only thing that was able to return fire was those catties, and they removed that as an option. Man, and you got to feel for that Soviet player. Like, whatever they were yelling was probably justified, because that has to feel awful. To your caddies are protected by a front line of Su-85s and machine guns and AT guns, and then you look, they're dead to one infantry squad. I mean, that is brutal. Absolutely. And you don't expect it. That was the first time I think he used that ability, and it caught him by total surprise. Yeah. Definitely a great play, and probably game changing, figuring that those caddies could have done a lot of damage. Returning to that, to give some losses to the vetted Axis infantry, because the Allied infantry suffered so much to the Axis artillery. That was a real game changer. My play of the game, probably more big picture tactically, was just seeing the Axis make so many lone pushes, losing Panthers with no trades. And I was just finished saying, like, I think they got to focus city. They got to use their Stukas to clear a path and push in. And then they did that exactly. And I think that, to me, that attack into the city was the pivotal moment that they started taking control of the game, because the Allies could no longer just sit in their well-defended pasture of 17-pounders and AT guns. Instead, they had to send resources to the city to counter. And then meanwhile, the Stukas were just softening up middle. So the Axis really gained momentum with that first push. I think they brought in a Tiger, they brought in like 3 Panthers, then they had a King Tiger around the flank, which wasn't a good play positionally, but it was such a big move. The Allies had no choice but to respond, and I think the Axis really took control of the game after that point. I think it is also worth mentioning that play was fantastic, but because both of those were Axis focused, I do want to just point out Ruse and Riaz's combination of the IS-2 and the Churchill on that city flank went unopposed for a long time, and they kept coming in to poke any Axis pushes through the center with their Panthers. They came straight away, hit that flank, and pushed those tanks back. So that was also brilliant teamwork and coordination with those 2 tanks. They just got ganged up on in that push that you just described, unfortunately.
That's very true. That's very true, because you do have to hand it to the Allies. They were responding very quickly. They weren't caught resting on their hands when they saw that threat. There was Jacksons and SUs coming, and they got a lot of wonderful tank kills just by being in position at the right time. And man, I think both teams deserved the win. I think it came down to attrition. I think the artillery was probably, the manpower bleed from the Stukas was probably the clincher, because if the Allies could replace their tanks, I think they would have stayed in the fight and made it even closer than it already was.
Oh, 100%. 100%. So attrition. Those kills from that RT really changed that game. What was that? Probably over 300 kills, I think we surmised, from that German artillery. And that's just the mobile pieces alone. There was also still all the little leagues picking up kills wherever. That's RT really caused the attrition, which was the Allies' downfall. But next game. Who knows? Next game. So the 4 Horsemen come away with game 1. This is a best of 3. So if Ghost Division loses, they will be moving to the losers bracket. If they win, then we'll be moving on to a game 3. I'm going to go ahead and load up. We will be playing on Liane Forest. And the sides are swapped. Okay, on the boot screen, we got Box of Crazy as USF, Shade the Red Army, Soviets, Ace of Spades, Soviets, Iguano Pelicano will be playing the Brits. Rizes as OKW, Rusemaster as Wehrmacht, JCS Broncos as Wehrmacht, and Fiasco as OKW. So again, the sides are swapped. Ghost Division is now Axis, and the 4 Horsemen are now Allies. And here we go. I'm going to be starting again on the bottom mid, so you can go ahead and take a look at what the Axis are doing.
And just like last time, I want to keep a close eye on what tech decision the Soviets make early. It looks like... Wow, I just had deja vu. I thought I must have loaded into the wrong game because the yellow Soviet player is not capping. He's sending his engineers to go scout out the map. That is exactly the way the other Soviet players started last game.
Yeah.
Total deja vu. It kind of blew my mind. Neither Soviet player is teching immediately. They're opting for conscripts, and they're sending their engineers to start capping right away. Interesting.
We've got a pretty similar story up here in the north. Obviously, there's the addition of an extra Wehrmacht player, which means there's going to be more MGs on the field. But a similar story from the OKW, trying to hit those Stern Pioneers. Actually, no, I rescind that. They're going for a Volksgrenadier helmed push first. They're not worrying about the Stern Pioneers. They're trying to get bigger sized infantry squads out onto the field. I'm guessing they're feeling with the extra MG support, they feel they don't need the close combat tactics as much.
Stern Pioneers pushing in the forest, trying to get the Vickers uncomfortable, and it's getting right up in the face of an infantry section, trying to take control. The Vickers is going to try to set up. Man, using their Stern Pioneers well. Another one in the city takes over the building, really giving them some control. But that MG setup, that looks like a mistake.
That looks like a mistake. Where the Volksgrenadiers got into the building before the MG could switch in. Slightly mismanaged micro, almost lost it to the conscripts there, but they do get it into the city.
An interesting thing to point out is allies have taken control of both munitions points, which I think is a big factor late game for the allies, especially with all of the various gun upgrades, especially for USF and the Brits. To have more munitions could be more advantageous in the mid and late game.
We've had some commanders locked in. Boxer Crazy goes with the heavy cavalry company. Means we're going to have some Pershings out later. And we've also got Riaz locking in breakthrough doctrine for the OKW. So that's Yag Tigers. Looking forward to maybe getting some of those out on the field.
Fiasco for OKW is locked in Overwatch. Perhaps we'll see some Goliaths. Perhaps we'll see some LEFHs. That'll be interesting to keep an eye on.
What do you think of the commanders that we've seen picked so far in the previous match and in this match so far? I know it's early to say, but what do you think of people's choices?
I think mobile assault for the Brits was a good choice. I think land mattress in these big games always can come in handy. What surprised me actually was 2 shock rifle call-ins by the Soviets, mainly because Soviets have so many interesting, useful abilities that choosing the same one that had incendiary barrage to me doesn't feel optimal. I feel like Soviets have IL-2 bomb strikes at their command, which could just be deleting unsuspecting Stukas or tanks that are stunned. They could be damaging OKW bases. So I think having a direct strike is critical in these 4v4s. So that's one thing that I was surprised by. In terms of access, these commanders with Panzer Fusiliers and command tanks for breakthrough, or no, it wasn't breakthrough, it's like Grand Offensive has the ability to give tanks the command ability, which can drop RD. That just seems to be so strong, and obviously the pros even use it in 1v1s or whatnot. So I think Axis, so far, the things they've been picking are pretty standard. The Allies with the Soviets is the one I'm probably most surprised by. I think American heavy armor is the right call for a 4v4. That seems pretty standard as well.
Just to cut you off there, we've got a clown car in the center pushing off the MG42 from the train station. But we've seen almost a complete map rotation here. The Allies completely control the forests, almost, and then the Axis have completely locked down the city here, placing barbed wire in a lot of the cover for the Allies, really stopping it, and they're going to make a push on the fuel. They're going to make a push on the center.
Yeah, this clown car is getting aggressive. It does take a Faust from the Panzer Fusiliers. Maybe he didn't think he had it yet. He's going to take a second Faust from the Gren. Oh, it's going to go down. One model on that engineer. Oh, it's a tough retreat path. The Freedom Blob in support, trying to protect his comrade. They're gonna pull it off. But yeah, this is an interesting map split, left to right, kind of at an angle. Very, very interesting.
Yeah.
And the Allies are opting to lock down the forest in a World War I type fashion.
Yeah. I love the Axis choice here, though, to spend some time, place that barbed wire down, and really lock down the different assault paths back into city. That's really going to help them late game while the infantry tries to retake that, because they're going to have to if they want to get to that VP.
Wait a second. I think he's trapped his own machine gun in that building. Oh, he's going to have to clear this barbed wire here in the city. Because he trapped himself in there. That's kind of funny. Allied push up the middle gets immediately stopped by an MG-42, forcing a mass retreat. Axis are now probing the forest from behind. Oh, they're putting a cache down on a very aggressive point.
Yeah, I don't think that's a wise idea. That I would have. Why build it there so quickly?
Oh my gosh, I can't believe that engineer survived finishing that. He had a mine triggered, and those Grenadiers lost 2 models. Like, wow, they're playing some dangerous games. High risk, high reward, I suppose. But that's a fuel cache that's gone down now. 6 minutes in for the Allies. Luke's coming into the forest, so Axis don't want to let them have it for free like the Allies last game. Or excuse me, Axis last game just had no contesting of the forest, but they don't want to see that happen over here. They want to make them earn it, which I think is smart. You don't want to let them get comfortable and focus elsewhere for free.
And you've got to remember that the Axis this game were the allies of last game. Maybe they're learning from their mistakes. They're playing that aggression early rather than being locked in and hunkering down on their side of the map. They've really pushed in, and they're really getting up in the allies' face. And I think it's working.
It is. The Axis just walked up middle and shredded a 50 cal, and now they're taking it back to base. So a free 50 cal for the OKW. There was some USF infantry nearby, but they just didn't react quick enough to stop that. And now the Axis are taking the forest, and they got the Allies triple capped.
We have guard motor coordination tactics locked in for the shade, and we've got Overwatch I think you already said Overwatch Doctrine for Fiasco. If not, I've said it again.
Guard Motor is an excellent commander. I think it's the best in 1v1. It's an interesting choice for 4v4, but still plenty of great things about it. I think it's lacking good late game stuff for what 4v4 typically demands. But man, mark target used well is a difference between a deleted heavy tank and a surviving heavy tank.
I don't mind its pick here, especially as it's a very good 1v1 commander. The access to the T-3485 right now, when the Allies are on the back foot, that could game change, especially if the Axis go heavy on these light tanks, which they seem to be doing. There's the light vehicles coming out. If the Red Army just turtle and bring that T-34 out, that could surprise quite a few of those Panzer IIs.
Yeah, here is a Luke's coming in to harass this AT gun. Allies are getting overwhelmed. It's a 1v2 situation in the forest. I think he's just got to get out of there. The AT gun's going to go down.
With the Tommies full reinforcing into that AT gun to pick it up, losing the Tommy squad.
Yeah, I don't know about that choice. He really wants to take out this Luke's, but I don't know. He does have it snared. Allies really push back in a corner here.
Allies in the meanwhile starting to take back the city, starting to poke some conscripts and some guards into there.
Oh, and the Allied infantry coming right up the middle, which has no defense. There's only an Axis mortar, so they have just learned the weakness in the lines as Axis are 2v2ing the sides.
The Axis try to do the same poke.
Oh my.
Half health a ambulance before having to run away from a conscript blob cutting them on the side. Both teams, the two retreating forces, about to meet in the middle, say hi as they run home.
Goodbye, see you later. Cheers. Cheerio.
Don't worry, we'll kill you later.
And surprisingly, this green player, BaGGno, has stabilized the forest, which is surprising. There were 2 Luxes. Okay, so one Luke's still snared, the other one, I imagine they're going to counterattack this, but for now they have managed to stabilize. A lot of infantry for the Axis coming to the city. Only one machine gun here in the middle.
Allies are really hurting for VPs, and it's only 2 minutes in.
Yeah. They're going to...
That's the difference between this game and the last so far. At least, even though there was a definite sort of Axis advantage early game in the first game, they weren't this bad off on VPs.
Conscript goes down in the forest to 2 Luxes. Man, what a turn there. The Allies were locking it down as if they were just going to keep it. There's no excuse for them not to cap middle now, and he's on it, but there's only 2 machine guns there. The mid VP needs to be in Allied control. With the 2 players in forest, though, if they don't have help, it's a hopeless cause to try to hold that. They don't have enough to counter 2 Luxes out there.
I don't like this blobbed up USF play onto the mid VP.
As long as that MG42 doesn't pin him.
Yeah, but because they're in negative cover there, so maybe 2 get pinned. Oh, did the ambulance just go down? That's harsh.
And it's free to roam. There's nothing to stop this besides one AT gun.
Swarm of Axis just moving in, slowly closing.
Devastating team play here by the Axis, not giving the Americans any foothold to stand on. And it just seems like the communication might be breaking down by the Allies. They're not, as you can see now, we have the Red Army going in alone, trying to hold them off. It's just...
Hope is going down in the forest for the British, though.
Okay. That's a glimmer of hope. They do have access to mid VP, although it seems they're going to lose it.
If BaGGno can hold the forest alone, which with what he's got there, he's able to, and the other 3 players just focus on holding that center VP, they could start to fight this back. But the Axis are just able to funnel men almost to the Allied base by holding that position next to the fuel dump and being able to funnel men through the orchard there.
The only answer that we have to these Luxes so far is some guards troops, and now an Su-76 has come out. It's currently snared though, not able to get to work. Well, there is one AT gun, but
take on a Panzer II for a little bit.
The Axis already have a Panzer IV out at 13 minutes, just waiting in the middle.
That's gonna wreak havoc. That is, as soon as that gets noticed.
AT gun goes down.
Americans lose another AT gun. That's the 2nd or 3rd time they're just gonna be bleeding reinforcement. And here comes the Panzer IV, adding insult to injury. I reckon they might try and go for the destruction on the AT gun.
Yeah, that would be the smart play.
It would.
There is an Su-76 nearby.
American forces blobbing up with those guards, getting them all pinned. It's a killing field right there.
Allies need some answer to these light tanks.
Yeah,
they gotta pick up that AT gun.
They've got to pick up that AT gun. Maybe let one of the conscript squads pick it up rather than the Americans.
Man, Axis just have so much resource coming in. They have both munition points. Is that another Panzer IV? It is. It's a second one.
Second Panzer IV in. Yeah. Oof. Oh, it's getting some model wipes. Is that guard gonna go down? Nasty. Meanwhile, we've got some guards and conscripts pushing up into the forest, giving a little bit more breathing room to BaGGno, who is still pretty hemmed in.
Axis are relentless. They are just assaulting, not letting the Americans or the Allies gain any sort of like time span to regroup and form a line. They're just harassing everything. with this infantry.
Hands of Fours poking in and out. I'm intrigued. Iguano here has got a sniper in the forest that has no kills so far. I would be moving. While he's defending and not doing much in the forest, I'd be sending that sniper round to this front line where there's a lot of engagement to just micromanage it and try and get some kills and help out his allies here. Especially as that sniper has signal flare smoke. It can call in base artillery, which could really turn the tide of a push, but the Axis are just going unpunished here. Possibly about to, yeah, there goes the pack howitzer and a cache there. This is not looking good. The Allies are back at base.
The Su-76 tries to do some work in the forest, but now it's just turning its back to some Shreks on the stern pyos. This would be a horrible loss as they just have so little AT to deal with these P4s and Lukes even, but he does survive. And it's around the corner into a P4, but
only just.
My goodness, so much blobbing happening.
Is that T-8485 we were talking about? Can they put it to work?
I think they're just happy to have a moment to breathe for a little bit. Speaking, as I say that, the P4 comes. Oh, the 85 bounces.
Yeah. But it is backed up with an AT gun, putting some damage down. Main gun destroyed on that Panzer IV. Can they capitalize on this?
Oh, main gun down.
P-34 goes.
Oh, P4's down. Infantry coming in. It's just USF just standing in the field, trading with these grenadiers. They wipe one.
I love that Luke's just in sneaky mode right there.
I'm not so sure about this USF blobbing. I don't think that's
no, they have been
effective
all game, and I think it's been a downfall for them. With the amount of MGs, I think they really would have realized by now that it's not working for them. They're just going to keep getting pinned. Luke gets away with the tiniest bit of its life. Engine damage on the T-34.
Oh, and just then USF retreats. That was his only protection from the infantry. Oh, there is a 50 caliber.
Shade, Red Army is sneakily trying to cap his way back into City. There isn't actually anything defending City right now. Bar mines. There is a lot of mines on the field, actually, talking about it.
There's a Panther out for Fiasco. He's sending it over to the Bofors.
Ooh, that's going to be dangerous for the Bofors. There is an AT gun in support, but the sightline is blocked by the trees. Is he gonna awake? Is he gonna move that to support?
He needs to brace it.
I don't think he's not focused on it right now. He does have a Cromwell out, and I think he's trying to focus on helping getting his allies out of the base.
Brace that Bofors, man.
He's not looking. He's not looking. He doesn't realize. He's only now, as the Bofors goes, turning the AT gun to help fire.
No. That's hard.
That's a huge misplay there.
The Panther is very low health, though. I would almost send the Cromwell in. No, well, not with those Shreks there.
Cromwell's the other side of the map right now, trying to help clear out City. I almost think that our players here might be feeling a bit of the tiredness set in.
Sure, yeah.
From the previous game. I mean, the Axis did have to work hard to get that win, and now as they're on the Allies, they're really struggling. I would actually be talking to the team right now and actually thinking, how set back they are, I'd almost want to take the surrender now. Take the surrender now before this game goes on too long and get into that final match.
I think it is tempting, but there's just such potential as we saw the Panzer IV going down for the Axis. You know, the Allies haven't lost their fuel. So there's a chance that they can claw back, but yeah, it's not going to be easy. So I can understand wanting to take that easy way out. But,
I worry about their stamina right now is what it is.
What just went down there? Was that a P4? There's the 3 AT guns. They just took down something.
That
Axis.
was a Luke, I think.
A Luke's, okay. Oh, here comes the Panther for the T-34-85. AT guns need to turn.
Looking weak. The AT gun gets a bounce.
This would be a good trade.
That 84-85 is real weak.
Big
right now.
hits. 3 penetrations. The Cromwell coming to give some sight, maybe. Another penetration. Another one, and the Panther goes down. Oh my gosh, 3 armors down for Axis and none for allies so far. So this is the small wins that they need to make to get back in this game, and they're doing it.
Axis infantry back in the orchard area, back into this little village.
That's a lot of infantry.
And if they catch all of this healing allied units, the Cromwell there poking in, but showing its rear armor. Couple of Fausts, and that Cromwell doesn't look too happy right now. It's a Katusha.
That could be the hard counter to this blob.
And it's turning.
It's turning.
It is turning. Here it goes.
Dimitri, fire your volleys.
They hear it. They're out. They're out. They're the first back at Rocket's Land. They did get the Faust off. We're looking to, and that is 50%.
Oh no! Axis strafe coming in.
Oh,
wounds.
They managed to get
Cromwell.
They're gonna lose another ambo.
That strafe is so incredibly strong, it drives me crazy.
Yeah. With no AA out for the allies as well, since that Beaufort's gone down.
The ambulance does go down.
They haven't replied and put another Beaufort's out, secure them that position in forest, especially as they know that the Axis have poked it now.
Yeah, he does have enough manpower for it. He's 600. He is floating a lot. 600 manpower. He's got the 3 AT guns, which did help take down that Panther. I think it was probably a worthwhile investment.
I think he's waiting for an AVRE. He's seen He's locked in. We haven't spoken about the rest of the locked in commanders, but he has put in the Royal Engineer Regiment, which does have that AVRE. He's got the manpower for it. He just doesn't have the fuel. It's a lot of fuel, but it will be a great reply to a lot of these Axis infantry pushes.
Got a bit of a skirmish coming up the middle. 2 shreked up Panzergrens. They found a 120mm mortar. A Brumbar out for the Axis, getting aggressive.
And a Panzer.
3 Panzergrens with Shreks. Which can be devastating to allied tanks. You do not want to encounter that.
Especially if they if those Panzergrens catch that T-34-85 at lowered health, just a couple of trees away, like they round that corner, they're going to do some serious damage. Okay, here comes the first Werfer shot. It's going to hit in the forest, aiming at those AT guns. Wipe one, takes. Oh, that's...
Pershing is out for the allies.
Pershing's out.
Yeah.
Oh.
Shrek blobs have retreated, but the red blob has arrived. Look at this blob by Rizas. Unreal. Pershing come out just in time to help with that. Brumbar's supporting it at T-34-85. The caddy is gonna miss.
Oh, there's an infantry wipe in there for sure from...
Oh. I'd love to see them punish this Brumbar as the infantry's...
Brumbar did take out an AT gun. And those AT guns were what stopped the Axis previously, so picking those off, two taken out there. 1 by artillery, 1 by that infantry push.
Here comes the Stuka. Nails an engineer squad. With the flame upgrade. That's a tough loss. Oh, and P4
almost wiped another AT gun. P4
gives a little disgraceful poke to the Pershing.
Oh yeah.
Look at the infantry on the left.
The Stukas of Foos is really pushed up, considering where the infantry is for the Allies. I'm not so sure about that.
I mean, the infantry on the left is just absurd. We got 2 Panzergrens, 2 Grenadiers, Obers, Panzer Fusiliers.
Big old Brumbar in the center, but the Brumbar takes half health from those AT guns. AT guns almost wiping it out.
Oh.
Somebody build an ambulance for those AT guns. Keep that veterancy up. They're really keeping the Allies afloat right now.
It's surprising that the forest hasn't been contested since the destruction of the Beauforts. There's only a machine gun and an AT gun. And a sniper really holding that down.
Considering the Axis know what's there, I'm so surprised that they haven't sent anyone in. All it would take is a Lux plus a couple of infantry to support, and it wouldn't take much to commit that.
Oh boy. 2 Goliaths have entered the fields.
We're gonna see some Goliath play.
Driving danger close.
Here they come.
Caddy's coming in on him. I better stay out of there. Half health goal on one Goliath. Oh my gosh, half health on another, and one goes down. Spotted by, oh wow, 4 guards troops.
We have guards locked in for both Soviet players again.
Look at this Stuka's danger close. Oh my gosh, almost some horrible micro mistake. He catches himself.
We have it again. All the Pershings. Pershing's going low to some Axis infantry there. It's going to have to back away.
Brumbar Panther pinching the allies from the left side. Luke's coming up the middle. Ooh. Panther coming from the right side. Axis are coming full on assault.
Allied infantry there taking some heavy losses. Going to be unable to support their tanks if they start a push now. Especially as those AT guns begin to drop as well.
Cromwell coming in support. A Jagdpanzer in the background. An elephant has arrived on the backlines for the Axis.
Oh no. This could be bad. This first shot of the elephant, if this comes out now, T-3485 pushing up to help his friend. He doesn't know what lies in the background. Just one shot. If that elephant turns.
There's too much AT. All of a sudden, the Shreks and the amount of Axis armor is overwhelming.
Yeah.
Where are all those AT guns? They need to come back.
They haven't been able to reinforce them. They haven't been able to take time to push them back to their lines to be able to reinforce them. No, I'm noticing a lot. It's the American player constantly picking up his AT guns and the British player picking up the AT guns, when really it needs to be the Soviet players with the conscripts that can merge into those AT guns, so you could go take those conscript squads back to where you can heal and move reinforcements to the guns without having to take them off the line. Look at this. Look at this pile up on mid. Look at these tanks just sitting around the river. They're repairing on the front lines. They've got the audacity to just sit there and repair because they know what they've got. I would not want to be sitting that half-health Goliath right next to my own tanks, though.
Speaking of repairs, the Pershing needs it desperately. That's one of the key backbones of this composition. The three Katyushas four Katyushas not looking so good. With how many tanks that they're facing.
The American player doesn't have rear echelons to rebuild, and I don't think he's informed his team that his tank needs repairs.
The Allies are trying to get a cap on the city VP to stop the bleed.
But the bleed
MG is
hard
protecting.
Right now. It comes down some unfortunate miss from those. Well, there was I think there was one wipe in there from that artillery.
Centaur.
Brumbar coming in.
Oh. Centaur just tried to see what was going on in middle, and before he could radio for help, he's dead.
I don't know where the Pershings is going. It hasn't been repaired, but I think it's... Okay, no, it's just moving out of the way. I thought it was going to go hunt down the Brumbar. I was like, oh, this is a dangerous move. Oh, wow. Massive.
And the Allies get a temporary cap on the city, but I think they're just delaying the inevitable is how it feels at this point. With it just Axis have reached critical mass, and the Allies just seem to be scraping together whatever they can.
Allies trying to get down to 17-pounder, not a bad idea in that center, considering they now know how many tanks are stacked up in there.
The Allies just don't really, in their commander picks, have an answer to this amount of armor. They don't. Oh well, they do have a 17-pounder up. Okay, well that is something. That would punish a... It's not...
But there are signal flares above the Allies, meaning the Axis can see that 17-pounder there now.
Oh,
so they know
already dropped on it.
King Tiger is out as well. There is a King Tiger arrived in the center. The Brumbar coming around the flank.
That's a Jagdtiger.
Oh, it's a Jagdtiger. That is a Jagdtiger.
Gosh. This... And one Soviet player just going in there alone is just not a good play.
17-pounder's been artilleried.
Oh gosh, Brumbar chasing him to base. Yep, it's Railway, and the 17-pounder's already almost dead. Takes out an AT gun, direct hit.
Oh no! Look at this tank.
This is too much.
What can the Allies do here? They've got medium tanks against the heaviest of the Axis armor. Main gun goes down on a T-34. It limps away with its friend showing its rear armor. Oh.
17-pounder goes down after 2 shots.
Yeah, there we go. All the Axis need to do is push this now. They push the Allies back to the base, wipe out what's left. It's just a mopping up mission at this point. It feels like anyway.
It's unbelievable how quickly this has turned. The Axis just have the perfect. I mean, this. Oh wow, Shrek'd Panzer gun goes down to that caddy, but that's just not gonna be enough. Look how aggressive this elephant is, just confident.
Yeah, it knows those T-34 85s are down. They're the only things that I think could pen it.
Oh
gosh. Pershing's is dead. There goes the Cromwell.
P4 hunting for caddies now.
I don't think the elephant's got a kill yet. It's just been... Everything has been dying before it's been able to turn its gun on them.
P4 just cherry picking these caddies.
Yeah.
I mean, this has got to be over. And just an excruciating army composition to go against as allies. Like a Yag, an elephant, the Panthers, the Brumbars, and the Shreks. Once it gets to this point, I honestly don't know what the allies could build to stop it.
They can't. They
it
really
seems
can't.
Unstoppable at this point. When the Axis get to this army composition, it's good night.
It is. And also, the commander picks for the allies. We said that I didn't mind Shade picking up guard motor coordination. I did not mind that one bit, especially when the allies were on the back foot earlier, and bringing that first T-34-85 in really started to push back in their favor. I think the bad choice here was the lock-in for both Soviets to do it, so they've got no option of heavy tank other than a Pershing's. And a Pershing's, although has a good gun, is pretty weak in terms of armor. It cannot go up against a Yag Tiger. It cannot go up against an elephant at all.
Neither of them have actually used their marked target that I've seen. We have an elephant wounded. I would love to see marked target go in there and try to finish it off. We got guards right next to it. Oh, the Brumbar is marked right, or is buttoned. Yeah. But the guards and the AT guns, they need to focus on one of these and just try to start taking them out.
Oh, guards just losing to a Brumbar.
The ATs need to come support that Brumbar. It's just doing too much damage.
This is like a wildcat in the jungle playing with its food at this point.
Yeah. It is possible if the Axis make enough mistakes, but the Allies just don't have they're not working together to, like, this elephant needs to be swarmed on right now. There comes a caddy trying to keep the infantry off it.
And still, half of the British army are just stuck in that forest. They're just sat there. The sniper still not done anything. Right now, I would be taking that sniper round the back of the Axis lines, be poking, be scouting, seeing what they could do, because it can fire, it can throw that all-important signal flare. And if they can sneak that around the back and drop it on, say, a retreat point at an opportune moment, and the Axis don't see it, you could say goodnight to quite a few units. But no, it's at this point, you'd be trying things like that just to change it up. But they are just stuck fighting out of their base. Again, I go back to my point. I would be taking the surrender now, not letting this game dry us out and ruin what could be like this
Firefly. I think they're good for one more push. I mean, there's 2 T-34-85s in production. The 3 caddies can push off the Shreks. And the Firefly just came on the field. Another AT gun out for Box of Crazy. If they can rally, here come the guards. The guards can button up some tanks. This is, I think, their last hurrah right now. They're charging in. Axis airstrafe, putting a stop to that.
One shot in his half health, though. Does fire the tulips.
Ooh. P4 goes down. That's something.
Best target for them to have taken. What's it going to cost, though? We've got guards at half health here.
Those gotta get out of there.
They've got to get out. They've got to push back. They've got to just be happy with that P4. Although the Germans are starting to take infantry losses.
One guard goes down. Firefly pushing up for a shot on the Panther. Here comes a Stuka. This would be devastating.
They currently
misses.
Those AT guns are being hit by the Brumbar. Oh, that's a devastating artillery. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Pershing's is back, full health. What's that gonna try and do on its own? It's been hit by the Elephant.
All four Axis up here.
Yeah. And do you know what? One of the main problems here? Allies, they're trying to go in piecemeal.
Yeah.
I think that Pershing is still in range of that Elephant.
Oh
it
my
is.
gosh, back up.
Back it up. It's so low. He doesn't realize he's parked it in front of the Elephant. Elephant is hungry. It's going in with the Tusk. Is it going to get the hit?
Oh no.
Are we going to see a gored Pershings? No, I think it's going to get away. Moving that echelon squad in.
We need those caddies to hit those obers, and all those AT guns need to take out the Brumbar. That's their biggest threat at this point, because they can't move up any of their infantry.
Good work. It's on 50 kills.
Stuka bomb coming down. Pershing goes down. This Stuka is going to be devastating. Just kills the AT gun.
Oh, that's just... This is like dancing on someone's grave at this point. A couple of T-34s in the forest. Not pushing up, really.
Yeah, I don't know what he's thinking. Maybe a very desperate flank.
Desperate flank on the base. Try and draw some of those tanks away from the mid, maybe, so that the infantry can push up. But then, again, what infantry at this
Firefly
point?
goes down. That's just so much armor.
American player is down to three men in a lieutenant squad and 2 majors. T-34 attacking one of the bases. I don't think the Axis are even going to bother. They're pushing all their tanks through. What is this Firefly doing? It's going into the smoke to die, maybe? Is this... It is physically surrounded.
Yeah.
A bully circle. It's an Axis bully circle. Oh.
The T-34 is trying to pester their base, but it's just not going to do enough.
Yikes, those guards, get them out.
AT Overwatch desperately needed.
Yeah.
And that's going to do it for game 2, so we're all tied up.
Oh.
Ghost Division answers back with an incredible showing of Axis force. An unstoppable wall.
Yeah, so that's 1-1 in this first series of the tournament. And yeah, it's all to play for in a final game. We get to see a third game for our first starting matchup. I'm actually quite excited by that. But I do think maybe stamina is dropping. We've now had almost 2 hours of games. We've still got 1 to play.
Yeah. No, you got to think that that's going to be a factor in the third game. We'll probably see even some more mistakes, but maybe they'll come too. I mean, the matchup is definitely fair, and I think there was just such a tactical. It seemed like a 2v2 on the sides, and they applied so much pressure, and the Allies didn't take advantage of the soft middle as well as they could have to establish sort of a base. I do think the Brit player being just kind of off in his own land, it didn't seem to really contribute. That was a big factor, because at the middle of that game, all 4 Axis teams were pushing middle, and just the Allied tanks couldn't stand up to all of that pushing them at once, so they just got picked off one at a time.
I understand them staying in forest to stop the VP drip, but as soon as that Bofors was down, you could have literally left the Bofors and that AT gun and maybe one of the MGs. You didn't need the 2 MGs, the AT gun and the sniper, and to have most of your forces in that forest. Like I think he put 1 tank to assist his allies at the mid game, and then when the Axis did come knocking on the Bofors, he didn't turn his AT gun for ages to try and hit it. Like he completely missed the push. So I don't understand why the commitment was there if they weren't gonna capitalize on that commitment being there.
Yeah, and it shows in his stats the Brit player did only have 39 kills. He did manage 27,000 damage, but only 89 deaths as well. It's just kind of evidence he wasn't really in the fight. Yeah. I mean, he did hold on to their only VP, so you can make an argument that if they didn't have that, they would have just bled a lot quicker. But almost the points were less of a priority until that mid threat was taken care of, because it was just obviously overwhelming how much they were able to stack up there.
Boxer crazy. He did the most damage for the allied team there, but he made some really weird moves when he moved his infantry around. He kept his infantry close together, and those infantry weren't a bazooka blob, and they weren't upped with bars, so there was no reason really to keep them as a blob of firepower. And he just kept moving them into the path of NGs, causing them to mass retreat. Right. And I'm going to be interested to see this next game, because we've had Axis win both times. Is it going to be a case of whoever gets Axis is going to win this series? Or was this game just to try something? I really don't know where the Allies' head was with this, because they lost very early on, and then they picked something to counter it, but they didn't get the counter off, and then they didn't decide to change tactic. We saw a push in with those T-34s through the forest that was left completely alone pretty much, and it only came right at the end. Imagine if that came in much earlier, if they took a flank even down the center of the river once the Axis tanks had pushed up. They just let the Axis get too much heavy armor, sit it in their center, and got stuck in their base, essentially.
Yeah, that's true. Box of Crazy did actually have the most damage for the entire game. And his AT guns got 7 kills. So I don't know if that was just the light vehicles or whatnot, but
no, those AT guns did do work. They did do work, but I think a lot of his unit losses were also probably those AT guns, because they got wiped a lot of the time.
He lost 9.
Like I said, I would have liked, because he lost 2 ambulances, I think, as well, trying to reinforce those AT guns. And that's why I would have liked to see one of the Soviet players put out AT, either put out their own Zis guns or take over control of those AT guns, because you can use conscripts to just direct merge in. You don't have to risk getting your ambulances up to the line or building a forward assembly or anything. You could just essentially use conscripts to run infantry onto those guns and not have to lose those guns on the front line, because I know why Boxer Crazy didn't move them. He couldn't risk moving his AT guns away because of the tide of Axis tanks. But that just meant they were liable to get picked off without being able to be reinforced. So
heading into a game 3, Team 1, which was the 4 Horsemen, got to pick the faction to start, and I believe they were Axis. They were Axis first, which means Ghost Division picked Leon Forest, and then the 4 Horsemen lost his allies on Leon Forest. So now that Ghost Division gets to pick faction, it'll be interesting to see if they elect to go with Axis, and then what map the 4 Horsemen end up picking. But anything else you want to recap about the matchup so far, as we'll take a quick break before going to game 3, but any final words?
I am excited to see a change of tactic for allies. There seems to be a large focus on very mid-game commanders with not too much focus on taking out those Axis heavy tanks. I want to see some counters to the Axis heavy tanks. What we've really seen is an IS-2 so far. I want to see an AT Overwatch. I want to see a 152,
an ISU.
Yeah. I want to see some big Russian tanks out here.
Yeah, I think you're right. There needs to be commander picks that are more late game focused, because I think this matchup is going to go late game. The teams are even enough that I think it's almost guaranteed for the game 3. But could be wrong, but we'll have to find out. We're going to take a quick break, go grab some more refreshments, and we'll be back after this. All right, guys, welcome back after 2 exciting Game 1, Game 2s in our first King of the News tournament. First matchup has not been disappointing. Lots of epic battles. I'm glad you're here to make it. We're preparing to go into a Game 3. We have a tied up situation against the 4 Horsemen in Ghost Division. The first 2 matches were on Lian Forest, and I just wanted to recap how the map and faction choosing is working because Game 3 is pretty critical. So, Team 1, which was decided by a coin flip, the 4 Horsemen, ended up choosing Axis, which means Ghost Division chose the map Lian Forest and they got to choose the side. Then on Game 2, the factions were swapped, the sides were swapped. Since there is a tie 1-1, we're going into a Game 3, and the rules are for Game 3, Team 2, which is Ghost Division, gets to choose the faction, and it looks like they have elected to choose Axis. Now what's surprising is the 4 Horsemen have chosen to play on Port of Hamburg, which to me is commonly referred to as an Axis favored map because there's less flanking opportunities, lots more head-to-head battles, which you don't want to do with late game Axis tanks, as we just saw demonstrated in the last in the Game 2 on Lian Forest. So it'd be interesting to see if the 4 Horsemen have maybe some grand strategy or some sort of comfortability on Port of Hamburg that'll turn the tides in that regard.
They do also get to pick their side to start on with that, don't they?
They do.
So maybe they have a favored side they wanted to maybe grab, because I do feel Port of Hamburg, there is definitely some easier to take objectives depending on what side you're on. So maybe they've got a plan surrounding that.
That could definitely be the case. I would hope so. I hope so if they're picking it.
I hope so.
That they do have some tricks up their sleeves to stop the Axis getting some heavy late tanks. We'll I'm gonna go ahead and load up. We'll start examining which commanders are in the queue, because that'll be probably the most interesting thing to spot.
With the British commanders here, I am interested to see if we get an advanced emplacement regiment out, if they feel like they've pushed up enough to really lock in and lock down in that center. On Port of Hamburg, advanced emplacement isn't a bad shout. I really dislike, though, the Lend-Lease assault regiment for the British player. British Lend-Lease regiment is not great at all. I would never pick it when there's so many better commanders to put in place of that.
So, taking a look at the Soviet commander picks, I'm a little disappointed. They didn't seem to make any changes there. And by the way, I'm looking at the Axis side, which is the Ghost Division team. But anyway, I was looking at the Soviet commander options, and they still have guard motor. They have a Lend-Lease, which I think is not a good choice. Like M4C Shermans on this map, probably not going to be too strong. They do have a guard rifle, which I think probably would be more effective in terms of having ML20s and the strafes, but yeah, no, there's only one IS-2 commander available to them and no ISU-152, so that could be a big deficit on such a small close quarters map. What are you noticing on the start of the Allies up there?
I'm actually having a little bit of technical difficulties on my end for a moment. I've lost my cursor and my HUD, so I will have to play catch up in a second.
Oh, okay. Control T is the hotkey for the HUD.
Okay. I still can't find my cursor, but I think I can probably go with it. So you were saying, what am I seeing on the Allied side?
Yes.
Allied side of things? Yes. So we've got the Russian players aren't actually taking up. They're going straight for the engineers to cap with backing out with conscripts, and the British have managed to get a Lewis gun out. Everyone else is they're voting to cap rather than focus on tech. They're trying to get units on the field.
Yeah, that seems to be the favorable choice so far, at least by 3 Soviets in previous games. They've opted to just send their engineers out to cap and then just build conscripts to start. Speaking of conscripts, yeah, they are starting to flood the field, and they're getting very aggressive on the mid, which normally on this map, a common thing you'll see is securing fuels, but not this time. Allies are really wanting to lock down the middle and drive a wedge into the Axis lines. The Kubel's going to go down for OKW up north.
Boxer Crazy locking in that heavy cavalry commander for the USF. Seems to be a favorite for him, trying to get that Pershings out in the late game, I guess. I actually like this allied push in the center. If they can control the mid, and if the British commander could get a advanced emplacements regiment with those up-armored Beauforts and mortar pits in the center of the map, they could just wreak havoc everywhere, and the fuel will come later.
Yeah, they're just totally disrupting lines. The Axis did cap the right side fuel with absolutely no fighting whatsoever, given how much allied pushes there's happening in the middle.
Axis lose a Kubelwagen trying to take one of the fuel points as it comes up against the British troops.
Sturm Pioneers countering. They're going to be going for the cutoff here already at the 3-minute mark. 2 conscripts going to try to flank that. Man, really interesting map layouts. This is not what you typically see on Port of Hamburg. Such a wedge down the middle, and the Allies have capped the Axis munitions, which is very aggressive.
Yeah. But if they can control it and if they can hold that, this could be a very interesting map.
Axis do stabilize, but now this is interesting. The conscripts have moved over and flanked the MG that was guarding the right fuel, so they've really like confused the lines and caught them off guard, and now being keen to come in and try to get some...
is rolling through the middle, and I think he was going to try and move to reinforce that conscript and rear echelon, but they got pushed off by a small blob from Roos with his grenadiers. Axis have managed to take the little factory building, pushing past the Allied-sided fuel point, so that they can cover and capture that VP, pushing the Brits back a little bit there.
Yeah, and there's a scrappy little fight going on for the fuel. Axis currently do have both fuels, which is not great, especially on Port of Hamburg. Conscripts trying to do their best, but they're getting absolutely roasted on the bottom.
The Allies seem to have lost their advantage in the center as well now. It's now completely Axis dominated. All of the Allied troops had to back at sort of one time, allowing the Axis just to move in and retake all their lost gains. And I don't know if that mid push has actually paid off for them. I was hoping it would, but I think it might have actually lost for them in the long run.
Yeah, same thing happened on the bottom. They've just been completely chased off, and Axis totally control it. But a glimmer of hope is that the Brits have taken the top now. They're taking that fuel back, so not all is completely lost so far.
Yeah. I think the conscripts turning their attention to try and disrupt the other side after moving from mid was the downfall of mid. I think they should have locked down mid first and then worried about the fuel point. If that was what they were going for, like really annoy the Axis by holding their munitions back. Because we're currently at an Axis double fuel, although the Tommies are decapping one of the fuels.
The Allies are obviously preparing for a counterattack. We've got 6 squads coming up the middle with the Wasp. Oh, 8 squads. And here they come. The Wasp is going to start roasting the Grenadiers in green cover, but there is some Shreks there. You better be careful. Oh, focus fire on them Sturm Pioneers. Gonna take them down, and the Allies are showing force with the Axis, are responding. 3 Axis players are here. And it is a scrappy fight. Coordinated artillery barrage coming down by the Brits before a retreat. That's going to disrupt that the back line there. MG42 coming to support. Wow, all of a sudden it seems like all the players are here in the middle while the Allies are capping the VPs.
Everyone's here. Interesting to note that both Soviet players have now teched for the support weapons, seeing that their push has failed. They've changed their tactic and they're bringing in those defensive items. Also, we've got some commander lock-ins for both sides. The two Soviet players, we've got the Soviet shock army tactics for Shade, and we've got guard motor back out for Ace of Spades. On the German side, we have the Wehrmacht under JCS locking in Festung doctrine, and Fiasco locking in that special operations doctrine.
Black half-track making its way, trying to defend middle. Axis want to take this back. MGs on both sides, making it very hard for infantry to do anything meaningful. Here comes a Luke's on the flank around middle. Always going to find the universal carrier. Delivering some blows. He tries to get out, but he can't. And there's an ambulance so vulnerable to this Luke's. And I don't see any AT anywhere near to stop this Luke's.
No, that's a dead ambulance.
That is a big uh-oh.
It's a war crime to kill medics, but doesn't seem like anybody cares.
All is fair in love and war, but allies really need to get something to stop this Luke's. It's shredding.
And the flank half-track is also pushed up. That's a big oops right there. The machine guns can just back-cap that victory point. Bofors does go down for the British. Are we going to see a repeat here? Are we going to see Iguana be stuck over by his Bofors while the rest of his team fight it out at their own base? Here comes our Luke's to try and... It's going to notice the Bofors. It's going to back out really quickly. This feels like a repeat of the last game so far.
Yeah, it's giving the Axis quite a foothold. At least the Allies are holding on to a fuel, but the Axis are starting to put pressure on the right side, and they just currently have way more points in an increased manpower gain.
We do have some conscripts who have managed to flank an MG, and they are recapping their own the Allied side fuel and getting the VP there.
Actually, I'm wrong about that. The Allies or the Axis currently have 23 fuel income, and Allies are at 26.
Yes, they've just now it's actually Allied double fuel right now. Actually.
Oh yeah, Axis or Allies. Yeah, they are capping that right side. Interesting. Managed to push them out.
Yeah.
And a flood of Axis. 2 AT guns. 3 squads being met by the Freedom Blob coming in up north.
Freedom Blob. See, I don't mind this Freedom Blob because they've got bazookas this time. Previously they haven't. But again, Box of Crazy pulling out these crazy blobs. He's really pushed in. He's actually getting away, not very punished. He's seen a lot of the half tracks there. I mean, he's going to have to back, but he knows what's there. Is that Tommy squad going to go down? No, they're going to get away with it. Rear echelons going low. Riflemen going low. Are they going to get out? I don't think those... no, rear echelons going to go down there. Riflemen going to scratch away. Okay, it's not looking as bad for the Allies again now. It's a very tug-of-war game that's very back and forth.
Yeah, they are putting good pressure on. The Axis are going to take the fuel back. It's going to be one shock trying to stop them, but that won't be enough.
Yeah, that shock troop needs some support over there. There's a big amount of Axis infantry on that side.
Allies going heavy on support weapons. You got a 120 mortar, 2 Zis guns, 2 Maxims in the middle.
We've had some more commanded lock-in for the Axis side. We've got breakthrough doctrine picked up for Riaz. Maybe looking to get that Yag Tiger out again that did him so well in the previous game.
Yeah, and fetching armor doctrine for JCS Broncos. And it looks like they're keen to take out this Bofors, which doesn't have anything supporting it. That MG's got to move up to protect it. It's just taking AT shots for free.
Look at this Panzer II going up the center in stealth mode.
Interesting.
It's gonna find nothing. He's gonna be able to see that there's nothing supporting that Bofors when it goes down. And it jumps that conscript squad. Do you know what I feel has given the Axis the true advantage in this? They're not mass retreating as a team all at once. I've noticed this a lot for the Allies, that when they pull back, the whole team pulls back. Whereas the Axis are more pulling back in drips and drabs and allowing their teammates to cover their retreat.
Yes.
The Freedom Blob is back on the way, though.
And the Bofer does go down, and oh my gosh, the Freedom Blob has doubled down on the bazookas, and they are hunting for that Lukes.
I think they're also looking for that flak half-track, which might be about to reverse around the corner to see them.
Oh gosh.
Oh.
This could be a close call.
Oh.
Oh, and it goes down before it could even fire.
I think that was I would have moved that half track away, seeing how many bazookas. Oh, those obers!
That grenade just melted that poor Freedom Blob, and that is the risk you run. Those Ober grenades are just devastating and a very well-timed throw on that retreat path.
Yeah, he just stuck around that 1-2 second long with those bazookas. As soon as that flak half track came down, if you get a blob, I think that would have been my point of retreat. There wasn't any other vehicles around to destroy. I would have gotten out just a little bit sooner, maybe saved a couple of squads.
Just a reminder for those tuning in that this is a best of 3 game. This is game 3, and the teams are currently tied. So the loser will be moved to the loser bracket. Not kicked out of the tournament yet. We'll have a second chance to stay alive, but they will be moved on to the losers bracket.
It's all to play for in this first matchup of the first set of games for the tournament. And it's gone to a tiebreak. Neither of these teams want to be the people that first move to the losers bracket, do they? They've already got the pressure of being the first up in the tournament, and now they've got the pressure of one of them is going to have to move to the losers bracket after this game.
I just witnessed 2 brutal losses. Vet 3 conscript goes down to the Schwer, and then a penal battalion that was upgraded with PTRS also goes down. That's a big loss for the Soviet. Ace of spades.
Okay. Interesting. We've had our final pick in for the Allies. British has gone for the Advanced Emplacement Regiment. However, I think it's way too late for that. Their Bofors is already dead. The real benefits from the early Advanced Emplacement Regiment, being able to get those Tommies to build your defenses, is only great when you've pushed up early.
Yeah.
Like, you want to take that early, rush the Bofors. Like, if that was combined with their push through the center that they did earlier and they managed to lock down the center, perfect idea. Now, I don't think it's going to be great for you. It doesn't give you many artillery call-ins until you get 10 CP, and it's not a powerful call-in. It's the precision barrage, which is okay for infantry, not really great for anything else. Oh, and the Tommies actually just lose their MG there to a load of grenadiers as well. That's yeah, you don't like to see it. I don't think that was the right call. But then again, I'm trying to think back to what his commanders were, and I don't think any of his commander choices really could help him in this situation that they found themselves in. We had Lend-Lease. He had the Advanced Emplacement, which is picked, and he had the engineers. I would have swapped Lend-Lease for either one of the Commando Doctrines or the Royal Artillery Doctrine. Getting those sextons out to nail the German infantry backlines would have been far greater a use. Plus, you get the artillery from that call-in, which you know, it can be a game changer sometimes.
The Axis are pretty dominant on map control, but I think the Allies are amassing a formidable army. There's 2 Su-76s and this bazooka blob, which it can handle the medium tanks that might come out from the Axis, but they got to get more aggressive on these VPs. There's a couple shock troops for Red Army that need to get involved and help with the top VP, which is really unprotected right now.
Yeah, the Axis have managed to start locking down the Allied fuel, and there is a Panzer IV roaming towards the middle.
The Allies do have the answer for the Panzer IV. There's AT, the 2 SUs, as we just said. I think they just have to use their infantry more wisely to cap these points. I mean, they do have 2 fuel caches on their side. They've put out a Cromwell, the Brit, and but man, double fuel for the Axis and all 3 VPs is not good to let them have for too long.
Lux goes low here, and there is a Tommy AT gun moving to its flank.
The Cromwell
sneak it around.
Precariously close.
Cromwell gonna dive?
Good use of the smoke shell to escape. SU's coming up the middle along with the bazooka blob. Oh, and they hammer the P4.
Oh.
Several bazooka rounds. The SU's there to follow it up. Can they attack ground through that smoke?
I don't think so. They're gonna have to back up. The bazookas start dropping. Massively dropping. Oh, they get out of the skin of their teeth. Oh, some Fausts come out. The Su-76 takes engine damage. Manages to scrape away with its life.
Cromwell's under duress from a pack 40 of 2 grenadiers threatening the Faust. I like the idea from the Allies trying to just hammer that the P4 before it could react. It just wasn't quite executed properly. That bazooka, who is this? Box of Crazy needs to separate his troops. That's the difference between him master treating or not.
Which is what I said in the previous game, and that's why I said at the beginning of this one. At least they've got bazookas this time.
Yes.
But it's still, you don't, especially with the USF, because they aren't the cheapest units to replace. It's not like a conscript. It's a US rifleman, which are much higher in the manpower usage. So yeah, don't want to be blowing those up, especially with the amount of German MGs about.
Yeah, we're gonna definitely need to see some caddies to soften that up. 3 shock troops coming up top to clear out that infantry. They really need to cap that fuel if they can.
Brilliant use of the Festoon Doctrine, digging in that Panzer IV while it gets repaired. And placing it in a position where it's backing up to defend the searchlight. Oh, Panther's out.
Oh. Not what the Cromwell wanted to see, I guarantee you that.
No.
But the Cromwell's gonna be the aggressor. Bazooka Blob just walked into the minefield, which was...
Yeah, the minefield was deadly there. Su-76 is coming up to try and get a flanking shot on that Panther.
By the Lukes.
AT gun moving up, but they're trying to pincer this Panther. But the Lukes is on the rear of the Su-85. I don't think he realizes. The Su-76 is trying to pull out. They're both gonna go down here. One of them's decrewed. Bazooka Blob moving up, even though it's weakened, to try and deal with that Lukes. The Lukes goes down at Vet 3. Cromwell takes some big hits. Close. Danger close. Probably going to go down here to the Pack 40. It's moved out of the arc, but the Panther might be able to get it. It depends. Is it going to move back into the arc? Oh, it did, but the Pack 40 misses. Cromwell limps away. Do not park it there with a Panther right nearby. That's... Our capture point.
Yeah, I think we gotta analyze that. What do you see?
There's a Volk squad sneaking up on the Cromwell right now. Look at it. If they get a Faust off, they're gonna try for the Faust. Oh, the Faust bounced! The Faust missed! At point blank range! That Cromwell gets away with its life.
Very lucky there. I think that was a misplay by the Allies. Even if the Panther stood still and didn't notice the 2 SU shooting at it, it just wasn't enough firepower to take out a Panther. And they needlessly threw those Su-76s.
They still got the Cromwell! He didn't realize the squad was there. They left him there a long enough time that the Faust recharged, and he's trying again.
No. The Cromwell needed to try to crush those troops and move them.
Yeah, I think it was he just moved it there, didn't think there was a squad there, didn't see the engagement because obviously the first Faust missed. So yeah, just left him there to his death.
Here comes that Sturmovik strafe from the Russians. Excellent at suppressing infantry, and there's no AA on the field yet. Save for the Panthers MG42.
I mean, there's the upgraded Schwer HQ on the other side of the map, but I don't think that's far enough to engage.
Axis still have both fuels for income, which is really not looking good for the Allies.
No, I think it's what's happening here with Boxer Crazy as well. He's relying heavily on his bazooka blob. I think he's trying to save his fuel just to straight away put out a Pershing.
It's not much of a blob anymore. Only 2 left. And interesting choice. Box of Crazy puts out a howitzer, a mobile Scott. I don't think that's a good choice.
Oh, Scott. Oh, interesting. I do like this mortar emplacement from the British. Already Vet 2, which is fantastic. That thing can, if you can micromanage those mortar pits for the British, it can be deadly, because when you micromanage, it has further range and higher damage if you do the targeted barrage rather than letting it to its own devices.
Allies getting serious about a counterattack on the bottom, realizing there's not much there.
Yeah.
But a Panther does show up.
Panther does show up, which SU-85 backed up by some guards. I'm not going to say that Panther is going to get away easy there.
Ricketten sneaking up, trying to put pressure on that tank.
Oh, a group of Panzer Grenadiers just ran straight into some shocks, go down, and now there's shocks with Panzer Schrecks coming through the middle. About to step on some mines, though.
Ooh, Arty Barrage coming down on that MG, protecting the bottom. If Allies can push this and drive away the Panther, they have a clean shot at this Panzerschwer of Riz's. That would be a big loss if they're able to hammer that in submission. 120 mortar could start chipping at it.
The Germans have got an elephant and a Yak Tiger out in the back lines. Hiding those away.
Oh, goodness.
Here come the heavy tanks, plus a Panther command tank. The Allies aren't going to know what hit them when this Axis blob moves up. Here it comes. The Scot just explodes. Oh, my.
Now this is when we ask, why did the Allies pick Port of Hamburg? This is worst case scenario. Too much fuel all game long for the Axis. They're about to get the bottom fuel back again. There's just nothing to stop this. This is a repeat of game 2.
Yeah.
What can they do? 2 Panthers, one's of a command, one's got an elephant and a yak. I mean, that's just insane. Not to mention racks and MGs and Panzerwerfers for the Axis in the middle. I mean, what can the Allies possibly do?
I really worry that the guys playing the Allies right now put so much into game 1 to win it that they might have just tied themselves out for the next 2 games. That first game was such a slog, and they managed to win it, but it's not looking great since then. They really had to fight, and I think, even though they lost the first game, the Ghost Division here have played the better plays, and they've made the better choices, especially when they got their hands on playing the Axis.
Very
and
true.
It just shows right now.
Oh! A mortar hit. What was that? She deleted a shock and a half. Allies can't be affording that kind of loss.
Oh, there goes another Scot.
Firefly comes out. The Command Panther almost goes down. Some AT guns in the Firefly.
British AT guns are very good.
Man, the Firefly should dive the Panthers, but the Elephant and Yak are coming around. They're gonna stop that.
Yeah, now they know.
Oh, jeez.
That Firefly's dot. Yeah.
They don't even care. Look at how confident they are. They know there's nothing to stop this.
The life expectancy of a real Firefly.
Man.
And the Germans just capping so close to the Allied base again. This feels like a repeat story. Allies back in the base here.
Insult to injury. Stuka bomb drops on their remaining AT gun and MG.
What has the British player got now? Stuffing. He's got no units.
Wow, literally no units.
Literally, I thought it was a glitch. No, that Stuka bomb took out his last remaining unit.
Box of Crazy has 2 riflemen. The Red Army, 2 shocks and a caddy.
This is it. Ace of Spades is trying to make a push on the bottom VP.
Oh no!
With his T-34-85s, but in comes the artillery. Oh no!
Oh.
It's just, just get out, just go, just.
That was the assault artillery.
Ace of Spades, who played so well with my play of the game in the first game with his Luftwaffe, is still trying to hold out on that flank, but at this point, oof, I don't know. You have to question the British player, I think, in both of these scenarios.
Yeah.
In the last 2 games, I don't know if something happened in the first game that like knocked him off his game for when he picked allies, and he kept locking himself on that 1VP, not getting involved in a lot of fights, and then when the fight finally came to him and he lost the troops, didn't ever really recover, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think it was critical mistakes losing the Bofur both times too easily. He didn't defend it. He braced it late. He didn't move up troops to counter it. He just was slow to react to protect his big investment of an early Bofurs.
Yeah. And the thing is, a lot of people believe that with SimCity or like building the emplacements, you can just leave them. You can't. You need to make sure they stay alive until you have that forward HQ with the auto rebuild and you've got them all upgraded to heavy armor. You need to be there. You need to be the one controlling where the mortars land. You need to be ready to see when they brace. You need to have MGs and infantry ready to push back anyone that comes in assault. Because if you don't, you can just get smoked off and panzerschrecked to death. And especially as the thing is with emplacements as well, they're a fuel investment. You're delaying tanks by using them. So you've got to be careful with them. But yeah, that was game 3. And we have our first winner and our first loser, Skippy.
Yeah, Ghost Division will be staying in the winner's bracket. They still have to win the next game to make it into the playoffs. And the 4 Horsemen will have a chance to stay in the tournament. They'll have to win their next matchup, which I believe is between either... well, let me pull up the games. It's between Gondor Calls for Aid and... I'm drawing a blank on the other team. Let me pull up. The Lego Islanders. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they'll whoever loses that match, that will be the opponent for the 4 Horsemen down in the losers bracket. Man, Midge, that was an exciting first matchup. I'm glad to see it. I mean, this is what I wanted to see when I put on the tournament.
I'm very excited for the rest of the tournament now. Those first games were they were intense, and there was some great moments and some great plays from every single player. There was obviously some misplays which might have cost some teams matches, but at the same time everyone's given it their all for this first turnout, and I'm excited to see what the rest of the tournament brings. I'm excited to see if the losers here can fight it back in the losers bracket as well. I'm really excited to see if they pump up the volume and get into another gear and really try to fight for their position to stay in this tournament, because we did see some great plays from them.
Absolutely. It has me wondering, if you are Team 1 and you have the choice over faction, if that ended up biting them in the butt because they didn't get to choose faction for game 3, and it makes me wonder if they were Team 2 and they ended up... Well, actually, no. I mean, if you whoever picks the faction in game 1 is guaranteed to play each side, but they're not guaranteed what they'll play in game 3. So the game 3 team, has an advantage in the sense of they're going to play the faction that they're strongest with. So I don't know. It's interesting to think about if the tides would have been different if they were Team 2. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they fare and what their choices are, even as we watch them in the losers bracket tomorrow. But I think fatigue definitely is a factor here, because the decisions and the microing seemed way more sharp in game 1. And heck, I even feel fatigue on a level of casting that I think came into play because it was so close and so down to the wire, lots of comebacks, that the reason the next games were shorter and more swift were just a meltdown of... It's so hard to rally when you're down, I think, after being mentally drained, because it takes a lot of fortitude to stand in the face of losses and mount a comeback. So I think once the tide started turning one direction in both of those second games, it was just too much mentally to overcome. Whereas in the first game, both teams overcame those hurdles in the same game. You know what I mean?
Yes. Well, the team that have lost here are the team that won the first game, and they did so well there was that massive dip of energy for them in the first game in the center, and they did so well to fight through that and come back they saw 300 arty kills, and Boxer Crazy, who made some very questionable USF blobs in the next 2 games made some amazing assaults with his Tigers and Panthers and his Shrek blobs into City in that first game. And Ace of Spades with those like fantastic Fallschirmjäger drops taking out the enemy artillery. They made some really decided plays, and when it came down to it, they turned it around and became the better team in that first game. But they just couldn't muster the energy to bring it through in the next couple of games. They got pushed back early, and their morale just couldn't get past that this time. And I really think that looking at these 3 games, that I'm blanking on which team they are because I've just dropped which bracket but
the winning team or what? The losers, 4 Horsemen.
The 4 Horsemen here. They, in all 3 of their games, struggle with their mid game. Even when they won it, they struggled with their mid game.
Yep.
They need to, if they survive the losers bracket, they need to rehearse their mid game, because in the first game, that's when they had their dip, when they started losing all their Panthers as the axis, and they were just losing a lot to infantry. They did get over that with their artillery, but with the Allies, they started losing their mid game and just couldn't fight back with that. They couldn't get, especially with Allies who do have the weaker tanks. Like if you lose your mid game as the Allies, it's hard to come back from, because the Axis end game is where they're strongest.
And if you want to be critical about their choices as a team, I think the commanders come into play. Their 2 games as Allies, they did not have late game commanders.
No.
So even if they were able to fight off the mid game, I think they were in trouble. Like they need an ISU 152 or AT Overwatch or an IL-2 bomb strike. They need some big hitting things from the Soviets to try to give them some power in the late game, because otherwise the T-34-45 was like their strongest tank, and that's not good enough. That's not good enough against elephants and Yak Tigers.
I would have liked to see, especially as they knew that a lot of heavy tanks were coming, I would have liked to see like for the British taking things like spicing up, maybe taking the special weapons regiment if they have that commander, getting those tank hunter regiments out to deal with the light tanks early. So say the Soviets don't have to build Su 76s, they can have those tank hunters to take down the scout cars and the looks with their heat grenades and their boys anti-tank rifles, and get the pressure off of the Soviets to be able to for dealing with those early game tanks, so that the Soviets can deal with those heavy game tanks at the end, and the British can then take the back foot, if that makes sense. Or the same with the USF.
Yep.
Like relying on the Pershings as a heavy tank when they're bringing out Yak Tigers. Yeah, not gonna cut it, I don't think.
Yeah. Well, either way, thank you to both teams for giving us quite an introduction to the tournament. It was a blast to cast. We have a lot to get through today, and we're going to keep going as long as our voices will carry us, and as long as there's time in the day and you guys are watching. I'm going to try to draw this out as long as we can. We might not get to every game possible, but I am certainly going to try. So with that, Midge, let's go ahead and take a break, catch a breather, and queue up the next game. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. Thanks for supporting the tournament. Being active in chat, for your subs. I know I do have Twitch alerts turned off for this whole thing just to keep it focused on the gameplay, but I will definitely send my shout outs to you in chat. But thank you so much for your support of the subs and donations. And also, guys, be sure to follow Midge. Midge is on YouTube and Twitch. Midge, what are your tags? How are they going to find you? They search Midgeman on YouTube and Twitch.
Yeah, so if you Google search Midgeman, it will all come up. I'm twitch.tv/Midgeman, or on YouTube I am youtube.com/The Midgeman's World. That's where you can find me, or you can follow me on Twitter, and there's all links to that there, and I'm at Midgeman Games on Twitter. Yeah, his Twitter handle's right there above his head. Cool, guys. Yeah, thank you. So we'll see you in the next game, and we'll be back. Stay tuned. Maybe go stretch your legs. Be sure to get your blood pumping. It's healthy. Drink some water. All right, guys. Drink water.
We'll see you soon.
Don't normally see on Port of Hamburg. And Stuka in trouble.
Oh!
Jackson going hunting.
What a gamble.
There's a demo shot.
He doesn't see it. Point blank firing into the Churchill.
Oh, come on. They're retreating over it.
Oh, the AEC!
It's gonna hunt down a tiger. It got a tiger.
It did it.
Hit them with this Axis blob moves up. Here it comes. The Scot just explodes.
Just like that, out of nowhere.
Churchill really looking low. That Catty needs to be moved out of there. This
got more
is
pioneers.
gonna go down to the wire. 18 to 37. 18 to 37. What is happening with this game?
Rumbly engine. Oh no. Oh, Stuka bomb coming up north. This could be devastating. He doesn't. Oh no. Alright guys, welcome back. I hope you're feeling refreshed because I just realized, Midge, today could be a very long day.
Yes.
We've done one game and we're about at the 3-hour mark. So there's a total of 8 matchups just in the winners bracket round 1. So we either may not be able to cover every game or we're gonna have to extend this into the week somehow because there's just a lot going on. We'll play it by ear. We'll see how long these games are and how much we can squeeze in. But exciting start so far.
Oh, definitely. That first matchup really showed that the teams are ready to bring a fight. They're not wanting these sort of meta cutout engagements where they give up early to try and get into the third game, or that everyone is in it to win it, trying to push for those victories and pushing that time back.
Yeah, well, speaking of the long day, let's not waste too much time. I'm going to go ahead and jump into our next matchup, which is United Noobs of Sweden versus AD. That stands for something that I think I was unable to pronounce, but that is their clan tag, AD versus United Noobs of Sweden. And we are going to road to Arnhem. Go ahead and switch over. All right, here we are loading in. AD, obviously, on the Allies first. We got, oh gosh, you know what? I'm not going to pronounce their names. We got 2 Soviets, a USF, and a Brit. And we have the United Noobs of Sweden as Axis, 2 Wehrmacht, 2 OKW. Excited to see how this pans out. Road to Arnhem, a new map to Company of Heroes 2, released within the last 3 months or so. It's very wide, few fuel points on the sides and the 2 victory points on the sides. I feel like those victory points get neglected fairly often because they're just so on the edge of the map. It's hard to prioritize them as the game gets late. It seems most of the battles do happen near the middle of the map. Here we go, by the way. I am focusing on the Allies here, starting at the top. Like I said in the previous matchup, I do like to watch what tech do the Soviets go early on. And we do have a tier 1 going up and 2 tier 1s going up for the Soviets. So it looks like they're electing for penals. Double engineer build.
We've got tech ups from both Wehrmacht players as well, with the OKW pushing on for some caps. I'll be interested to see if we do see anything different now with these matchups, because so far in games matchup 1 and matchup 2, the Allied teams seem to be going for this 2 Soviets, 1 USF, 1 British sort of setup, and then 2 OKW, 2 Wehrmacht is kind of the go-to for the Axis. So it'd be interesting to see if their build orders or any of their troops produced are different.
Yeah, absolutely. I think splitting 2 Wehrmacht, 2 OKW is probably the strongest setup for Axis, and I think 2 Soviets, 1 Brit, 1 USF is probably the strongest setup for Allies. I think you can catch an Axis team off guard if you did go heavy on one a different faction. It'll be interesting to see if we see that at all in the tournament, or if teams stick with this more standard approach. Allies pushing up on the left, 2 engineers scouting things out for the Soviets. They're about to run into a Sternpio and a Volks, which won't be a fun engagement for them. Penals, this is one of the downsides to going tier 1 as Soviets, is it's very slow to getting a meaningful presence on the field because the penals are so expensive. You got to save up your manpower for a bit. So with the Soviets, they are definitely going to have a delayed presence, but they are going to have a stronger presence once they do get on the field, which is the upside. And they'll also have access to that clown car. Can put some flaming engineers in there, which does considerable damage to OKW, which typically doesn't build a rack early because they want to spam their infantry, get presence on there. Speaking of which, we do have the battle going down for the fuel, and OKW contesting with the Volk and a Sturm. 2 riflemen coming into support, and here is the first penal squad. And we're set up for a good skirmish over here.
We also do have a lot of commanders already locked in from both sides. The Brits have locked in the Tactical Support Regiment. We've got the USF taking into recon support. One of the Soviet players has picked up armored assault tactics, and then all bar one of the Axis team have also picked up their commanders. We've got the Scavenge Doctrine coming in for one of the OKW. We've got Jaeger Infantry for one of the Wehrmacht, and we've got the Elite Armored Doctrine for the other OKW.
Rifleman squad goes down on retreat as they contest this fuel. That's a bad loss for the Allies. Penal's in trouble. You can see the Axis, they're triple teaming this left side. And,
yeah, they're really working for this side.
Looks like the Allies do have the right side fuel, relatively uncontested, just one player, and they're barbed wiring the green cover for the Axis. So it looks like the map lines are being clearly drawn so far. Here comes a clown car from the Soviets. It's got penals inside, wanting to push off some of these Sturm Pyos, and a 221 scout car coming out for OKW trying to contest that.
I like the 221 as a choice here. They've got the advantage already from pushing back the Allies on that side. Press it against the infantry with the 221. If they're going to be on the retreat, you want something fast to catch them up.
I do like what I'm...
engagement on the
Sorry,
north.
Go ahead.
No, we've got an engagement of the north. We've got Daz from the on the Axis team fighting it out with the Brits, but the Brits have managed to move up a machine gun, kind of stopping the Axis getting on that side.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to comment on, is that I like seeing the front line being pushed forward by the Allies, because it can be tempting to just hold all your troops on the fuel point or the victory point itself, but because they've pushed them off, they're moving their machine guns forward. They're going to make the Axis have to earn that ground back. I think that's how you have to play this game. Make the enemy work for everything that they want to take back. Oh, clown car coming into the 221. It's low on health. He needs to get that out of there. Oh, and it goes down. Looks like a Faust was connected by the Volks.
Yeah, that's gonna be a bit of a setback for the Russian player there, considering he's also trying to field penals. Losing the clown car is not gonna be good economically for him.
Yeah, and there is some serious penal spam going on here. 3 from the blue. We got 2 from the teal here, and they're linked up with this USF 3 squad blob. Oh, and they're about to encounter an MG42 in the house. If they push up, they're not going to like that. Also, a League out for OKW and a second machine gun.
Brits do have a sniper. The artillery is trying to hit it. The League from the Germans landing very close. The sniper's taking damage. You might want to get that out of there because it has been seen.
Look at this counter push from the Axis. Looks like they want to push off the single Brit from defending this flank, and they're going to be able to do it pretty easily. Fire coming in from an MG34. We got the 221 coming in on the flank. Double Sturm Pioneers on an infantry section, and the penals are going to try to come assist and not let them take this too easily. Meanwhile, the Allies are trying to cap the left VP, which would give them a triple cap, but a penal's going up against an MG42 getting suppressed. Looks like he will get the decap though, so the Allies taking an early advantage on the VPs. We'll see what the Axis decide to prioritize next, if they want to focus on fuel or maybe stopping this bleed, or maybe they're not too concerned about it early. It doesn't seem clear what their directive is. They're kind of huddled up around middle. Maybe they're trying to figure out what they should do, but it seems like they're kind of stalled out at the moment.
Yeah, I'd be wanting to keep pushing that advantage. They got the Brit player to pretty much full retreat. It'd be the best time to start using those men that they've got in the back lines here that are just moving basically from flank to flank right now. trying to decide where they're going. A little bit of team coordination, maybe. They need to have a chat, decide what their objective is here.
We got 3 penals moving up on that right side who pushes off a Sturm. The allies are now capping that left side fuel. And yeah, I feel like making a decision and sticking to it is pretty critical because of how wide the map is. Sending all your troops to the left or the right can just really create distance in your armies and your front line. So it's important for them to figure out who's going to be defending middle, and that can make middle weak if you have too many units on the left and right. That'll be an interesting thing to look out for. We do have a battle group headquarters near the mid-left area. Panzerschwer going down already at 7 minutes, so maybe they are electing the quick tech here. But that's going to be difficult without any fuel income.
I like the upgrade choices from the Brit player here. He's armed his Tommies with Brens. He's got a Pierce on his engineers, ready to take out that 221. The snipers with them. The MG's back, moving up. This is a refurbished British force coming back to get back on that flank that they got pushed off of. And the Axis team haven't really been able to reinforce the area enough that I don't think they're going to be able to hold off this onslaught. Here we got the British coming in, supported by the penals.
Yeah, I think it's worth noting how the Axis did not push up their front line the way that the Allies did once they secured the ground. We have this MG34 way far back in the line. Instead, I think they should have had a row of MGs pushed up so that the Allies had to earn that ground back. But instead, they kind of stayed back and didn't really make a decisive push. And now the Allies are going to just march back over that ground again and make a meaningful presence. No way the Axis are going to take over that fuel anytime soon. Looks like they're leaning more heavily towards this left one. 2 Volks, 2 Grenadiers, mortars, machine guns moving in that area.
Those Grenadiers are going to have vision on that relatively weak pack howitzer from the USF there. They might try to, and I think they're going to move on it. Yeah, they've noticed it. That pack howitzer needs to get out of there, but I'm not sure it's going to.
Yep, and it's going to go down.
Interesting choice for the USF to be teching for the pack howitzer this early.
I mean, the Axis do have a considerable amount of MGs, but yeah, obviously I don't think it got put to enough use. It was unprotected. Oh, and the Axis are going to take it. Gren goes ahead and captures that. That's really not what you want.
I know why they've got the pack howitzer now. My mistake. He's gone recon support, so it's the it's the dropped one. I was thinking, interesting to see that he'd gone for that protect, but the commander leans to it, so it makes more sense now. Yeah, I don't think he had enough infantry supporting that. It needed them to tech lieutenant, get the 50 cal over there, or get one of his allies to build a Maxim or something just to protect it. And now it's in Axis hands.
Yeah, not ideal. They do have a league as well. They have mortars, MGs. Allies don't really have too many support weapons. We got a couple of Zis guns out, which I think is good. Res would reach the 10-minute mark. I'm surprised there's been no other light vehicles since the 221 and the clown car. Maybe both sides opting to go for medium tanks.
Yeah, there is a 222 out now though.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, so they've got 2 scout cars. But yeah, I would have expected to have seen something from the Allies, maybe.
A formidable frontline forming in the mid for the Axis. They have the 2 VP advantage. They got that left fuel back, so things are kind of stabilizing. Both teams doing well. A Major coming up by himself. He's going to get pushed back by some Obers. Lots of weapon upgrades for the Axis. Oh, an engineer goes down trying to get a mine. Definitely needs that infantry support. Yeah, the Axis infantry are looking stronger at the moment with, there's lots of Shreks, there's STG 44s on the Volks. Oh, but one Volk in trouble. Here comes a Sherman out of nowhere. Oh, and it takes down a vetted Volk with a STG. That's a big loss.
That's a big loss.
Heck of an introduction to Allied armor, which is fantastic against infantry with those HE rounds.
We do have our final commander lock-ins. We've got, for the remaining Soviet player, we have got shock rifle frontline tactics, and for the final Axis player, we've got close air support doctrine.
The Sherman got introduced to the double Pack 40s sitting back on middle. And now we got the indirect artillery going to work on that infantry. Look at this, the Axis are massing infantry. I don't know if the Allies realize how much infantry that they have back here, because they haven't really shown it in force. They've kind of been reserved with their presence, but I think at any moment they could decide to make a decisive push.
Yeah. Look at the amount of AT the Axis have in their back line here.
Yeah.
They've got so much. They're expecting the T-34s, the Shermans, and if they keep that hidden for long enough, with no recon from the Allies, they could really surprise an armored push. Maybe that's what they're hoping for, because they haven't had the fuel necessarily all game. Maybe they're hoping that the Allies put a lot of their money in the armor, and then they just take that away from them.
Oh, the 221 goes down. What? Oh, the Zisgun got snared by something, and then the Zisgun finished it, I believe. But I agree with you. I mean, now double racks, double pack 40s, plus the Shreks on some Sturms and some Panzergrins. If an allied tank wanders just a little too far, it's not going to survive, and that's a very frustrating thing to experience as an allied player. Oh, speaking of which, T-34 runs a little too far forward. It takes a rack shot, goes down to 75% health. He's lucky he didn't experience the full wrath. And a third rack is out too. My gosh, 5 AT guns just chilling in the middle, ready.
So much AT. Got a bit of a skirmish going on for I've been turning my map. I don't know which end of the VP this is. Well, both VPs on the flanks are being contested by the Allies and captured out by them. We've also got Allied troops moving onto the central VP, but I think they're going to get pinned by machine guns. The recon unit has seen the AT and it's dropped red smoke.
Big hits. Oh, and the Sherman's coming up. That could be a mistake.
That's a massive mistake. That actually fully destroyed one of those Pack 40s and almost fully destroyed the other.
Though the Sherman is danger close. 2 Sturms in pursuit with Shreks and a Raketen trying to get up, but it looks like it's going to get away. That, wow. So yeah, that artillery strike takes out 2 Pack 40s. One of them is destroyed entirely. But then that Sherman thought, okay, it's probably safe I come up, and then he was introduced to the rack. He's lucky he didn't experience the Shreks, or that would have gone down. The Allies do, come out ahead of that engagement, and wow, that was so big.
They did lose the recon unit that placed the artillery, though. We did miss that, but yeah, definitely one unit of Pathfinders versus 2 AT guns. Yeah, I would take that trade any day.
Couple new units on the field, an Osttruppen and a Caddy, and the Caddy's not wasting any time, getting to work, firing on all the support weapons by the Axis. I think that's a good, strong play. The Osttruppen wants to counter that. He wants to take that thing out immediately, but he's going to meet a T-34-85. But the Osttruppen is not alone. It's supported by Volks and the double racks right behind the Osttruppen, and the T-34 is coming right next to it. He could take a lot of damage. A third rack on the right of that T-34. Oh my gosh, he could get snared. He's in real trouble here.
He's real trouble there.
Absolutely swarmed. Welcome to the Hornet's Nest of the Axis. Man, those Raketens sneaking up.
Yeah, the Axis really need to hold this advantage, though. They need to start moving those MGs up and making sure they don't lose this ground to indirect fire from the Scalp. We've got a load more AT guns coming in from the flank. The Brits are moving in on the flank as well. We've got a Comet moving up.
Comet out at 15 minutes. Oh, it's cluster bombs. Does some good damage to the infantry. Massive retreat from the Axis. More red smoke coming down. Looks like another recon artillery strike.
Unit of Tommies goes down in the hectic assault. There's still Axis troops on the flank, though.
The Comet pushing up. The Osttruppens exposed to that. Now the Sherman and the Howitzer putting pressure. Sturms with Shreks, though, coming up. Land a couple of good blows on that. Scott. Oh my gosh, the Comet's just staying aggressive. He wants that Osttruppen.
That Comet is really danger close to those packs.
Oh,
and there's
down.
There's a P4 coming in the background. He's not going to know that.
Good smoke shot. Oh, he's danger low.
And there's a P4 turning around the corner. This is very dangerous for that Comet. It can get out. Oh, and if it's not pushed, yeah. It gets out the skin of its teeth with that. Good
The
dive.
Soviets pick up a rack with shock troops. That's a very expensive support weapon to be recruiting now. But my goodness, the Axis are dug in so hard. They have crisscrossing AT fire all over middle. I would not recommend allies continuing to push here. I think after what they've learned, they need to flank around the sides because they cannot survive long.
Firing. Not a bad first couple of barrages from that Katusha.
Another Panzer IV choice for Axis. There's incendiary by Axis burning these AT guns. It's hitting a mortar as well, and they don't seem to notice. Oh, pretty late. It's gonna make it out of there.
British sniper in there, picked up 12 kills so far.
Ooh.
Not too good, not too bad.
Mortar goes down to the incendiary barrage, just burns to death. Oh, and we got a Jackson out by the Allies, starting to build up a tank force of their own. Sherman still is not repaired. It's coming up low health. Oh my gosh, Raketin flanking around the right. The Raketin, or the Comet, taking so many hits.
Oh.
Now a KV-8 is out.
You got a Panther out for the Axis.
Oh, the Panther's diving the Sherman, who's in big trouble. The Sherman was handling the Obers on the flank, but now the Panther's gonna... Oh, take it out. That is really unfortunate. KV-8 trying to hurt these Obers. Man, those are hurt. They could see the Allies reacting to this Panther, but red smoke goes down on the AT gun. KV-8 backing up into it. What is this call in? I don't know. I didn't see anything happen.
Was it just red? Was it just red smoke trying to get them to push off? Was there a major around with the full smoke?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
But there is an overwhelming amount of Axis infantry in this center now. I'm not sure the Allies have anything to reply with right now.
Well, the Caddy just forced a big retreat. We have an Ober and a Gren of one model, barely making it out.
Ooh.
This Zis gun, 2 models trying to push up this P4 with the... Oh, here comes a Jackson. Main gun destroyed. Oh, and the Jackson finishes it.
Oh, that was unfortunate there for the the Axis. Allies did manage to recover. Both sides seem to have a lot of off-map coolings in terms of artillery and air force covered in. So there's red smoke flying everywhere on this map.
Oh my
This
gosh.
center is now a crater compared to what it was at the beginning of the game.
This 6-pounder, 2 models trying to carry this British AT gun away, and those cluster bombs exploding just feet away from them. It looked like a scene out of a movie.
Has it got Obers on it? Is it?
Yeah, he might. Yeah, I don't know. They're desperate for AT now.
Obers.
And I can't blame him. There is a lot of Allied armor coming at them, and lots of different types. Scots, T-34s, KV-8s, Jacksons. There's a lot going on. A lull in the battle now, and both sides maintaining their fuel. Axis do have more of the map, so they do have more income from those additional points. Looks like the Allies are going to contest that. They're also decamping middle. But man, not a lot from the Axis in the middle now. Just a few AT guns and a League. They're really all getting refitted and healed up.
I love this tactic from the Axis, using the close air support doctrine to bring in fuel on the left there.
Oh yeah, that should help them. Another Panther out, or I guess that might be the same one. Axis really starting to make their presence known in the middle again. More red smoke going down on both sides. Stug 3 is out, and more red smoke. It's just endless. It's a strafe by the Soviets. My gosh, what a caddy target this would be near the orange battle group. And more red smoke going down in the right cache.
Panther has moved up. Yeah, it's hitting the Ford assembly.
That's the coordinated barrage.
Allied tanks are moving in on that Panther. The Panther's low.
Oh my gosh, it completely outclassed. So much Allied armor.
A Firefly in the middle with its rear armor facing 2 Axis tanks, though. That's a bad placement.
Oh no, here comes Allied armor to counter that, but they don't know. There's 2 AT guns on the left. They're so focused on this Duke 3 as Scott goes down to the AT guns.
Good use of the Stug to kind of bait those tanks
absolutely.
Closer.
Here comes a Jackson. That's a vulnerable push-up. Jacksons cannot take too many hits. Look at the Allies locking down this right side VPs. The Axis had a machine gun and Obers. The Allies respond with a KV-8 and a Comet to push them off.
Yeah, that KV-8 supported by a lot of medium tanks is going to do a lot of work. The Comet is probably the perfect partner in crime for that KV-8. Comet can put out a big old punch if any Axis heavy tanks turned up, and then yeah, it's got the gun to support the KV-8, so it doesn't have to switch to its main gun, and it can just keep flaming those infantry units. Got a fresh Panther out. Yeah, I got a fresh Panther out for the Axis. Still loads of AT guns. Orange player alone has got 3 AT guns.
Yeah. One of them a British quarter pounder.
Yeah.
Or 6 pounder.
Yeah, I really like the 6 pounder AT gun. I think it's one of the better ones in terms of the punch it hits with.
Yeah, penetration's very consistent on it. You can just see the front line developing.
IS-2 out.
Oh.
There's a Russian IS-2 hiding on their lines.
And a new Firefly.
Yeah. There's a lot of Allied armor.
I can't even find the IS-2. Where's it at?
It's
oh, it's on the right side. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's on the right side VP.
Wow. Okay. Looks like this Panther is gonna figure out his presence.
Well, he's seen the KV-8, but he has not seen the IS-2. The infantry takes the first IS-2 shot.
Oh my gosh. Pretty strong presence by the Allies over here.
Yeah.
Infantry, instant retreat. Now the Panther is exposed to the wrath of this. Oh, there is a rack to support.
Yep, it's moving up to try and hit that IS-2. Got Panther moving up in the center as well as a P4.
Good use by the Comet smoke shell to get out of danger. It was low against that Panther. KV-8's gonna push off the rack. Now if the Allies were smart, I think they would dive this Panther. It is completely alone on this right side.
The AT gun horde of the Axis is moving up in the center behind a Panzer IV.
Oh, and there's a Caddy.
Tanks with the Panther IV.
Good use.
Caddy's coming in. Fantastic use of the Caddy. The Stugs are moving up behind that. And it's blocking the AT guns.
Yeah. Two go down. Meanwhile, the IS-2 is pushing the lone Panther on the right. Misses a shot. And then a bounce. Oh man, lucky Panther. IS-2's in pursuit. I think he's gonna get away, but man, yeah, that was a great counter to those AT guns, but they both are crewable in the middle.
Neither side really wanting to push in at the moment.
VP's fairly even, 368 to 299.
With the Axis holding 2 VPs right now, so it is the Allies that are ticking down, so yeah. Very even.
Fuel income is identical at 35. Oh gosh, red smoke going down on this Jackson T-34. Looks like they do see it though. And get them out of there. It's that coordinated barrage from the command tanks. It's pretty devastating. Oh, and a plane strafe comes in. Thankfully, the Allies do have a quad card for anti-air. And more red smoke coming down on these Jacksons. It's just relentless.
This is the 105 strike from the Obercommander Scavenge Doctrine coming in.
The Jacksons aren't moving.
If they get a direct hit, that could really put them in danger. There's a Panther moving up. The Axis tanks are in the center. We've got some red smoke coming down on the center as well. Looks like the Allies are trying to counter it with their own strikes. It's the flame strike coming down. And an IL-2. Oh.
Suppressing the infantry, doing damage to AT guns. Panzerschwer desperately trying to shoot that plane down. Oh, here comes the Comet. It hits a mine, but they take out the IR half-track, which was doing a lot of the scouting work for the Axis. They're probably going to replace that. Oh, Panther shoots through the smoke. Destroys the gun on the Comet. It is so hurt.
It's
Firefly
there.
Needs to take a shot for the President.
2 Panthers moving in, and they're going to see both. They're probably going to pick up the Firefly here as well. Firefly bounced on the first. Oh, yeah, that Firefly's now in issue. Now having issues.
There are the 2 Jacksons from middle here to support as the Firefly tries to get away. Oh, and the Panther hits a mine. There is another mine on the road. The Allies are lucky. The Panther will back up into that. Oh, and they snipe the Firefly.
There's another Panther moving in.
One goes down. He hits the other mine.
IS-2 is very low in the center. T-34 finally moving into action. It's been hiding under that. Is that a second IS-2? Hang on.
Oh, the Jackson bounces on the wounded Panther. Oh, and the Jackson goes down. 2 IS-2. I can't believe this Panther has escaped. T-34-85 coming in. Oh, and there's an Axis anti-tank plane strafe doing damage to the T-34. We have 2 incredibly wounded Panthers making it out alive, and another one with a snared engine, a Stu with the snared engine. Oh my gosh.
Now there's the IS-2 pushing those 2 injured Panthers.
Oh, here he comes.
Here comes Payne.
And he misses. Oh, that's frustrating.
Finish it.
And the 2 racks rotating from middle. Sliver of health for the Panther. Caddy coming in desperately. And it takes it down. Double rack hits on the IS-2. Unbelievable tank fights happening here. The other IS-2 is in repair.
British engineers stealing one of the racks, running away with it.
Wow.
There's a lot of injured tanks on the field.
Yeah. This Pink Panther. Cannot believe it survived. A Jackson bounced on it that would have killed it, and then the Axis took out the Jackson. That's just gotta be... That's what rage-induced Code 2 moments are made of right there.
Oh, that was... Both teams seem to now be going for the same tactic of tanks and AT. There's a lot less infantry on the field to actually cap points. So we're getting this very stagnant sort of back and forth.
Yeah.
And then all of the red smoke comes down. And I think it's the red smoke that's been wiping out the infantry, really.
Absolutely. I mean, there's the IL-2 strafes, the incendiaries, the coordinated barrages. By the way, the Brit has put out a Crocodile, which is... I think it's a good choice, given the amount of AT guns. It can roast them. It can take a hit.
Yeah,
It'll be interesting to see how that plays.
It's down to how they use it, really.
The Caddy is doing fantastic.
Yeah, we both looked at that at the same time.
39 kills.
Yeah.
Oh man, Penals are on a bit of a probing mission. Took a direct shot from a League. The health drop was incredible from 1 League shot. Oh, Vet 3 Penals at risk of going down. They needed to retreat that a lot sooner.
They did take out the League.
Goodness.
But that Penal just running for his life. Look at him.
Yeah, Vet
sprinting across.
Goodness. That's stressful. Here comes the Crocodile saying hello.
Vet 2 Obers are now in issue from that Crocodile.
Oh, they go down.
And he goes down.
Oh, and the Crocodile taking hits from the Pac-40 and Panther. Love the use of the smoke shells. Good micro from the Allies there, from the Brit especially. Oh,
I think something to definitely note right now is the income for the Allies in terms of their munitions. With all of these strikes, having that extra, what is that?
10
15
more.
Munitions.
Yeah.
Is just doing wonders for them.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, one Axis player has 47 income. The others have 42. So he must have a truck or some sort of...
Oh,
that's right. Yeah, yeah.
He's got the 221, yeah.
And as suspected, the Axis have replaced their IR half-track. It's just so effective at spotting those allied units in the open for their arty strikes.
Also got the Stukas of Foos out in the background.
An interesting note, that unit will actually be banned after this first round of play. After Relic confirmed, there is a bug that can allow it to spot units even out of its range. So in later games of the tournament, that will be a banned unit. Oh, here come the cluster bombs on middle, wiping out an MG and a caddy to follow it up on these AT guns.
Those AT guns need to get out of there. Panthers moving up. The IS-2 in the center with the Dishka has found 2 racks. He wants to get out of there with 2 Panthers prowling. Oh, it takes some rack hits. British engineers moving in. We got the Crocodile coming up with the T-34 still not being moved there.
Holy cow, the counterattack from the Allies on the infantry and the Crocodile coming in. The problem is, with that IR half-track, it's really hard for the Allies to surprise the Axis with any of these pushes. Gosh, 4 Panthers. Just sitting in the middle. 2 Stugs on the left. This is a brawl. 3 penals coming up the mid. Oh, the vetted Grenadier goes down. The second one at risk of going down. Allies harassing this right flank. Panthers are going to respond. The Allies do have the VP advantage.
Oh, do you know what? Another reason the Allies have so many call-ins?
What's that?
The Brits have the option to have the forward observation post upgrade for building some forward observers. So they're using that to call in artillery strikes. That's why there's that very close, well, not particularly close, but the forward observation, the forward assembly close to the road there. That's got a multitude of call-ins.
Oh, T-34 goes down, overextends. IS-2 is overextending, and it shows its rear armor. No, what was he thinking? He pushed by himself. The Stugs from the left side. Oh, and this player is just... Their Vet 3 penals wandering into a Stug. I think he's so frustrated. I think... Oh my gosh, he... T-34-85 IS-2 go down for nothing.
Yep, but there goes the penal as well.
The good news is...
last name redacted. It just took a big hit to his army value there.
But IS-2 instantly replaced. And the Allies do have them triple capped. Oh, Caddy coming down on the perfect target of 4 AT guns. 1 goes down.
Oof. Axis looking to make a push over on the left VP with the 2 Scots about to meet a Panther.
Oh! The Artie stuns the Panther. Jackson's finish it off. Only 1 AT gun surviving out of the 4 that were there just minutes ago.
Oh, wow. Now those recon Pathfinders moving up, seeing where they can drop the red smoke next.
Oh my gosh, here's the fresh IS-2. A Panther's gonna be introduced to 2 Jacksons and an IS-2. The red smoke is relentless. It seems like at any given moment there's some sort of strike being called in.
None of the Axis commanders have options for heavy tanks. So the heaviest tank these guys can put out is the Panther right now.
Well, there is the Sturm Tiger, but I doubt we'll see it.
I doubt we'll see it against an IS-2.
Yeah.
It's a very bad matchup, and those Jacksons in the center just sniping Panthers anytime they rear their head.
Looks like we got some Axis armor heading over to the west side to link up with the other Panther. They're getting aggressive. They want to push this north flank. This could be critical because the flank is completely unprotected by the Allies. Look at, there's a lone Scot. Now a Jackson is responding, but they're going to need help with this infantry. These Grenadiers could snare this Jackson and cause a lot of trouble. Oh, and they do. Oh, look at this push.
This is a fantastic push.
Red smoke goes down.
This is a great move from the Axis.
Great IL-2 strike called in by the Soviets. Oh, Jackson goes down. Panther snared.
2 Jacksons go down.
Stuka going down. Just destroying allied support weapons.
Those catties need to be moved from the mid, because if this retreat goes... If they're forced to retreat from the center here,
my
they're
gosh.
wide open.
The IS-2 just went down.
No way.
They're pushing from middle at the same time. A Panther caught it off guard. 2 racks coming up the middle.
Those Panthers from center doing work. Churchill really looking low. That catty needs to be moved out of there.
That second IS-2 coming in. The players from the right are coming in to support. IS-2 getting up close and personal. I don't think he realizes how much AT is ready to wail on. The racks are low and 25% health. Panther goes down.
Goes really low. Oh yeah, that goes down. Stuke's moving in. They've got shots out on those Scots. Oh.
Absolute.
Oh. Churchill goes
chaos.
down. That had a command upgrade as well. So does the Scot.
The KV-8 not making it's trying to stop this infantry, but it's in front of 2 Stooks and a Panther. It's getting danger close. Oh gosh, something else just went down. Maybe another Panther.
KV-8 went down.
Oh my gosh, so much death and destruction, but the Axis still have 2 Stooks and a Panther on the left flank. And they're moving in on the flanks of these AT guns.
Yeah, and there is no answer here from the Allies. Their remaining tanks are a weak IS-2. There's a fresh Sherman Firefly out, but that's about it right now. Oh no, there is one on Jackson as well. There's
the IS-2, the teal one's still alive, and that player is producing 2 Su-85s right at the moment, which I think is a good choice, given how much armor is on the field. What an amazing push by the Axis to flip the tides. They realized that flank was weak, and they capitalized hard.
Sherman Firefly and a Jackson, though, have found a weak Panther, and there's more weak Panthers around the corner. There's a Stuk or a Foos moving up into the center. It's about to meet the Jackson, but the Jackson takes a hit in the rear. It's going to turn its gun to try and hit that Panther instead.
Now the Allies leaning heavily on a backbone of AT guns. Scrappy AT guns with 3 models, low health. Couple of Raketans. And they're dropping some medical supplies over here. Must be the Brit player.
It's a great push from the Axis, but they did lose a lot of infantry models in that. And a lot of their Panthers went low. They have repaired quite a few of them now, but it does mean that their infantry front line is going to be out of the fight for a little while at least. Meaning they can't really capitalize on the capturing. It's going to give the Allies a bit of a breather. Pink Panther goes weak to an Su-85 in the center.
The Allies do have the VP advantage, so they have time to regroup here. As they're sitting at 329 points, the Axis have 109.
Interesting place for the 223 scout car for the Axis. They're going to try and run that around the back. They are.
That's a smart play.
They're going to try and run that around the back to see what they can see. They're going to notice that this VP over here just has a Maxim on it.
That's a smart play.
It's going to move the Maxim off. Can they cap with that?
That's a great question. I think they can. I think they can. Oh, a Penal! That Stuka hit just dropped 6 models on its first rocket and an AT gun is an incredible barrage. Holy cow.
There is an IS-2 moving towards that command car now. That scout car is about to have a bad day. Pops its smoke. It's going to try and get out of there. The IS-2, yeah, it's going to chase it down. It fancies a little light snack.
I think it's going to get away. The IS-2 got lost in the smoke. Okay, wow. So the Brit has a crocodile out. I think this is a fresh one. Yeah, because he lost that other one.
Previous one went down.
Soviet player still has his IS-2, Su-85, and the second one nearly done. Oh, he's pop capped, so he can't finish that. USF player, 2 Jacksons still. Another Su-85, and then a T-34 in production. So the Allies are rebuilding their tank forces. They're not in terrible shape.
No, not at all.
Let's see. Let's take an inventory of the Axis armor. We got 2 Panthers from pink, 2 Panthers and 2 Stugs from red, 2 Panthers from purple, and only 2 Stukas from orange. Man, that's an incredible amount of tanks. Look at the Stugs on the flank, coming out of nowhere against these Su-85, catching them off guard.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Oh, Su-85 goes down. Oh gosh, here comes a Panther too.
There's red smoke going down as well. The Churchill's moving up the center trying to find that IR half-track. It's going up alone with no AT support because all this AT now is focused on this flank push. There's Panthers moving in on the Churchill. If they lose this again, that's got a big bit of economy losing there for the Brits. It's really expensive to refit those Churchills, especially as the Churchill Crocodile isn't as armored as the other.
More red smoke.
More red smoke goes down. There's a loss of a Jackson, loss of a Scott in the center.
Yeah, one of the Jacksons tried to 1v2 the Stugs. One of the Stug 3s did go down. Panthers are backing up. That's the that red smoke was an IL-2 strafe. Oh, this Panther, danger low.
Yeah, it's gonna go down, but it did half health the IS-2. So that's not gonna be able to move in on any other pushed engagements. It's a good use of a Panther, honestly, especially if it's gonna get out of there.
So much AT. Good use on the Allies on the flank here. Just AT guns sniping them from the side, unsuspectingly.
Those capped racks, yeah.
Yeah, but the Axis taking priority of the VPs, making this push very effective.
There is a Kong's Tiger out in the center. We've got our first heavy Axis tank coming in. That's really going to do some damage, especially with how low a lot of the Allied tanks are right now.
Oh, the Stuka gets a huge hit on repairing engineers. Here comes a Werfer to follow it up. Takes out an engineer. Oh, the Caddies are in danger. Close proximity to that barrage, and they respond.
They lost a Firefly in that.
They lost a Firefly. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I thought it was just the engineers.
No, the Firefly went up as well.
That is a big hit.
Churchill is and this Jackson are about to move up and meet the Kong's Tiger. Jackson's half health. That weakened Churchill with less speed than the Jackson really needs to get out of there.
Good use of smoke again. Yeah. Allies noticing the VPs, capping left and right. 2 Panthers on the left though. Harassing that poor Pathfinder.
Again, these teams coming out with a long game for their first game really want to duke it out for this first go at the title.
I think it's smart for the Allies to focus on the left and right VP to close this out. The Axis have 100 points. Majority of their forces are congregated in the middle. That's their strong point. If the Allies just focus on the left and right VPs, avoiding all of that mess, they could potentially bleed them out, even with a smaller army size.
Panther moving down, seeing this weak IR Pathfinder, but is going to see that there's nothing on this flank again. And this is the flank that the Axis keep pushing in from. I'm surprised they haven't started setting up some AT guns here just to stop that flank coming through the center and really pushing them off the points.
Yeah, well, as I said that, yeah, I think you just mentioned this, the Axis are pushing left. Mid is a little more barren. It looks like the Axis are keen to hold this left point and not let it be decapped so easily. Good Stuka hit there. Stuka. Yeah.
Stukas are starting to really put in some work. 29 kills and 4 kills respectively on those. How are those Catties doing? Because they're both very high veterans. They've got 54 kills and 24 kills. A lot of really good artillery usage so far in this tournament.
Yeah, it's been incredible. It's been overwhelming to just watch and keep track. I mean, it creates an absolute chaos that must be, it makes it difficult to follow who's dropping what.
Oh, another great Stuka hit coming in. Gets a squad
KT.
wipe there.
Eyes set on that crocodile again, but SU-85 and IS-2 and a 6-pounder responding. Panthers responding to that. Panthers hit mines. We've got 2 snared Panthers on the right, but red smoke comes down. Those allied tanks forcing them back. Oh my gosh, more Panthers. 3 red Panthers and a Stu coming from the left flank. We had an allied armor go down to artillery. 2 snared Panthers get red smoke on top of them. Are they gonna get out of there?
Loads of red smoke just dropping left, right, and center.
Oh my gosh.
The IS-2 trying to push the 2 weakened pink Panthers. Along with the
one goes down.
One goes down.
3 different colored planes flying around over top of the battlefield.
Where's everybody's AA? Okay, no, the Russians have some AA. They're shooting some planes down.
Oh, and the Panthers just roaming up the street, up the road of the middle. They're taking the road to Arnhem. They got their eyes set on Crocodile.
Oh, that exotic meat that is Crocodile.
Oh, but 2 Zis guns in the IS-2 here to support.
Oh, this is gonna be bloody. Those Panthers need to
Crocodile
get out
goes
of there.
down.
Panther is gonna finish off the Crocodile. And he's gonna support his friends in getting away.
Wow. That is the most...
IS-2 looks like it wants to push.
That is the frustrating experience against Panthers, is how quick they are, especially on those roads. They can take a hit and they can get away quickly. Man. Great push though. Man, they just fearlessly traveled up that main road to finish off that Crocodile. Left and right VPs.
Yeah.
Important skirmishes. Oh. Man, Axis are hanging on. They just capped the left.
Here comes another command car to go scout out that flank again. It's going to be an IS-2 again. It's deja vu, everybody. Oh, I didn't notice that. The Kongsteiger's gun was destroyed, so that's back for repairs. There's 4 Panthers back there for repairs. It's up to Axis infantry currently to try and make sure that the Allies don't get too much of a hold on all of the points.
Yeah, currently nobody's bleeding. Mid's neutralized, but Allies desperately trying to get a cap on it with a 2 model lieutenant.
This could be bad. A Pink Panther hit a mine, and now it's about to meet some AT guns and an IS-2.
Oh! Double hit by the Zis.
That Panther is going to go down.
Something tells me that they can afford it, though. There's so many tanks in their arsenal.
Pink already has another Panther in production, but he has no Panthers on the field right now. He lost both of them. So.
I mean, so many players with. I mean, the teal Soviet player, 900 fuel and 1,700 manpower. That's unbelievable.
Coming in with a flank right now, just a bit of a setup inspection. Ooh. He's met a load of AT guns though, which have all just turned towards him. Yep, he's gonna run home with his tail between his legs.
Okay, KT repaired.
Another Crocodile out? It is. Wow, this is another fresh Crocodile. This is the 3rd Crocodile of the game. I would have stopped relying on the Crocodile about now, considering that is a 230 fuel sink.
You know,
640 manpower sink each time.
I can't.
Especially as there is a player on the field that also has KV-8s. Like, the flamethrower isn't doing that much for you right now. Why not put that into comets? Because he has tech comets as well. A couple of comets round those flanks when those Panthers turn up wouldn't go amiss right now, because they have a faster speed than the Panthers. It would be the one tank that would outrun them.
My gosh, look at the AT lineup for the Allies. Oh, I mean, here comes a Stuka though. Big Oh, 3 AT guns go down to the Stuka. Just as I complimented how many they had, and now red smoke coming on top of that. Another Stuka, another AT goes down.
Those AT guns did do enough, though, to push that King Tiger back again.
Wow. Just like that. Allied. And they were all lined up perfectly for that Stuka barrage.
One of the Stukas, though, got counter-batteried, and it was destroyed in the backline there.
Oh. Well, that's interesting.
Which one of the Allied commanders has counter-striked? Was that just he saw where the fire was coming from and aimed the cat?
I don't know. I missed it.
Yeah, I just heard the announcer say that they'd lost a light vehicle, and I couldn't work it out.
Could have been from the caddy, or it could have been from the strafe. So many call-ins happening. It's easy to miss. What's killing what? Caddies are responding. Lots of dead Rakettans littering the battlefield. Allies managed to triple cap them temporarily. This is what the Axis cannot afford to have happen.
No, not when they're so low on those victory points. Axis at the moment don't really have the infantry support to recap either. This could be the nail in the coffin right now.
That is the downside.
One of those VPs as well.
The downside to having such a tank-heavy force is you can't cap the points when it matters most. Unlike the Soviets, who can cap with veteran T-34s.
The Axis have one of these points secured, but they can't cap it. It's got 3 tanks around it. None of them get out to... And here comes 2 Jacksons. The Jacksons have seen the weak Panther. Get a main gun destroyed on it. That Panther's gonna go down.
Big fights happening for the middle VP, too. Ostwind goes down. 2 Panthers trying to fight. Everything is low. Like, nobody is healthy on this front line, but now the Axis finally decapping the left. It's getting danger close. 25 points. They're also
goes down in the middle.
Trying to decap this mid, but cluster bombs coming in. Caddy's coming in. This Vet 5 Volks is in a lot of trouble. Oh, and he's just gonna get melted. Absolutely.
Nail in the coffin for the
melted.
Axis. Just wasn't able to get those VPs down to 14 points unless they can cap all 3 right now. I think they're goners. There is a Vet 3 Stug diving. He wants to kill that T-34 in the center. Sorry, that IS-2 in the center.
I think the right VP was their play. They just simply don't have time to decap now. It's going to be a GG.
Yeah. Is that Stug not going to take that IS-2? No, he got it.
Oh my gosh.
What an exciting first match.
Yeah, I think if the Axis prioritized that right VP a little more, they could come back in that game.
Yeah.
Crazy. I'm impressed. Both teams, a great matchup. I mean, the amount of call-ins was just overwhelming. The tank battles were epic. Stats are gonna be interesting.
Yes. So many call-ins. Honestly, there was just smoke after smoke, and they all had the munitions to support it. I really enjoyed that to watch. There was so much just all the time. It was full on.
All right, let's take a look at some of these stats here. Oh my gosh. Mike's MVP card, all Katyushas. 106 kills.
70,000 damage dealt.
Wait a second. 106 kills, but 98 are infantry. That means 8 kills on vehicles. That's kind of wild. So he must have taken out those Stukas that you saw.
Yeah, it must have been just a well placed caddy barrage at the back there.
Everyone else's cards pretty standard. Nothing too stand out. Panther with 39 kills. That's interesting. The OKW player.
There was a lot of Panthers on the field though, so you would expect that.
Wow. 70 damage, 70k damage from Mike, 240 kills. Definitely the MVP for the Allies. And only 163 losses. as a Soviet. I mean, that's a good place.
Yeah, for sure.
But obviously an even matchup. The Axis all floating. We got 3 players with 100 kills and 1 with 200 kills. I mean, the damage is pretty even across the board. It just was a great matchup.
But I do feel like the Axis really could have capitalized on some of those moments. They had some amazing tank pushes. That tank push through the center, they just didn't have the infantry to support it all the time. Their infantry was elsewhere or was taken out by those Katyusha barrages. And just the amount of call-ins, which meant they couldn't really capitalize every time they got themselves the advantage. But it was a fantastic game. Both sides just put out so much and really played that tug of war for the center. It was brilliant to see.
Yeah, it was so much closer than the score made it out to be. The Allies did end with around 200 points, but I think with the Axis, the Axis had them on their toes throughout that whole second half of the game, and they just weren't able to capitalize. Like you noticed towards the end, they had 3 tanks around a VP and couldn't cap it. Like that was their nail in the coffin, because if they could buy themselves more time, I think they could grind down the Allies, because their tank superiority was clear. They could take more hits, and they were trading in favor in each of those tank battles. It seemed, from my point of view, Allies were just consistently dropping more tanks. But yeah, that's what made it a great game, is the Allies didn't give up. They kept fighting and grinding, and they stayed on top of the VPs. You got to give them credit. They knew and realized that would be a way to win this game.
For sure.
All right, so yeah, we'll take a break, guys. Get a snack, grab a drink. It's going to be a long day, so buckle up, and we'll be back after this. All right, guys, welcome back. Man, another exciting matchup. AD did come away with it, the Allies, on road to Arnhem, so United Noobs of Sweden need to clinch out this game, or they're going to be moving to the losers bracket. And as per all the game twos in this round, we are flipping sides. So United Noobs of Sweden will now be Allies, AD will be Axis, and they are playing on the same map, road to Arnhem. So Midge, what do you think? What should we look out for from these two players? Do you think they're going to, based on that first crazy battle, that they're going to come away with anything that we might see a strategy change? Would you expect to see more of the same?
I hope that we see a bit of a strategy change. What we had from both sides, I think, in that previous matchup was a lot of reliance on call-ins, which went in favor of the Allies. Now those Allies are on the Axis side. I think they've got to realize that maybe that's not the way to go for them. There was real lack of Axis heavy tanks as well in that previous game, which I think right at the end there could have shifted the balance, considering how many IS-2s were out for the Soviets in that time. So hopefully those people that were just playing the Allies who had those heavy tanks don't rely too much on the call-ins and maybe go for that as their tactic here. Same for the Allies, though. The people that were playing the Axis need to learn from the fact that they didn't bring out those heavy tanks, and maybe think about that with their commander choices. But obviously, being the Allies now, they have a much more limited pool of heavy tanks that they can choose from. So, I'm interested to see where they go with this.
One thing I felt with the way the aggressive tank battles that were unfolding is the USF player in particular just felt at such a disadvantage because those Jacksons can't take a hit. And there was AT guns from every direction. There was the Stugs and Panthers coming from the left and the right. Those Jacksons went down so quick. And I'm looking actually at the next game and I see that there is no USF player. I think that's a smart choice if there's going to be more of the same, because they need some heavy duty tanks to put up with what I expect, like you're saying. I expect the Axis to probably have a Yag and an Elephant commander, at least in the selection, but that'll be interesting to see. I'm going to go ahead and load up. So one of the first things we'll take a look at is what commanders are in the queue specifically for the Soviets. Are we going to see an ISU? Are we going to see an Elephant? Let's find out. So, Soviets, we got Shock Army. We got another IS-2 commander. I don't see another IS-2 commander. I don't see any ISUs. Another guard motor. No, so
it's just the IS-2.
Every Soviet does have an IS-2 commander. So 3 Soviets is interesting. We got some Tiger tanks here for the Wehrmacht. Tiger tank on all of his commanders, and I didn't get to see the rest. But we'll take a look at that here in a second. Here we go. I'm starting on the top with the Allies. We got the Soviets teching Tier 2. Both Soviets teching Tier 2, which is the opposite. Last game, both Soviets tech Tier 1 from AD. What are you noticing on the Axis side?
Only one of the Wehrmacht is currently teching. I don't know if that was because of a misclick. They're yet to leave the base currently. Something that I did notice is that all of the Axis commanders seem to have a heavy tank at least available to each of the players. So maybe they will turn it around and get those heavy tanks out. But they need to be careful, because last game, although the Allies won and now they're playing the Axis, the people who played the Axis last game did bring the fight, and there were some moments there where it was very touch and go for the Allies. So this is all really to play for, especially as also if the Allies lose this game, sorry, trying to get the teams right around in my head, they will be moved to the losers bracket.
Yeah, and we do have our first commander lock-in. Guess what it is? Yag Tiger. So I think we've answered our own question. Oh, we have a second one. Grand Offensive.
All 3 Soviets locking in as well with shock rifles.
Oh my gosh, and that was our game 1 versus Ghost Division and 4 Horsemen. That was a favorite commander choice as well, which that's surprising to me.
Well, you have to say, the versatility of having a KV-8, shock troops, and an IS-2 in your lineup does play well to fight.
Absolutely, it's not a bad commander, but doubling up on it, it seems unwise. And that, well, yeah, but in the first matchup, it was doubled up, and now it's tripled up, and that's surprising to me to see that. If it's coincidence or there's some sort of meta that I just haven't seen before. But yeah, like with the Axis, almost every commander has access to a Tiger tank, minus the Overwatch for OKW. So yeah, I think we're gonna see some heavy hitters out from the Axis.
If they live that long, some really good grouping of the conscripts. The Kupelwagen going to go down in mid to the British and the engineers there. I have to say, the Allies are bringing their A game on this flank.
Yeah, this is a very good battle for them. Overwhelming with numbers. Conscripts on the flank of this MG. So it looks like a triple team here for the Allies. Wow, that MG is almost going down. Just makes it out. Axis are evening it out though. Stern Pioneer's doing a lot of work on that red cover and retreat.
Oof,
Threatening.
yeah.
Oh, takes a conscript down.
Conscript goes down. Forces the other one back. Also, Axis do have a sniper out under AD's biggest player. Last name redacted. They should just change their team name to last name redacted at this point.
So the Allied push gets completely repulsed, mass retreat, and the Axis do come out ahead. The conscript's just not able to put out enough firepower. And now we got 3
squads. Look at the amount of conscripts dead in that road there.
They've laid down their lives for the greater good. And now Axis have both fuels.
Yeah, both fuels. They were our winners of last game as well, so... Currently looking a little bit sheepish for the Allies.
By the way, for those of you watching, there's a little dot next to the team names just above the player cards, which indicates if there is any previous games won. It's an easy way to keep track of who might be on the chopping block. But man, the Axis are looking super strong, dominating the map already at 4 minutes. The Allies are going to need to come back, and they can't waste time. They're going to need to create a meaningful counterattack, because with all this heavy tank potential in the forefront, they can't let them get too far ahead in production there.
Diana here using some great micromanaging in and out of the building with these stern pioneers, stopping the British from setting up their Lewis gun. Now they've got some Panzer Fusiliers coming from Mike, helping them out, and Miss Hanlon's conscripts can't really do anything here. It's great tying up those units in the center, forcing all of the Allies to try and focus on this one house, just while the other Axis can just maneuver on the flanks here.
Well, speaking of which, the Allies are going to find out there's nothing defending the left fuel, so they're going to go ahead and cap that, which is what they need. Oh, MG42 suppressing 4 squads in the middle, and a 5th conscript trying to flank. That is brutal. The Allies don't want these mass retreats right now.
That's the problem with blobbing up your infantry. One, especially if you're Allies, because the MG42 is just so quick to suppress. They can cause these mass routes, which in this kind of game, if it's multiple players, that's multiple players not on the field of fighting.
Yeah, and the Axis just extending their dominance, flanking around, capping points on the Allied side of the field. Infantry just spread out, and the Allies are really focused on this one point, kind of grouped together. Oh, and a rifle grenade wipes a conscript. Oh, there was two squads pushed close together, and that was, oh man, the Allies cannot afford these kinds of losses. The left is completely undefended by the Axis though, and it looks like this Soviet player's figured that out. So he's gonna go ahead and cap those. Oh, you know what? The Allies have 2 caches down, which explains probably their lack of infantry presence.
Right, yeah. Will that help them, or will that be punished in itself? There's now a big Axis blob moving to recap their fuel on that side. Oh. It's only the Soviet player who's already retreated the Maxim.
And the sniper to back him up. That's a tough to go against.
That sniper, 7 kills already.
That's just brutal on the manpower bleed already with those fuel cache investments. Yeah.
A really well micromanaged sniper can be devastating. Not so much against Soviet players, but if he starts targeting those British infantry units where they're almost 100 manpower more.
3 grenades wipe out the Maxim on the left. Conscript threatening to go down. This is some excruciating losses for the Allies. It's going to be so hard to recover. I haven't seen any trades.
Axis have access to both munitions here, both fuels. The economy is so in their favor right now. 68 munis to 26 munis, 22 fuel to 45 fuel.
It's a lot of machine guns coming out by the Allies.
Out for the Brits. But is that the wisest choice right now, considering the Axis haven't put out any vehicles? AEC is perfect for taking out enemy light vehicles, but there aren't any. And if the Axis push straight for, say, a Panzer IV, that AAC is going to be next to useless.
Well, there is the scout car threatening the right side, and the Allies are trying to contest this fuel.
Oh, my mistake. I didn't see that.
That is a new unit on the field. There's a lot of mines going down on the left flank, which could definitely become a factor if the AEC makes its way over there. MG bunker going down early for their Wehrmacht, just trying to protect one of their flanks. But they're still going to secure this fuel, which is, man, far from ideal for the Allies now. And just MGs, they don't have much to counter that. There's one mortar two mortars out now for the
British
Soviets.
players still yet to lock in a commander, but we've had all commanders locked in now for the Axis. They've got the elite troop doctrine, the lightning war doctrine. I think you already mentioned ground offensive and breakthrough.
Yeah, so Tiger Ace and Yag Tiger potential for the Axis. And this one Soviet player trying desperately to hold off the Axis on the left. He's getting double teamed. The Maxim and a shock troop, but the sniper just hammering the Maxim. Oh, that's just a lot to ask for.
I love this use of the sniper combined with the grenadiers with the Jaeger infantry package. Just being able to keep the Allies at an arm's length away from your units. It's great. A load of smoke in the center here.
Yeah, really good to stop that Maxim. AEC is going after that scout car. He's going to reverse away to safety. It seems like the Allies have just had a fatal start to this match with their infantry losses.
They've already lost half their VPs as well.
Yeah.
Is this going to be the nail in the coffin for that team? United Noobs of Sweden really suffering here. What can they do to push it back?
I think the only way is if they can manage to trade and bleed some manpower from the Axis, forcing them to reinforce to replace infantry rather than get quick tanks. Because once those tanks are out, the Allies won't be able to counter both infantry and tanks, given how much they've lost. And speaking of which, a shock troop on the verge of going down. The 4 squads of Axis, and it does. That's a big loss. 360 manpower down the drain.
Yeah, maybe the United Noobs here put too much of their energy into the previous game. Maybe the fact that they didn't win despite all of those Panzer pushes and made so many good opportunities in the last game. Maybe it just took it out of them. Maybe their stamina's not up for it right now. Their AEC going really low. It's probably about to die.
I think that AEC micro just validated your opinion or your stance on the exhaustion kicking in, because that made no sense to go park it right there and get Fausted and then hit with a Raketten. Now it goes down. Yeah. Clearly,
out in the center, fighting a T-70.
Yeah, the Axis, I think, just keen to lock this game away as quickly as possible. Use the fuel advantage. Why stretch it out if you can just knock him out right now?
Got every advantage right now. They can push it. They've only just lost one Muni out on the map, and that's all of the resource points on the map. Pretty much have been in Axis hands the entire time. Allies really stuck in this middle, in this orchard. They've got so much infantry lying about. This Ostwind is just keeping them at bay. Not really got any AT to deal with it. T-70 having to hide away. Not looking good. This Ostwind just punishing the Allies. There goes those caches we spoke about earlier.
Oh gosh. Their one ray of hope. I mean, the Axis have had double fuel seemingly all 12 minutes. And now they've just stopped the Cap VP on the right. It feels hopeless for the Allies. It would take a miracle to get them back into this game. Or some serious mistakes from the Axis, but they seem to be pretty on top of their game.
Yeah, AD are really working together, working tightly. It's currently only taking 2 of the AD players to hold up the entire Allied force in the center, while the other 2 are just free to roam the sides of the map and cap.
Allies aren't giving up, though. They are sending troops to the front. They do need an answer to this Ostwind. I haven't seen an AT gun on the field yet. We have a T-70. Here's the
Brits
first.
have got one just coming out. Yeah,
6-pounder just coming out. Their infantry is at a standstill until that gets there.
That sniper with 15 kills so far as well. They're being so blasé with that sniper as well. It's very easily gettable. It's just not even cover, just standing there.
Well, that Osttruppen is holding back any aggression that the infantry could throw at it. And now there's another Osttruppen. I think it's a great choice by the Axis. The Allies have nothing, and now it's going to chase these shock troops. Oh my gosh.
And to 4 out as well. About to meet some penals.
This Osttruppen is just carrying the shock troops all the way back to base. Nearly wiping them.
Osttruppen does have to pop its smoke in the center and retreat, but there is a Panzer IV and a sniper there to hold back any pushes on it. British player still hasn't picked its commander. Now, right now, looking at its commanders lined up, special weapons maybe would come in handy. Take out those vehicles, have those boys anti-tank rifles, and more importantly those extra heat grenades. But personally right now I'd be looking for the mobile support regiment and start getting those infiltration commandos in the back line. Because there are a few buildings on the Axis side, even if it's just to sneak them in, you know, like if you look on the top VP, which the Brits are currently moving on. Special commandos in there behind that MG. Stop that pin right now.
And they could destroy that bunker as well.
Yeah, and they could move around because they have demo charges.
I think that would be the play. I mean, they're desperate for anything to keep them in this game. I think that would be the right call, given how severe of an advantage the Axis have at the moment. They decapped the right fuel, but I think it's too little too late. The Axis, the damage has been done.
Red smoke going down in the center though.
Osttruppen low.
Incendiary barrage is coming in.
That's a good hit. T-70 getting really aggressive. Almost goes down. It's a good incendiary. We're getting...
answer for these Panther 4s. One of them is going for a base inspection, it looks like. It's going to try and find that T-70, I think.
An incendiary did take out a bunker and a Raketten. This is a nice pickup. Yeah, he is hunting for the T-70. He's going to take out this machine gun first.
Find some Zis guns, unfortunately, though.
There is a blob of AT guns forming for the Allies. 4 in the middle now, which they do need.
Have they gone too far with it, though, is the problem.
Yeah, I think the problem is they can't hold off the infantry simultaneously because they've lost so much infantry that that's the double-edged sword. Is like they need the AT, but they can't afford to have AT. They need both.
They were just, like the Allies there were just forced to put an incendiary barrage danger close to their own troops in order to retreat 2 infantry squads. That sniper has still gone unpunished so far. Where is he? How many kills? He's up to 20 kills now. That's a lot of models.
These shock troops not retreating. No. Oh, this is obviously some fatigue. More shock troops going down. I mean, the shock troops would have to be the difference maker. They're so good at deleting squads if microed well, but if they're so expensive to lose.
For sure. And this I was going to say it's an Axis light infantry swarm, but it's really not. There's 2 Panzer IVs on the field. It's just outfueled and outclassed.
That Stuka barrage just deleted a vetted penal with PTRS.
That's really
6 models.
Oh, and the Brit, his infantry is really knocked down right now. He's relying a lot on Tommies as well, which are not cheap units. He's got 4 Tommy squads out, and they're 270 manpower each, if I remember correctly. Plus, he's had to upgrade them for the 5, and then it's 27 each unit to reinforce. And they're really not good at this close combat fighting that they've been forced to do. They're better at range. They need the Bren upgrades, which they don't have. And they've all been forced to retreat. Panzer's moving in on the center now. 47 VPs left.
Osttruppen goes down.
Yeah, this is game for the Allies, though, I think. There's no way they can come back for this. They are quickly getting the cap on the side, so they're going to stave the blood throw for the moment. But how long is the tourniquet gonna hold?
So, interestingly, the Brit does choose mobile assault, and he just deployed commandos, but not on the left side, which I think is a huge mistake. He could have deployed them in that building and captured that left side by himself. I don't know where he deployed them to.
If he didn't hit a building, they will appear at the base, so maybe there.
Oh wait, no, he didn't deploy them. He just he wasn't able to afford them, so the stopped lighting up. I thought he clicked it. He was able to afford them,
but he's instead voted to reinforce his infantry back at base. I really love those British commandos, though. I didn't used to give them credit for what they were, but now that I know that they can run and gun with Brens, you can really use them to wipe infantry now. You sneak those up on some Axis infantry, and they can really be put to work if they've got a Bren.
Allies still trying to fight. They're getting this fuel, but man, they're going to bleed on a VPs before that has any meaningful contribution.
Look how comfortable the Axis are and how close their support vehicles are. The IR half-track and this Werfer that's about to fire. Trying to do some damage. There goes those British troops.
Oh.
That's expensive.
The Axis, no, they just have to stand on this point and let the Allies bleed out.
Down by T-70, he's going to do a runner. T-70 could do some damage here.
Yeah, only 24 points by the Allies. If they don't cap quickly, it's game over.
This is game, which means they'll be moving through. To the looters.
Finally, an assault on the left VP. 2 T-70s to clear the bunker. Got a conscript trying to cap. The right point was neutralized. They're trying to... Oh, a Tiger's out for the Axis.
Yeah.
That's more than the Allies can bargain for.
It was already more than the Allies
could handle. KV-8 is an interesting choice. Oh, 2 Panzer IVs come out. Man, I don't think there's anything the Allies can do at this point, given how much they've lost.
2 Soviet KV-8s, 3 Soviet T-70s versus a Tiger and 2 Panzer IVs. My money's on the Axis, but stranger things have happened. Only 5 VPs, though. I think this is possibly game. Wow. What a change. Definitely feel like fatigue had set in here compared to the previous game.
Yeah, there was really a lot of lack of retreating, and there was also a lot of squads wiped on retreat. I'd imagine that the United News of Sweden were just probably more of an Axis team.
Yeah.
Might be part of it. They seem to maybe be less comfortable with these allied units. But you got to hand it to AD. I mean, they played aggressively and they played well to start the game.
Yeah, Panzer IV just punishing, killing both T-70s on that flank. I'm surprised as well, though. With I've got to say, fatigue must have set in, and the upset of losing that game when it was so tight in some of those situations last time. I really think United Noobs might be feeling it right now, because we've seen some really bad vehicle micro on them in this match, which they just didn't have in the previous game. They were excellent at maneuvering those Panthers, and their use of artillery and, well, their use of everything was just felt better in the previous game. I think they must have just been, morale must have taken a massive hit, and there we are. Morale
definitely must be a factor. I mean, even just playing auto match games, when you lose a slog of a match that's an hour or more long or even close, it can feel demoralizing. It could make you feel down, even though, you know, it's just a game and you're having fun. It could make the next one just seem like an uphill battle, especially when you lose squads here and there. We saw that in the first matchup as well. The first game was long, and it seemed like the teams were just super evenly balanced, and then the next games were short, and it seemed like there was a lot of mistakes. So I think we might see more of that. Interesting to keep an eye on, because these aren't pros. I mean, we're king of the noobs. And I think one thing that pro gamers have is mental fortitude under if they're playing in front of crowds, they're playing under tense situations. That's what makes them pro, is mental stamina amongst adversity.
It's how you handle those situations where you are down, where the fight is knocked out, where you've got to mount that courage up, because I think we even feel that in our auto match games. There's sometimes that we're playing and there's moments where we're such on the back foot that some members of the team will fall off and like they won't have their heart in it anymore. They want to hit that surrender vote, but you can't do that in a tournament scenario. You've got to keep fighting. You've got to find that courage. You've got to find that drive to keep. What's the next play? Just take that step back for a moment. Look at what's happening, going, okay, what we've been doing isn't working. Where can we push? Where can we send troops? What troops do I need to counter what's happening? And it's just making those decisions. And sometimes it's just not there. But yeah, as you say, these are not professional players. This is all people just here to have fun and try their hand at a tournament. So you got to give it up to them on each time for the game. And they're not out. They're not out of the competition yet. We might see them make a major comeback. They might learn from this first scenario. They might win their losers bracket, and we might see them in the end of the tournament. Who knows yet?
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see these teams play again as we get more familiar with their play styles and their strengths. Very good. But I think, guys, that was a short game. We won't get too into the stats on that one, as there's less to look at. So I think we'll go ahead and take another short break and keep moving on down the list.
For sure.
All right.
See you in a minute.
See you guys soon.
We don't normally see on Port of Hamburg. And Stuka in trouble.
Oh.
Jackson's going hunting.
What a gamble.
There's a demo shot.
He doesn't see it. Point blank firing into the Churchill.
Oh, come on. They're retreating over it.
Oh, the AEC!
It's gonna hunt down a tiger! It got a tiger!
It did it!
Hit them with this Axis blob moves up. Here it comes. The Scot just explodes.
Just like that, out of nowhere.
Churchill really looking low. That Catty needs to be moved out of there. This
got more
is
pioneers.
gonna go down to the wire. 18 to 37. 18 to 37. What is happening with this game?
Rumbly engine. Oh no. Oh, Stuka bomb coming up north. This could be devastating. He doesn't. Oh no. Hey comrades, welcome back. Midge is taking a well-deserved break, so I'm gonna go at it solo for this next match, which is the Vengeful Osttruppen versus the Truppen. Now this was just total random bracket setting by the tournament software. Literally two teams named and inspired by the Osttruppen soldiers. This should be a good one, and they'll probably want to prove that they are the real Osttruppen. That game is going to be on Leon Forest, but first I was talking with Midge off stream about the strategies behind picking factions and maps. Now, earlier in game 1, I was talking about how I thought maybe team 2 had an advantage because they got to pick game 3 if it goes to a game 3. But now, as we've seen some of the fatigue set in, we've seen 2 matches now where the first game was really strong and long in both matches, and then the second games were a little shorter and it was kind of full of more mistakes, maybe some micro that seemed to happen based maybe on exhaustion. That's at least what we're assuming. So it seems that there could be a strategy that would be smart for these teams to maybe, as team 1, choose their weaker faction, play their weaker faction while they're they got the energy, they haven't had any mental fatigue yet, and then when they swap sides, they'll get to play their stronger faction. And I don't know, there's an interesting way to look at it to see if that comes into play at all, or if it just comes down to, you know, these guys aren't pros, and I think part of what makes a pro gamer pro is that mental fortitude and being able to overcome that exhaustion, especially in the face of adversity, because it's so hard to come back after losing a close game. So anyway, something to look out for. Interesting to see if the teams pick up on that. Like I said, we're going to go into the Vengeful Osttruppen versus the Truppen, and I'm going to try to power through this one alone. Go ahead and load up this replay. Let's get it started. Hope you guys are having a good time. I've been thrilled with the matches so far. I'm excited to watch this tournament progress, and I just thank you guys for your support as we do this for the first time. All right, loading into game number 1 with the Vengeful Osttruppen versus the Truppen. Here on Leon Forest, we have the Truppen as Axis, 2 Wehrmacht, 2 OKW. For the Allies, we have a USF, 2 Soviets, and a British. This does seem to be the standard way to go in 4v4s. 2 Wehrmacht, 2 OKW, 2 Soviets, a Brit, and a USF. Seems to be pretty common. I feel like we might see that a lot. It's just it seems like it's the strongest setup for both sides. All right, jumping in. As always, guys, I love to look at what are the Soviets going to tech, but I'm looking at the Axis, so I'm gonna switch sides here. Oh, look, both Soviets electing to not tech. I assume they're going to go conscripts then. They're going to go ahead and cap with their engineers.
We have more conscripts at our disposal.
Which has been a pretty favored strategy by most Soviet players so far in the tournament. We've seen a lot of the engineers going out with the backbone of conscripts. Of course, the Sturm Pioneers going out. Let's see if we have an infantry company for the Wehrmacht. 2 of them actually. I gotta work on not being so American. Wehrmacht. Come on, Skippy, you can do it. Leon Forest, one of the rare maps that gives you close access to your fuel, so tank production usually is pretty good. Sternpow's putting some pressure on this right VP. The Brits are bringing a Vickers to support. One thing I've noticed about Leon Forest, and one of my personal downfalls, is I don't like playing in this forest area, and I typically want to give it up. But the problem with that is good players abuse this by attacking and assaulting your flanks, whether you're on the south or the north. There's these flanking routes, and good teams will just harass you if you give them the opportunity. So it is best to fight for that land. It is valuable in the hands of good players. We do have assault grants coming out for the Wehrmacht. I think that's the first time we've seen them in the tournament so far. Getting up close and personal, shooting the Americans through the wall. I almost wonder if that's a mechanic that I don't like in Code 2. I feel like they should maybe have to shoot through a window or a door to hurt people inside. That might make buildings too strong though. MG42 chirping away. Wow, really bringing this rear echelon low. So you need to get that out of there.
We lost an infantry unit.
Oh. So USF rifleman goes down. I missed where that happened. MG42 spam going in the forest. Gonna hold that down. Vickers trying to hold down this VP for the Vengeful Truppen. Some nice aggressive Volksgrenadier play. 3 conscripts trying to force him off. Another Volks in production. Let's see, for the Truppen, we have Fortifications Doctrine locked in for OKW. We have Mechanized Assault, that's where we saw those assault grins. We have Special Operations, great commander for the Flares, which we haven't, I don't think we've seen that actually so far in the first 2 games. Vida still yet to pick a commander. Let's take a look at the Allies. Infantry Company going down. And that's it so far for their commander picks. We do finally have an ISU 152 commander available to the Soviets so far. None of the Soviet players have even had that in their loadout.
Enemy forces are securing our territory.
Sulkran's getting really aggressive here on the city. Standing in red cover though. Ronnie's gonna need to be careful with that. We got infantry on his flank. Gonna have a long retreat home and some potential issues here with the conscripts getting aggressive up the middle. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a dangerous retreat if those conscripts are privy to that. They are starting to lean left. Get some green cover. Oh, double Vickers here. Allies really wanting to hold down this forest, but the Axis are not giving it up easy. Oh, they're not targeting the wounded assaulter, and I think that's a mistake by the Allies there. Should be targeting these retreating troops. Real World War I style battles going on here. Machine guns in the trenches. Oh, Sternpiles wipe out that Vickers. And he's going to flank the other one. He's gonna get forced to retreat though. Look at this aggression. The fuel point has been decapped. It's being recapped. But the Allies showing some real initiative. They do have this muni point, and they're capping the other muni. Munitions can be a real game changer here in these 4v4s. I think it's often overlooked. We do have some early caches going down by the Axis. 1 muni and 1 fuel. This is a very aggressive cache. Already getting lit up by some Soviet engineers. Another Soviet engineer with flames forces a machine gun out of the building. Allies are going to need more of these counters because there are a lot of MG42s on the field. Look at that, 4 Volks from Meme here, and he's got a Luke's in production. We have a league out for this OKW just been produced. This fuel cache almost going down already. May not have been a worthwhile investment. It's very aggressive. This point would have made more sense for the Axis. But the Truppen. Vengeful Osttruppen getting aggressive here. These riflemen putting pressure on the VP. Oh, an AEC out for the Brits. That'll be a good counter to the Lukes, which still is in production, about to be finished. Lots of conscripts here for the Allies. Salkran's just getting right up in here. That's a losing fight there. Lots of little skirmishes of the infantry on the front lines. Oh, those Sturms, danger of going down. Standing out in the open. These conscripts in green cover, these conscripts green cover. That's not a good fight to be taken on. Axis taking back that munitions. AEC gonna harass these Sturm pilots who have nothing to say about that unless they take up Shreks, but one of them pops Minesweepers. Man, he's got to get out of there, low health. And he goes down! One shot wipes 2 models. Brutal loss there. On the Sturm piles. Flame Nade going in, forces this conscript out of the building, and the Lukes is out and about. Do the conscripts have 18 nades? They do not yet. He's definitely going to want that tech. Apparently the Allies have no other answer besides that AEC, and which has just been snared. They're gonna need something to respond. AT grenades are teching right now for CPO. He wants to charge in those, and they just finished. The Lukes being well microed by Meme. He tried to hoorah that in there. Great micro, keeping that Lukes out of harm's way. That fuel cache has gone down. Panzergren's here, throw that bundle grenade. Super deadly. Well aimed at the door there. Luke's coming to polish off some models. Good team play, keeping the aggression on these troops. Salkran's nice location there, hiding from the Allies. Dangerous spot, waiting to ambush. The Axis do have control over VPs, and we have a mortar half-track out for the Allies. I would like to see more AT from them. Oh man, it looks like these Salkrans have been forgotten by Ronnie, and they just get melted by American infantry. It's an unfortunate loss, an unnecessary loss. Allies have secured the forest. We've got a bit of a counterattack here, but they're about to be cut off. A league in the rear is going to be caught off guard here. The infantry are going to respond. They should have them outnumbered. Yeah, they got 2 STGs. Good retreat from the Brits. Don't even try to engage in that. T-70's out, but there's a Raketin paired up with the Lukes. Nice composition. See if we have any more. And still no commander lock-ins for the other Soviets or Brit. Vida has locked in Jaeger armor doctrine. Elephant is possible. Good stun grenade on the MG. AEC coming in to work on this infantry. Is he going to get a Faust? Yes, he is. Now he's snared. Oh, mortar and red cover getting shredded by some Sturms. Some surprisingly good action here in the forest. Good rifle grenade. Nearly takes out that conscript. Axis marching on this VP. Feels like a nice even fight so far. Here's another Luke's out for the Axis. Both sides not afraid to get into the light vehicle play. And the Lukes is hunting this wounded AEC. Oh, but man, more infantry being reinforced. Nice grenade on the support weapons, but the Lukes goes down. What? Oh, that 6-pounder got a shot in. The AEC got a shot in. Unfortunate for the Axis losing a Lukes there. I don't think they knew about that AT gun, but that flame nade is doing considerable damage, and it does go down. The Allies will be able to recrew that, though. 270 and Zis gun in mid.
Capturing our supplies.
Allies doing well to turn the VPs in their advantage. But the Axis do have both munitions at this time. Okay, the Soviet player has locked in mechanized, which gives him access to the ISU-152. I'd love to see that. I hope we see more of that tank in this 4v4 tournament. It's so powerful and so necessary against the likes of an Elephant and other Axis armor. I think it's a critical piece to a winning Allied strategy. Oh my goodness, a Lukes and an Assaultgren facing quite an outnumbered force here. Assaultgren's hopefully not forgotten again. He throws a grenade at that Zis gun, risking his life for that. Oh, and a captain with a bazooka goes down. Oh no, that was a lieutenant. To the Lukes. Three conscripts locking down this middle point. Bundle nade goes off. Does he see it? Yes, he does. Still, oh my goodness. Stumbles into the wrong place. An S minefield. Man, lots of action happening across the map. Got a Pack 40 here. Unloading on the T-70. AEC snared again. This is the third or fourth time. They smell blood in the water. And a Stuka coming out for the Axis. Big hit. Did it wipe a conscript? No, I don't think so. I think they just retreat. Oh, it's moved up. Where is that Stuka? Okay. It's a fair investment. The Allies don't have a terrible amount of support weapons. Lots of mobile infantry, so if they can stay moving. Oh, Luke's catching the conscripts in the open. The AT grenades are going to come out. There's one. They deal with these stern piles. This an exposed Lukes. Is there anything the Allies can do to capitalize? Ooh, Zis gun comes in for a shot. Nice penetration. This would be a great time for them to have that AEC nearby to finish this off, but it looks like it's going to get away. AEC is snared and quite a blob of sport weapons up here, getting rained on with a league. It's a great play, but now the British already countering that. Coming in hot. That thing is barely... oh, a direct hit. It's going to need to get out of there. I don't know if they noticed that. Ooh, and here's a T-34 for the Soviets. I'm honestly surprised to see so much activity on this side of the forest. And meanwhile, the Axis have taken control of both VPs, left and mid. And actually, and the force as well right now. Currently triple capping the Allies. Oh, and a Panzer IV. Good choice. Techs up the MG42, but gets in range of that 6-pounder. 2 shots landed. Oh, might get an 18-8 from these conscripts. Is he gonna click it? Oh, he's not teched up. He threatened it, but he's not teched. He is now. He just realized he didn't tech it. He probably thought he clicked it, but he didn't. Here's another Panzer IV. He finds that mortar half-track unprotected. Wow, there's nothing there, but he didn't see the ambulance. Wow. The only anti-tank this American player has is a rifle grenade on that Vet 1 rifleman. That would have been devastating if that P4 pushed in there. Allies camping that forest. Surprised they're not capping this center VP. Really nothing defending it. Conscripts are right there. Okay, the Brit has chosen Royal Artillery Regiment Solid commander, and the other Soviet player has chosen shock motor. So 2 potential ISU 152s if the game goes long enough. Firefly out.
Damned enemies trying to take a point from us.
That sounds like another Tiger tank now available. Who is that for? Ronnie. Ronnie reached 9 CPs. Ooh, demo charged right there. Interesting. Allies are slowly leading VPs. I feel like they need to get more aggressive on this middle. Axis aren't really defending it with much. Here comes some conscripts maybe to do just that. Still holding a heavy presence in the forest. Oh, here comes the Stuka. Where is it targeting? Oh, these conscripts. Not a great hit. Stern piles almost go down. That would be a big loss, but he's going to survive it. Another Stuka. Now that is a good target. Vickers goes down. These clumped up support weapons in the forest, great place for the Stuka to be. Good job microing him out of there after firing. Ooh, good hit by the T-34 and the shocks to follow it up. 2 Shreks down. Those Panzergrins. Oh, look at this demo charge. Looks to be completely unspotted. An aggressive T-34 push goes and finishes the Lukes. Panzer IV to respond. What? Was that demo charge detonated? Did I just miss? Oh no. I just clicked the wrong button. I think I may have just... Oh no, it's right here, okay. Thought I missed that. Jeez. Okay, the T-34 made it out of there. Panzer Schwer up. Oh, we have something built. A Jagdpanzer being built. 3 Volks. All Vet 2 with STG 44s. Powerful little blob there. This demo charge could wipe a couple models off those MGs, but I think he's got bigger dreams. He's got bigger dreams for that demo charge. Panzer IV getting aggressive on this Maxim. Or this, oh, it's a stolen MG42 actually. Or it's a 50 cal, excuse me. Oh, good grenades. That MG's gonna go down. Axis staying aggressive and heavy on this forest. Oh, good hit by the League there. The demo charge still unnoticed. Oh, look at, here comes the Freedom Blob. Axis doing a great job of staying on these VPs. Americans making their way into the city. Not heavily defended, just an MG and a couple infantry. Ooh, but a Tiger is out. For the Axis. Allies are not well, the Allies did put out a Jackson, I missed that, so. I think they do have what they need to keep this at bay. Whoa, those riflemen go down. He must have been forgotten about. That's an unfortunate loss. Is that a caddy I hear? It is. Caddy going on mid. Ober's wandering into the vicinity. 3 models down. Ooh. Close call. Nice caddy there. The Allies are going to take the middle point. Axis are going to take the right point. Here comes a Stuka trying to counter. Ooh, that mortar. Danger. Close hit. Shock troops here to... Double shock troops ready to clamp down on this forest area. The Allies are going to take some control of the VPs. Axis is currently at 413. Oh, the demo charge was detonated. I didn't know if it got any troops or not. Double Firefly here. The Taiga holding on to this flank. Jackson could use some repairs. Alright, Allies getting a little aggressive. They found a fuel cache. Maybe they'll start harassing this flank. It looks like the Axis might be keen to give it up and focus on middle instead. But the Allies are ready. Good shot by the Jackson. Jagdpanzer here to support. Ooh, Jackson gets another shot. He must be getting vision from the conscript. I don't know how he saw, or he shot in the dark maybe. Panzer 4 pushing back the Jackson. Ooh, just missed. Seems like a nice even fight so far. Both teams evenly matched. A few infantry micro mistakes, some units being left and forgotten it seems, but other than that, both teams are playing pretty well. Here comes a Katyusha trying to get it. Hits on the Stuka. The Stuka is aware of it and backs off. And the Axis are coming back for the middle VP. Oh, a Volk goes down, vetted with STGs. Not ideal. Volk's sneaking around behind the back of these MGs and an AT gun. Good flame nade. Force him out. The ISU 152, the first we've seen in the tournament. Oh, good bundle nade through the building. What? That was a glitch? The grenade disappeared. Ah. Oh, it goes down to the T-34. Look at these Shreks. That was unfortunate for those Panzergrens. The grenade doesn't detonate. And then he takes the caddy down to a sliver of health. Tough luck there. A couple more Panzergrens hit a mine. 4 models go down. What was that RNG? My goodness. Tiger moving left to the city. With the Panzer IV, we got red smoke. First I've seen of the game. Coming down there. Not sure what that is. Oh, it's the perimeter overwatch. Wait. No, that doesn't look like what it is. Not sure what that was. Another ISU 152. Okay. I like it. I like it a lot. I think this is a great choice by the Allies. They're starting to look very potent here. 2 Fireflies, 2 ISUs, a Jackson, T-70. The Axis just have their Tiger and a Jagdpanzer. Oh, a Panther has emerged in the forest. But against 2 Fireflies, that's not going to be favorable. The Axis are going to need some more armor. Ronnie might be saving for his Tiger. He's got 180 fuel. Vida's got 364 fuel. Maybe saving for that elephant. He's very close to getting that 1 more CP needed. Tiger under pressure. From the ISU, Jackson, and T-34. Axis are going to have a tough time. Ooh, that shot from the ISU bounces. And the Allies are getting aggressive. They smell blood in the water. Tiger with the snared engine. Oh, but the Jackson hits a mine and immediately goes down with the Panzer hitting it from behind. Panzer 4 with the kill shot. Another Panther is out. Axis finally starting to rise up. The T-34 shows its rear armor. Questionable micro there. Some call-in happening here in the middle. It's zeroing artillery by the Axis. This gun sniping some shots on the Yak. Oh. Zeroing is getting hot and heavy there. Just wanted to... Ooh, and the Panzer IV getting aggressive, trying to cut off this T-34. It's wounded. Oh my gosh, 5% health. Can't get the kill shot. A Vet 2 Panzer IV goes down for nothing. A valiant effort to try to kill that T-34. I'd love to see these Allied tanks get into the fight. They're sitting back for no reason. Oh! What got that T-34? Was that a Stuka bomb I just heard? That was... there's nothing else in the vicinity, so it was some sort of indirect kill that T-34 there. And already raining down on this Yag. Ooh. 2 Sextons. First I've seen that. Wrecking havoc on that Panzerschwer. That's a good play. Good thing to target. That'll really cripple the OKW if they lose that. And the Elephant does come out for the Axis. We're shaping up for some big tank battles, boys. Buckle up. Buckle up. VP's pretty even. 367 to 308. Be shaping up for a good game here. Strong forces on both sides. Another T-34 comes out. Solid army compositions all around. Tiger has been repaired. Wow, Panther. Nearly goes down. Loses this main gun to a single AT gun. Not enough there to take that forced. A little bit of infantry support probably could have put him over. Shock troops versus shreked up Panzergrens. Here comes a caddy to push him off. That Schwer below half health. I think the Allies should keep targeting that. Now the Allies have the VP advantage. Oh, and man, here comes the arty. How are the Axis going to respond to this? Oh my gosh. Taking direct hits. And it goes down. That is a big loss. It's going to have to be replaced if he wants to produce any more tanks. Brutal. LAFH going down instead. That could be a good counter to these Sextons, if it can survive. SU-85 ISU paired up against this Tiger. Maybe we're gonna get some rear armor shots if they can see it. Jagdpanzer emerges. Takes a shot from the SU. ISU bounces. I think it has HE rounds on. No, it has armor piercing. Just bounced. I'd like to see these Allied tanks get more involved. This ISU is not really participating in the fights. I think they need to pincer these Axis tanks here in the middle. Elephant hasn't fired a single shot yet. Sherman comes out for USO. Axis are taking over the forest, and they got the city. They're going to start the VP bleed on the Allies. Panther getting very aggressive, going after that ISU. Another Panther coming out from the left. Elephant has been spotted. Still, I don't think it's fired a shot. Oh, it's got 2 kills. Maybe it killed some infantry. Does this T-34 have an idea? Does it want the ram? They do have an IL-2. Could we see a ram IL-2 combo? I don't know. Looks like he's going to go ahead and deviate towards the Panther. Oh, the elephant gets a shot on him. Panther goes down. T-34 shot in the rear from the Jagdpanzer. Here's a nice ram on the Tiger. No IL-2 call-in though. But the Tiger goes down, my gosh. Nice job by the Allies, good coordinated attack. Panther barely escapes with its life. Allies sending a lot into the forest, wanting to take that back. A very favorable engagement for the Allies there. ISU with 10 kills already. This purple, well, this pink one hasn't really gotten involved. I'd like to see him come around, flank this elephant a bit. Ooh, he does land a shot. Conscript's giving him some vision. Allies do manage to take over the forest. Well done. And the Axis are taking back mid-VP. Looks like we got a lot of repairs going on. This ISU could be stopping this cap. I really would like to see him get more aggressive. He's playing very passively there on that flank. And they have things guarding the flank, so they would know if he was going to get sideswiped. Good caddy there on the mid-VP. Destroys a Panzergren. And a priest comes out for USF. The Allies doubling down on artillery. Now the ISU's getting involved. I like to see that. Oh, bundle grenade on the Vet 3. Conscripts nearly takes him down. Wow. That would have been an unnecessary loss. Things can change so quick in these 4v4s. I'm gonna figure out what call-in that was there. The recon of some sort. So, Allies have secured. Planting some mines in the forest. We got a Panther. The Axis want to counterattack this. Ooh, a Rogue Panther going in, really wanting to kill these Sextons. He thinks better of it. Just gonna back up out of there. There's an ISU, a Jackson, an AT gun. Interesting. Things kind of stalling out. This ISU getting some massive repairs from this Soviet engineer blob. Already going down on this SU-85. Oh, this could be devastating. Stuka coming down on these sport weapons. MG nearly goes down. Both ISUs fully repaired. Elephant just chilling in middle. Hasn't really gotten too involved. Here comes another stick. It looks like it's going in the forest at the shock troops. Grazes one of them a bit. Here come the Axis. Cleaning up in the forest. A real tug-of-war over here. And I am honestly surprised to see such aggressive fighting going on that side of the map. Oh, I think that's a zeroing call-in on middle. Yes, it is. Allies are going to want to get the heck out of there. And they do. Axis dropped something of their own in the back. Or the Allies. Oh, IL-2, wow. A risky maneuver, but does clip that elephant and it's wounded. ISU is tempted. But he's going to think better of that. I would have liked to see that used in conjunction with the tank push. And like a bit of a waste of 200 munis there. Two Panthers really want to threaten this flank. These Sextons and Priests not super well defended. ISU's coming to support, push him off a bit. B.R.U.H coming on top of these Panthers. Oh my gosh, the Stuka just removing 2 squads off the forest. Double Fireflies on the Panthers. Raketans come in to work on the Fireflies. B.R.U.H stunning the Panthers, but the Racks take out the Firefly. The other one's gonna back up. Ooh. Good job with those Raketans, getting them up in the field. So catching those Fireflies off guard. Caddy's really softening up mid, opening up a gap for the allies. Cap this VP. Both teams staying very focused on the VPs, which I like to see. Not allowing themselves to get too far behind. Good Stuka. These vetted conscripts. 7-man. It's dangerous. Definitely don't want to lose those. Axis maintaining the VPs currently. Have a slight lead. Sextons are getting close. What's their target? The next Panzer Schwer. They're being relentless there. That'll really turn the game around if the Axis have to invest fuel in new Panzer Schwers. Schwer Panzer Headquarters, I should say. I'm mixing up my... Wow, look at the presence of the Allies in the forest. Really getting after it there. Panthers just really want to push, you can tell. But the flank really is not that weak. The ISU, Su-85, the Jackson. All there to respond. No, but this Panther, he wants something. What does he see? Oh, he lands on a mine. This could be a big uh-oh. Yeah, these guys see him. They see him wounded, trying to get away. SU desperately wants to pick him off. You do have some strikes. Oh. Tough loss of that Panther there. It's always a danger of getting aggressive. If your team is competent, they'll have some mines on their flank. Here comes a caddy. Trying to stop that mid-cap. And they do. Stuka responds. Well, if it lands a blow on that T-34, can it land another? It's gonna get away. ISU under duress from these Shreks. Been lots of little skirmishes. One thing I haven't really seen from the teams is impactful team play or meaningful assault. There's just a lot of back and forth. Tanks poking their way in. Little things going down here and there, but no real aggressive pushes. Nice Brumbar there. That could be powerful in holding middle, but this, wow, that Ziskan, what a snipe shot. Getting vision from them engineers. Double Panther trying to hold force. 2 Panthers versus 2 Fireflies. Brits drop down some Arty, really coming in clutch in this narrow battlefield for them. The Fireflies are going to get out of there as the Faust is being threatened by the Volks Grenadiers. ISU under field repairs. Does he not see that Panther? Oh, and does now. He's opting to target that machine gun, trying to get clear away for the infantry to cap. Ooh, Panther's getting aggressive in the forest. Going for the cash. Maybe a wounded Firefly, next target. Nope, he thinks better of that. He's gonna get out of there. Heavy already coming on middle, my goodness. Both teams, VP staying close, 299 for the Axis, 241 for the Allies. This is a real battle of the Truppen. Saxons have moved into the forest, get a different angle here. This is where almost, it's gonna go down to this artillery. That's gonna be a tough loss for the Axis. It does. Things kind of calming down a bit. Two Schwer Panzer headquarters going down for OKW. It's not ideal. They need something to stop these sextons and the priests. Is that LEFH still alive? Yes, it is. It's Vet 3 with only 3 kills. Wonder if that's on counter battery. It is targeting that caddy. Misses, unfortunately. Ooh, Elephant lands a blow on the SU. Game is starting to freeze up. The action is getting spicy. Got a triple cap now by the Axis. And the Allies stop the bleed. Light artillery barrage going down. Oh, thanks for driving into it. There's a mine. Is that a Teller or a Brit mine? That's a Teller mine. Jackson drives right over it. 3 Jacksons. This is a real tank push from the Allies, but it's just been stopped. Rifleman going down to a Stuka. 5 models dropped. Goodness, these shocks are standing in red cover. Not a good micro by the Allies. Vet 2, he needs to get out of there. He's gonna lose him. Oh, this Jackson's still making it out. Wow, caddy danger close. Allies really did try to make an attempt there, but they still haven't capped. I desperately need these VPs now. Points are dropping. I don't know what these Obers are thinking, just trying to get vision. The Jagdpans are doing considerable damage to the Fireflies. Wow. Forcing them back. Good job by the Axis keeping pressure on all 3 VPs simultaneously, not letting the Allies get anything for free. The Allies are, oh. LEFH coming down on the Sextons. That's what the Axis needed as well. We're gonna get out of there potentially. Close call. The second LEFH has gone down. Vet 4 on this one, still with only 3 kills. Must be doing considerable damage. Look at all these allied tanks that are wounded, these Sextons. They really need to get repaired up for a counterattack. They're bleeding, and they're bleeding quick. Down to 100 points now. Nice use of the Brumbar to keep him off this VP. Can't be pushing in 1 infantry alone. They need all this armor to destroy this Brumbar. Love to see some coordinated pushes by the Allies working together. Nice, already on this machine gun opening up. Wow, look at how quickly they're bleeding. 75. Allies gotta get on these VPs. Looks like they've elected to go into the forest, but the Stuka coming in. This could be big. Nice model drops. Look at this. 2 Vet 5 Volks. K-34 trying to come in for the Jag. There's a Panther as well, just so much. My gosh, the game is having a hard time keeping up. This T-34 does push back the Volks. Main gun goes down, tank goes down. ISU here to try to help. ISU could be what they need. They do cap the forest, but they're going to need another VP because they are still bleeding. You can sense the desperation. Here comes the ISU to help in the middle. Is it enough? Elephant goes down to an IL-2 bomb strike with no support. That just caught him off guard. That is a surprising loss for the Axis. Is it enough though? Can the Allies push in here and keep this game going? They gotta get some infantry on that point. Here they go. 7-man conscripts, Vet 3. Allies lock down the forest. Allies need to support this infantry that's on the cap. These Jacksons really need to get in the fight. They stop the bleed for now at 37 points, trying to hang on. And unfortunately for the Allies, a fresh Elephant and Tiger both coming out for them. Oh gosh, a rogue Jackson? Oh, he might be going for that Stuka. Oh, he decides not to. He could have had it. It's unprotected. What? He's gonna cap with his Jackson crew. Uh-oh, this is dangerous. A Tiger coming in, he's gonna spot it. Does he see him? He does see him. Wow, this is dangerous. This is dangerous. This Jackson could go down while it's... And it does. Oh, that was probably not worth it. That well, definitely wasn't worth it. Can the Allies respond and trade for a tank? Here comes a Werfer. Goodness gracious, these poor conscripts just under heavy artillery fire. Yellow Axis blob. Allies do have control. Can they hold? Red smoke coming down. Is it another IL-2? Just clips the Elephant. They really got to snare that Elephant before they drop that. Trying to catch him off guard again. Oh, Elephant. Wow, that T-70 is still alive, which is impressive. More of the Allied armor being drawn from the forest. I think that's a good move. I'd love to see some more teamwork. Love to see the T-34 ram this Elephant for the IL-2 strike. It's just going rogue though. I think he's gonna go down. And it does. Not a good use of that. These Jacksons need to come around the left side, I think. They're just sitting back there, not contributing. This flank is exposed. If a Panther dove, they'd be devastating. A Stuka bomb coming in. That could be big. Ooh, just... glances off the ISU. Another T-34 going in by itself. Oh, I don't like this at all. I don't like this at all unless it can get a ram off it. It can't. Another wasted T-34. You can see the desperation. Is this another IL-2? Oh my gosh. If it could have rammed that Elephant, that would have been the end of that. Brumbar goes down. Oh man, that Elephant. See, the Allies really need to coordinate a tank push with that IL-2. That would be a game changer, but instead they're just doing one thing at a time. All these tanks need to go in together. It's no time to sit back and be conservative. Uh-oh, here comes a Werfer. And, oh my gosh, Vet 3 conscripts go down. But they did cap the point. They did cap the point. They kept the Allies in this game. Here comes red smoke. Who's that from? It's from the Axis. It's zeroing artillery. That's not good. That's going to give them a cap, essentially. Allies gonna have to do something. Oh, look at this. An MG bunker securing the city all by itself. Jackson's mobilized. Gonna be cut off by the Tiger and the Panther. Ooh, good arty strike. Uh-oh, a Stuka bomb might catch this crew off guard. Oh my gosh, almost. Allies getting real desperate. I like to see it though. Clawing their way, trying to stay in this game. They're not giving up. This decap is critical for them. Sexton's raining down. It was good use of artillery destroying that bunker. I like to see it. Good teamwork there. I just wish they would show more coordination with their tanks. Like, these Jacksons really haven't been contributing too much. Holy Shrek Blob takes out a Jackson there. Assaultgren's lobbing some critical grenades on this VP. Rifleman forced to retreat. This could be the game ender. The Allies needed a little more support on that left VP. Axis secured middle. 24 points remaining. And this ISU's, they gotta get the ISU involved. It should have been on the left to support. I think it's gonna be their downfall. Just not enough tanks working together in coordinated pushes. Oh wow, Allies do stop this cap with an arty. That's impressive. They stop, no VP drain for them now. How are the Allies going to respond? They're trying to get a decap on middle. Here comes another Werfer, the bane of the conscript's existence. You'd hate to see another Vet 3 conscript go down. It's close. He should get out of there. He does. Must have been the Major's artillery that stomped him here on the left. The game is getting chuggy. Nice sit on the elephant. Got some allied, the two Su-85s and the ISU threatening this flank. The Axis are bleeding slowly on VPs with two of them neutralized. Oh gosh, more red smoke coming down here on this. What does this call in? Maybe more major artillery. I love to see the Allies staying scrappy. They're fighting hard. Oh my gosh, a Panther coming on the flank takes out a Sexton. Look at this dive. And the Fireflies, do they have enough firepower to stop it before it kills a Sexton? No, they do not. In fact, this Firefly is still at risk of going down. Oh, but that one, what a good hit. Panther goes down, and this middle point in contention. Left point in contention. Shock's taking it. I'm impressed with the fortitude of the Allies here. The Vengeful Truppen not leaning over, not bending over and saying goodbye. Shock troops go down. Wow, that's a tough loss for the Tiger. Axis are responding to this left center VP and the middle simultaneously. Losing those two Sextons was a big loss in the forest. I am afraid that the Allies are dwindling. In units that they can throw on these points. They're gonna lose the... They lost the middle, they're about to lose the city. They're gonna have to respond quickly or this is gonna be the end of game one. This tank's sick. They gotta get desperate. They need a big push here. City's still not capped, so they're not bleeding. They are now. They're decapping. Oh, I don't like to see this blobbing. Here comes the Werfer to punish it. Oh my gosh! And a Stuka bomb. Nice job by the Axis stopping that. Still no bleeding VPs. Middle is neutralized. Another Werfer. They need to dive these Werfers. They can't sit back and eat those shots. They don't have enough infantry for that. I'd love to see a big tank push by the Allies, but this is a lot to deal with. There's too much sitting idle over here. Now the Axis making a big push. Ooh, a King Tiger in the forest. That's not ideal. Panther coming around the flank. Churchill is not ready to help. Allies managed to cap middle for now. Really staying scrappy. But this push is pretty discouraging for the allies. Fireflies and Sextons under threat. This is asking a lot for these infantry sections to hold off 2 Vet 5 Volks. I don't know if that's doable. Caddy trying to stop and takes out that machine gun. Firefly goes down. Panther getting real aggressive. He's going to kill this Churchill. That's devastating this Brit player. He's going to knock him out of the forest. Axe is going to get the forest, and that... forcing the retreat out of the middle. That should be the clincher. As soon as these are both decapped, allies are really going to be hurting on points. I'd love to see him just dive on in. Although they'd have to take city and middle at this point. Simultaneously, and I don't know if they have it in them. The Axis, realizing the situation, probably just want to do everything they can to distract them before they can get any sort of leverage. Only 10 points remaining. They're not going to have time to decap. Axis know that they have it. Really well played game. Excellent game to both teams. I think the biggest caveat was that the Allies just didn't coordinate tank pushes enough. So the Axis had, these heavies, they had the Tiger and the Elephant, and they could kind of just chill back. I mean, the Axis were responding to the threats. The problem is the threats weren't ever big enough. Like T-34s went in alone. The IL-2 strikes weren't backed up with any sort of push. And I think that was the real clincher for the Allies, because I think otherwise the army compositions were evenly matched. I think the player skill level was evenly matched. I think that was just kind of the clincher that kept the Allies out of making any meaningful, gaining any meaningful ground, was just coordinated pushes. There was good team play from the Allies in the forest, and they actually held that quite some time. They really made the Axis work for that. So I think I just would have liked to see more of the same in the middle. But either way, guys, amazing game. The Vengeful Osttruppen put up a tough fight. But it's going to be the Truppen that comes out on top. And that's just game 1, guys. So we're going to head over to a game 2. And like all game 2s, the sides will be flipped on the same map. The factions will be flipped. I'm excited to see what happens. I'm glad that we saw 2 ISUs come out on the field. I think they did well. I don't think that they reached their full potential. But that was a good choice by the Soviets for sure. Guys, I'm exhausted. I'm going to take a break. I'll be right back. And I know Greyshot was thinking about joining us a little bit later, so I'm going to try to get him in here for some more co-casting. Maybe he'll be here for game 2. I'll have to see if he's available. Otherwise, enjoy a quick break and stretch your legs, drink some water, guys. Stay healthy. It's going to be a long day, but hopefully you're having fun. I'm having a blast. I'll see you soon. All right, comrades, welcome back. We're obviously here with not Midge, but Greyshot117 volunteered to come in and cast and help spare my voice as I did that last one by myself. Greyshot, thanks so much, man, for coming in.
Absolutely good, sir. Anytime I can help out, fellow caster, I shall join the fight.
This is a man who's been in the trenches, who's done many casts on his YouTube channel. Definitely check it out. Very entertaining. Him and his brother sometimes do them together. So he, I'm probably gonna be learning from him this time around. This is like me just getting into my first cast was game 1 of this tournament, so I'm really just learning the ropes, and my voice is paying the price, but I'm hoping my endurance will grow as we go.
Look, the first time you lose your voice for a week, you know you're a true KOTU caster.
That's the consequences of being a gamer, a hardcore gamer fan. All right, so Greyshot, I'll catch you up to speed on this last round. I casted game 1. It's the Vengeful Osttruppen versus the Truppen, and this was just happened by coincidence. This wasn't set up on purpose, but two teams inspired by the Osttruppen soldiers. The Vengeful Osttruppen were team 1, and they were the ones picking the faction, and they picked allies first, and so that made the Truppen being able to pick the map and size, and they picked Lian Forest, and it was a tough battle. It was the first time we saw the Soviets pick 2 ISU 152s in the tournament, which surprised me. I thought it'd be a more popular unit, but those were on the field. There was an elephant on the field. There's a lot of big tank battles, and ultimately I think what came down to the Vengeful Osttruppen losing the game was not really coordinating their tank pushes well enough. They had the right army composition, but they kind of were fighting individually, and the Axis armor were able to just kind of pick them off. So it'll be interesting to see if they learn from that here in game 2. We are just same map, Lian Forest. We're swapping sides. And if the Vengeful Osttruppen lose, they're going to be playing on the Axis side. If they lose, they'll be moving into the losers bracket. They'll still have a chance to play in the tournament.
Okay, well, we'll see who comes out on top, and maybe some new ISU 152 tactics and some better coordination helps one side to victory, or maybe continued success leads another to their, continued success.
Yep, yeah, we'll definitely take a look at these commanders as I'm going to load in now. We'll see how many, how we can scout out some of these commanders. It looks like we have 3 OKW for the Axis, which is a bit surprising. 1 Wehrmacht. For the Allies, 1 USF, 2 Soviets, and a Brit, which has been pretty standard throughout the tournament. That seems like a very popular faction choice for them. Is that something you've noticed as well in your 4v4s?
Yes, I would say a predominantly more Soviet and American, less so on the British. Right now, there's a general mindset the British just don't lack the firepower against a lot of the other Axis opponents, and especially compared to the Allies, they just don't have that diverse set, which is surprising because I always thought the Americans were kind of the underdog, but yeah, right now it's definitely the UK from general consensus.
Yeah, we do have 1 ISU 152 commander. Okay, here we go. I'm starting on the bottom. I'll be keeping an eye on the Axis start.
Okay.
The Soviets, when I was looking at the commanders, they do have access to 152, and they also have access to an IS-2, and the Wehrmacht player did have access to an elephant. I'd be surprised if we didn't see at least 2 of those heavies in this game, if it lasts long enough. We'll have to see.
Yeah, and if we look at overall, we have 3 OKW and a Wehrmacht. 2 of those OKW players are generally on the right side, facing Forest, while we have, it looks like, the Wehrmacht and the other OKW in the city, which again, I always prefer Forest, but Skippy, I know that you prefer the other.
I know, I was mentioning that last game. There were some epic battles happening in Forest last game, which surprised me, and I was telling the viewers how I despise the Forest and typically avoid it, but how playing against you in the Forest taught me how dangerous it can be to ignore it. I actually hadn't played many teams. Auto match teams don't typically harass the flanks like you've done to me in a game, and I was like, wow, this is the potential I didn't see from that side of the map. I usually just thought it was claustrophobic and avoided it, but it really can be useful.
And that's actually one of the bonuses with each of the, except for the British, every other faction has a close quarters unit they can really send in those wonders. The British have commandos, but a lot of other times they really don't have anything, which is so awesome they're going to be adding close range units to help out with that kind of claustrophobic battle that happens in the Forest.
Absolutely. So most of the fighting happening on the sides of the map, MG42 going into the city. And we got some skirmishes. Infantry sections are capping that right VP. Just a couple of Volks trying to harass them. Oh, and the Sturm Pioneer getting really aggressive on this Vickers in the forest. Might take it down, but it's drawing a lot of fire. Universal Carrier coming to back that up, and they both are going to retreat.
Yeah, unfortunately, again, it's always awesome to be like, yeah, I'm going to flank and take out all the units, but if you don't have that firepower and then they have a couple infantry, you're better off just waiting to get some support because you're probably not going to beat a bunch of conscripts and everything else coming on in.
Yeah, Universal Carrier trying to force off these Volks. They're pushing cover. Yeah. They're going to be able to, oh, a third Volk coming in, though, to wrap around there. That's going to give them an advantage in this fight.
No Panzerfaust yet, so he has to rely solely on his rifles. And it looks like there is an MG, Maxim specifically, brought up by the Soviets to help keep the Axis back and kind of keep a nice, safe area.
Yeah, the MG42 actually hopped buildings, getting more aggressive, which I like to see, but it's drawing a lot of firepower from the Maxim, the conscripts, and the riflemen just threw a grenade on him. Grenadiers getting pinned, and now the Axis are going to cap mid VP for free, since all the attention has been on the two left and right VP so far.
Yeah, if you can spare it, always try to go for a place the enemy's not focusing on, because those precious resources can matter in the end.
Yeah, absolutely.
How many games have been down to like 1 or 2 VP points, and you're like, well, if you would have captured that a minute ago or 10 minutes ago, you could have had it. Somehow,
it seems to be way too common for me. I think starting out playing with a meme or having fun, and then realizing, oh crap, we have no VPs. But these tournament games, yeah, that's the difference between winning or losing, because there's teams that you can tell put a high stake on these VPs, and that does become a huge factor. How desperate you have to get towards the final minutes.
Yeah, no, and definitely. But it looks like the city currently, the Axis are gaining a small foothold. The Allies have a lot of units like on the edge of it, but they're not pushing too deep. While in the forest, it seems like they literally have the munitions, the major capture point, and they're keeping the most of the Allied forces kind of in that one lane. So
yeah, the Axis, they are taking control of most of the map so far. Triple cap. Allies are taking that left muni.
Let's see. What are they? I mean, again, here's the thing. You can allow an enemy to take over positions, but it's like just waiting for your tactic, whatever it is, to come into play to kind of root them out. That's the key. And what are the Allies bringing to the table? A lot of support weapons I can see on the left.
Yeah.
While the American is just fully rifleman firepower. Seems to be working out, pushing back the Panzerfusiliers out of the city, which makes the Grenadier squad the last unit, like, at least battling them, while there's more Volk squads pouring in.
We do have some commanders locked in, so shock motor heavy tactics for Soviet. That means ISU 152 is available. The USF player has locked in urban assaults. Likely to see some Calipes out of him. Actually, all the Allied players have chosen. We have shock rifle as well, and Royal Artillery for the Brits.
Oh, sorry. The one thing I'll say about all of these is very good, diverse set of commanders. No doubling up, no very similar tactics. You have a long range, like tank destroyer and anti-infantry. You got an IS-2, big, nice heavy tank. You got yourself artillery. You got yourself like some more aggressive American heavy units like the Rangers, plus the Calliope for good measure.
Yeah.
So yeah, they have a nice set of units and commanders they can pull from. Ooh. Force, it seems like they're more of a climactic battle going on.
Yeah.
Fortunately, those MGs are just keeping the Axis back for the most part.
Universal Carrier goes down to the Faust.
Yeah, it was trying to make its way back, but alas, the double Faust just unfortunately knocks it out. Although there is, unless I'm mistaken, a free mortar right now on that right VP.
Yep.
All right. Let's see. Additional Volk squads coming on in to push back those Royal Engineers, but they do manage to push back at least one Volk squad by Tater Salad. Oh, actually, yeah, a little bit of an Allied counterattack. Looks like city is pretty much under Allied control. We have some forces coming on in to kind of help keep them back, but there's a free flamethrower as well, kind of next to that MG and Panzer Fusilier squad.
A single Raketten capping a middle VP, which is surprising. Any infantry could push that off if it wanted to. We do have some Axis commanders picked as well. Special Operations picked for OKW, which is a fantastic choice, even for the flares alone. But
Yes.
Command Panther tank, obviously very valuable as well. We have Breakthrough Doctrine picked, so Yag Tiger, also an excellent pick for Leon Forest especially.
No, definitely. The nice thing about, again, the one, recon that can't be killed or shot down, plus a tank that helps boost armor. And the second, one of probably, if not the best tank destroyers in the game. Oh, that poor rifleman trying to make it back, but it's just, there's so many men. They actually, wait, will he make it?
They do make it.
Oh, that could have been bad, but hey, lucky break sometimes.
Really nice smoke by the USF player to block that MG42. That could have really changed the attack. Now they're going to push up on it.
And I know he just used it, but by his commander, he has Molotov. So if he could, he would throw it in. But luckily, he has a Soviet coming in to throw the Molotov. It's going to do some damage, push back the MG. Although, funny enough, the Stern Pioneer brings up a flamethrower.
Oh, it nearly goes down, just barely escapes with a sliver of health. Some scrappy fights going on both left and right side. Axis are really trying to get aggressive. The Imagines get a flame nade off on a Vickers over there. Shock troops coming in though. Wow, they wipe a Volks in red cover in the water.
Yeah,
Break grenade.
red cover's no joke. Absolutely no joke. The Vickers was knocked out as well, so they will have to remain it, but shock troops doing what they do best, eating infantry and making sure that the area is secured. Now let's see, there are some Sturms and some other units kind of scattered about, but the big thing coming on is that Panzer II. The Lukes is coming in, should do quite a bit. Oh wait, never mind, there is a British AT gun, the 6-pounder guarding the VP.
Yeah, but it's going to push those shocks back, which will open up a little window of opportunity for the Axis, because they are causing a lot of trouble in the forest.
Oh no, yeah, I mean, that's the thing about a lot of the heavier infantry is they don't necessarily have a lot of, unless they're designed for it, they don't have AT specific abilities. So shock troops, the best thing you can do is probably throw a smoke and get the heck out. But actually, that Panzer II doesn't have too much to worry. I mean, like, if he can micro it well, he can kind of skirt around the AT gun and just kind of keep killing that support equipment. Plus, he has the infantry coming on in, so this could be very bad for the Allies. Oh, good smoke, by the way.
Great smoke. AT shot does land, though. But these infantry are going to probably wipe this out. I mean, it's not going to be able to get out in time. But there is a reinforcement, the reserve infantry from the Brits. Making their way up. It's going to be too late, though, I think.
Yeah, but it's not like the Axis can just take it over.
Right.
Or do what the OKW do and just decommission it. If you can't take it, don't let your enemy.
I think they just made a bit of a micro mistake. Bearclaw did try to pick it up under fire. And that's going to lose him a Volk squad. Flak Half-Track coming to try to protect him, but it's too late. Man, here comes 4 more fresh Volk squads. Man, this infantry battles are getting intense. And now an Su-76 coming to counter the Flak Half-Track. Things are getting spicy over there.
Su-76 is great because it can hit those long-range vehicles. Plus, it has a nice artillery ability, which is currently being used. Try to hold back those Volk squads pouring on in, but more Volk squads coming on in. And shock troops, though, back up, ready to fight.
Oh, there goes a grenade. Bearclaw picks up the AT gun yet again. Wow, shocks took down, forcing 3 Volks to retreat by being on that flank. This AT gun's probably going to go down again. Only 1 3-model Volks there to defend it against a shock troop. And he's just going to get out of there.
Don't expect much.
Yeah. They do have an MG34 at least holding the point, so that's something.
Yep. Now, while this amazing battle is going on, and actually, give it to this, the OKW forces are still holding on to this VP. They may have had to retreat a lot, but so did the Allies, and they're holding on to this VP for the moment.
Yeah, as well as the middle, so they are enforcing a small VP ticket bleed on the allies, forcing them to respond. In the meantime, that 6-pounder stolen went down again. So Bear Claw's 0 for 2 on trying to capture that thing, but it's a little bit closer.
One day. Oh, but Su-76 trying to push back that Panzer II, successfully managed to. Although Stern Pioneers are right there, so probably get some quick heals in.
Oh, here comes a T-70.
One thing I'll say. Oh yeah, the one thing I'll say is at least with that Luke's is that if you can get around that Su-76, they can actually do some damage because Su-76 can only fire from the front. T-70 though, nothing to compete against it as it comes on in. Kenwerfer is there, just not aiming at it. Up and there goes the MG.
T-70, yeah, cleared out that MG in the middle. Looks like they're gonna get a free. Oh, and they're gonna steal that. It's only an MG-34 though. Big skirmish going on in the city. Lots of grenades being exchanged.
Ooh. Yeah, an officer just paid the price, and the MG is keeping the remaining forces at bay. If you could get that Stern Pioneer in the building, he could probably push out that MG, but alas, not to be.
In terms of overall tactical positioning, I think I would like to see the Axis get more presence in the middle. There's a big vulnerability for them to be pushed and flanked from there if the Allies figure this out, because their armies are split so far wide left and right. But then again, the Allies have no real presence in the middle either. But I think if they secured that front, they'd be a lot more stable while continuing the VP bleed.
I think a little bit has to do with Scipio. Most of his men is back in his base. I mean, you can see right now there's like shock troops that are by the tree in the two sets of buildings, just taking the point. There's nothing stopping them. So I think it's just because there's no army to hold anything back. That's why.
My goodness. 3 Brit infantry sections. Oh, look at these Volks retreating right past them. That is not a good retreat path. Free manpower bleed. And a Volks goes down. Oh my gosh, such low health. Look at 2 shocks in conscript. This is a huge infantry push. Maybe this flag half-track can stop it if it can get in range. And they're in red cover.
On left. Can they bring it over to the right?
There is a Stuka on the right. I don't...
Oh, there is.
But it's danger close. The infantry's about to find it. Oh. My goodness, this is a dangerous game they're playing of hide and seek around the trees.
Yeah, the shock troops, good use of the smoke that's allowing the... Oh, wait, no, never mind. There's 2 MGs right there that's going to stop that British blob in its tracks.
I wish the Stuka didn't retreat all the way back to base, because they probably could have fired a meaningful volley at that orange blob, but it's going to get out of there.
I think he's still reloading. Yeah,
he's reloading? Oh, okay.
But what I will say is... the shock troops and conscripts managed to push back the Bear Claws Volk squads coming to support. All that stuff is still completely separated and now slightly on fire.
Yep, incendiary barrage goes down. That's devastating. The flak track, half track remains alone. Oh, here comes the Luke's trying to support. Su-76 definitely a threat to both of those vehicle units out there. But now the Allies have a firm grasp on the left and middle, and it seems like the Axis don't have a lot to counter it right now.
Can I just point out that Vita tried to grab that AT gun and also died? I don't think anyone can pick up that AT gun.
I think it's cursed.
Yeah. Just decommission it. Oh, yep, the Volk squads are removing it. They're like, no, we're done. Oh, but actually, you're right. On left, there's a lot of riflemen pushing on in. Trying to push the Axis out of this area, but they're firmly holding it. There's a lot more Volk squads coming on in. I think the Americans are going to have to fall back.
Can conscripts merge with shock troops?
Yes, so you can reinforce.
He just did that, and I thought it was super clutch, but then the shocks went down. Look at this teal blob pushing on this right VP. I thought it was going to be a clutch merge, but the shocks just got melted, but they're trying to march through. They really want to push back this Su-76. Oh no, and the one capping is burning in the incendiary. That's savage. Good use of that by the Soviets.
Yeah. But no, Let's see. Oh, here come the Brits again with
Wow.
Centaur.
Yeah, they're coming in strong.
No, definitely. And I don't think there's much I don't think there's any support equipment that can hold them back. No MGs, no AT, nothing.
That's going to be a problem. Stuka and Flak Half-Track vulnerable here to this.
Don't worry, the Panzer II got this.
That'll be its first target.
Yep. I'm seeing the MGs roll in, but where's the AT? Bearclaw has no AT for right now.
Yeah, that's a big build order mistake. I don't actually see. I see one Riketten and one AT gun by Scipio. That's 2 AT pieces, and there's an Ostwind being built. So questionable build order, potentially considering that a mistake. We're at the 17-minute mark. It is pretty shocking how little AT they have.
Maybe that's why they were so desperate to grab that British one.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh, but a good Stuka play on right. The British are going to be reeling from that.
Did something drop? Infantry
yes.
section looks like, yeah.
So right now, if you look at Ascalon, he should have only 2 British infantry section. He originally had 4.
Oh, wow. Oh, when now one of the only Rikettens available to the Axis is being punished by this USF infantry blob. Ostwind trying to cover, yeah.
Luckily, again, Ostwind very good at holding back infantry. So as long as they can kind of keep it back from being bazookaed or AT grenaded, that it should do the work and push them back. Actually,
Oh
might.
my gosh.
Might
Sticking
get
around a
us-
little too
oh, no.
long. Okay,
Yeah.
we do have a Panther in production for the Axis. Much needed.
Oh, and Scipio went Spearhead Doctrine, so we could see a Tiger tank on the field. And Tater Salad went Overwatch, so Goliath?
That could come in handy.
Yeah, no, but overall, once again, great job with them not picking the same set. Very happy about that.
Well, this Luke's just, I think it ran out of reasons to live because it's just throwing its life away in the middle. Tried to dive this
Yeah.
MG, but there's a T-70 and a fresh Su-85 on the field to stop that. Questionable choice.
Was there an artillery piece, a Katusha or something back there?
No, there was.
see
He
that.
was just trying to flake the MG. He wanted to kill it in the building. It is almost dead, but it's
Yeah.
a questionable choice.
Yeah, try to make sure if you dive, make sure it's a worthy dive. Don't sacrifice a unit of a greater expense to kill something of a lesser expense.
Take a look at
Because
this
other-
impending battle in the forest. A Stuka very dangerously positioned. And we got a Centaur and an SU coming in. A Panther is there, but the Stuka's under serious threat to going down.
Yeah. Oh, he's
Being targeted through the smoke.
yeah, he is. Panther returning fire on the Su-80. 76. The Vertan Weaver is
stolen-
recruited by the British. All right, we got British artillery now laying down. I believe he has the upgrade. Hold on, let me verify. No, he does not. He does not. So it will only be normal RD pieces, shots. It won't be the airburst as well.
Wow. Covering
But
their
it'll still be
retreat.
enough to keep the Axis back.
Yeah.
But now the tides have turned. Both Tater Salad and Bear Claw have been very decisively pushed out of the forest by the Allies, and the city's not looking much better. We have American forces guarding the VP with tank destroyers, even a mortar carriage opening fire on any infantry that pushed on in. Middle's the only place they really have advantage in. That's barely.
Yeah, there's a Scott out for USF. Decent choice to hold off some of these infantry. Su-85 still present. T-70. Bet 3 with 19 kills, doing some serious work.
Yeah, I will tip my hat off. Both Vita and specifically Ronnie have a lot of vetted units. A really good job on that preservation. Compare that to, let's say, Bear Claw or a lot of the other Axis members. They just don't have a lot of really vetted units. A lot of them just keep dying.
Yeah. It's a good observation. Shock troops charging into an Ostwind. Oh my gosh, that's...
They're very brave, comrade. They're very brave.
Su-85 coming to try to keep them back.
Assist. Pack gun's right there. If he doesn't move it, he's going to be knocked out. Smoke? Something?
Oh.
Nope.
It goes down.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
Su-76 under duress as well. Sliver of health in the forest.
Oh, come on!
The machine guns are gonna hold back the Volks. Just barely getting away with his life.
And once again, a Vet 2. If they can keep that thing going, a Vet 3 Su-76 is a nice thing to have. All right, Stuka's opening firing on left.
Ooh.
Knocks out a rifleman on the VP, so that's one down.
Now we have a
Dangerous.
comet in the forest.
Oh, in mid, T-70 for the Stuka.
Oh, takes it out.
Enemies in our territory.
What a nice dive.
Yeah, it was helped by the Calliope, but no, fantastic dive. Let's see. Meanwhile, we have the Comet, the IS-2, and a Centaur all on forest.
Ooh, IS-2 shows up, yeah.
Yep, very good in terms of killing infantry, and again, a lot of really good. And again, if you're hoping to knock it out with, let's say, Panzerschrecks, it can take a number of hits. So we'll see what these guys have in order. They do have a decent amount of 18 now, but not a lot of infantry. You look at Bear Claw. Tater Salad is a decent infantry force and an artillery piece set up.
Yeah, Bear Claw's obviously hurting. Scipio does have 700 manpower. He should... I don't know if he's saving for that Tiger. He still needs Battle Phase 3. But yeah, the Axis very clearly hurting from their losses because their map presence just isn't quite there. It looks like they're gonna... At least Yellow is gonna charge into middle here with what he's got.
Yeah, I mean, the Allies right now have probably over a population average of about mid-60s, but you're right, the Axis are easily in the low 50s. So again, these guys need not just keep their units alive, but start dealing some serious damage to the Allies if they really want to turn the tide.
It's going to be really tough to dig them out of forest with that. I mean, they're building quite a front line of MGs, Raketans. The IS-2 sitting there, it's going to be... And the shock troops just lurking around these trees. It's going to be tough to root them out.
And especially if they try to build up a decent presence, both the Soviet and British player can just call down artillery and fire to just root them out. So they have to be highly mobile in their assaults as well. They can't just build up and push. Oh, and actually, a little bit of a highlight. Yeah, big push, Comet, shock troops, IS-2, all fighting the Panther.
Yep.
Panther pulling on back.
Yeah, this is a big dive by the Comet.
Oh, well, that's going on middle. Look at, yeah, there's a Panzer IV in middle going for the
Oh my
artillery.
gosh. Yeah. I think he smells that Calliope. There's the USF player only has 2 bazookas protecting this Calliope and Scott. Oh, and Panzer IV misses its first shot.
Protection, air quotes.
Yeah. The it looks like the Panthers. Okay, that did survive the forest push. Panzer
Yes, it
IV
pulled
missing
back.
a lot of shots.
But they're
Moving too much.
Oh, that's what they're bringing in. I was wondering what they were saving. Because I'm wondering this entire time what they're doing. Because where's the Su-85 or something else? No, he's just got himself a bigger, heavier tank, the IS-152.
Oh, and the Yag Tigers just come out for Axis. Good call. That's what he was saving for.
Of course, both of them get their heavy tank destroyers at the exact same time. One shall stand, one shall fall.
One thing I didn't notice is the Axis have 2 LEFHs up. And those just started chirping away. It looks like they're targeting the Calliope.
Yeah, it seems Tater Salad has moved away from fighting in forest and left Bear Claw to do that. Meanwhile, he's trying to help out the other 2 players to try to push back the Allies, because it seems like the Allies are weaker over in the city area compared to the forest.
Speaking of which, the Axis have a Tiger out as well, which is pushing into the city.
And is there anything to counter it? Yes, the IS-152 and a Jackson. No infantry, though. Infantry support would be... Oh, no, it's all going to mid.
Here comes the Yag to find the ISU. Neither of these sides have seen either one yet.
Let's see. Okay, the IS-152 is equipped with armor piercing, so he can fight the Yag in this scenario. Oh, wait. Panzer IV over in the forest having some issues. Meanwhile, Panther trying to relieve pressure against the damaged IS-2.
The Yag
Panzer
does
IV might
land
escape.
a shot. Oh my gosh. Good incendiary there in the forest.
No, definitely. Oh, that Volk squad left to die. Oh.
Big tank battles happening on the left. So the Yag Tiger got the first shot off on the ISU, forced it back. Tiger took some big hits from the Jackson. Now the Yag's focusing down its sights on the city. The Axis definitely want to take this. The one thing they gotta be concerned about is their VP bleed. They're about 150, more than half of what the Allies have. That's gonna be something on their mind.
Berengar is pushing in though. Again, the unfortunate thing about Tank Destroyer can't fight infantry, so the Volk squads are trying to keep some distance while the remaining forces try to capture the city. Stuka coming down the ISU 152 and Yag re-engaging it. Some good plays, some good plays. Rangers, along with a major of all things, actually coming in to assist.
The Yag's getting aggressive, really putting some pressure on this city flank. Same with the Ostwin.
Up. But it's not like Berengar's not taking casualties. He just lost a Volk squad to a Ranger. The shock troops have returned to mid. But they're dodging grenades left and right. Love how he's just like going back and forth, like, where are you going? Where are you gonna come from, huh?
Looks like the forest is pretty much gonna be given up by the Axis, and I don't blame them. Yeah. I mean, there's so much there. They're so dug in.
Yeah, and this is one of the scenarios where a lot of people see this and is like, oh, what am I supposed to do? I would not engage in this area because, as we see, there's artillery coming down. The Allied forces are right there, and it's just a slaughtering ground. So maybe if they try to push in one of the other areas, or even one of the things I liked about them reworking this map is it being more open, kind of near the train car area, so you can kind of move in there for that way you're not in this claustrophobic area.
It could be beneficial if they focus their LEFHs over there just to make them soften up all those support weapons, but it might be a waste of that firepower. Wow, the Panzer IV just crushed some shock troops in the forest. Oh my gosh. That's brutal.
9 men just gone. But hey, that's what problems if you're so close knit. An armored vehicle come in, just run you over.
They're not giving up on the forest. You got a Panther and a P4 making their way in, but this is gonna be a tough egg to crack. Oh, the double recants are gonna help a lot.
Oh, absolutely.
Another P4 making its way over.
That's what it seems Bearclaw is focusing on, and we'll see if it matters. I mean, right now the IS-2 and Comet are pushing on in. Definitely have a heavier variety, but the Verken Whiffers are turning the tide.
Uh-oh, here comes the red smoke. They're gonna have to get out.
Is it fire?
More flames, yeah.
It is fire.
Meanwhile, Axis have recaptured city. Turning the VP bleed the other direction.
No, definitely. Although there's a Tiger and Yag Tiger both right there, trying to keep it together. And while I'll say maybe they haven't like defeated the Allies over on the Force VP, the nice thing is they have inflicted some serious damage, and so they're going to be reeling. And I don't think the Allies can really counterattack, at least for another minute or two.
I think if the Axis could see what we see, they would send one of these Force players to help to do a massive push on the left and just start wiping out this, because they have an armor advantage. The Tiger, Yag Tiger, they could delete this ISU with enough force to overwhelm it. And the Allies, look at this middle flank, absolutely nothing. Look at the caddy. If one tank just rode up the right side of the train tracks, it just has a clear shot at their flank. And but yeah, obviously they can't see that. But if they did, I think they would rotate a player away from the forest and do something more aggressive over here.
Not even a full player. Just send one of those Panzer IVs.
Yeah.
Because especially with Blitz, he can get in and out before they could reel.
T-34 coming in, doing the exact opposite. Oh, he's gonna ram the Yag. He had a clear shot at the Stuka, but instead he rams the Yag. And here comes the strike. Is this an IL-2?
He also killed a Grenadier squad, by the way. He killed it while ramming it.
Didn't even need the IL-2. It was taken out by the Shreks or the bazookas.
Yeah. No, Rangers have that increased attack power with bazookas, so they are incredibly dangerous versing armor.
That was a great heroic T-34. I would have loved to see him pop the shot off at the Stuka first, but might be asking for a little too much. That was a big loss for the Axis there.
Well, he's a few minutes away from getting it, but a new one, but it's still going to take some time. Meanwhile, the Allies, the Soviets specifically, are pushing in mid, and there's not much to stop them. The Tiger is injured, the Ostwind's injured, the Stuka is reloading.
Yeah, see, I think this is what I was noticing is like the mid flank for both teams is just, the presence is so little that the flank is, you just have the potential to split the armies.
And it looks like the Allies took full advantage. By the way, that T-70 has 30 kills. Good job for that little guy.
My gosh. Well played. Well played.
All right, so looks like they're not done yet. A full charge. We got a Sturm Officer, Poundsful Slayers, and a Sturm Pioneer pushing on in, try to push back some of the Allied scattered forces. But Calliope coming on in, easily pushing back the Blob.
Oh, a KV-8 making its way into the forest. That will be devastating to any sort of push. And the IS-2. I mean, good night to these Volksgrenadiers.
Yeah. Oh, God. So, a small thing as well. I love the little Verkenwerfer just hiding in the forest as well. The British are like, yeah, we'll use this. We'll make it better. And yeah, I just don't see a way for them to take that point. They're gonna need to refocus in mid. But that's what's going on. Bear Claw's doing exactly that. So that's Stuka. That's Stuka.
Nearly goes down to the shock troops. 2 fresh Panthers making their way up to the ISU, which is in danger. Snared engine, lots of shock troops. 2 more shock troops coming while 3 are in retreat. Panthers harassing the ISU and it goes down. Could this be a turn for the Axis?
If they continue momentum, yes. Oh, shock troops also perished. And again, if those Panthers pushing on in, they're engaging that Jackson. Mortar carriage is the only thing I can see to help, and that's not going to do anything.
There's one big problem, and it's time. 28 VPs, they have to decap. An incendiary just went down on the mid VP. They did neutralize it, but it's not enough. They have to get one more, and it's going to have to be city, because forest is, at the moment, just being heavily locked down.
God.
Tiger pushing
Where
up.
was this pushed?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it just took enough demoralization in the forest to finally change their mind. Tiger coming around the flank of the KV-8.
Not the way I would expect it to come, but hey, neither does that Soviet player really think, oh my God, there's a Tiger right behind that IS-2.
Oh, jeez, the Tiger just hammering this KV-8. The Axis are still bleeding. 9 points. Caddy raining down on mid. They do have the city on the cap. Oh my gosh. Yeah. 3 Panthers coming to counter the IS-2 and the Su-85. And the Tiger's still there as well.
Yeah, this is a serious counterattack, but it's working so far. It is working so far.
6 points left on the Axis board. They do cap city though, so they stop the bleed. Middle is still open. Oh,
still
guns
good
down.
Back this armor. Again, all they have a comet, a Firefly coming on in.
This Panther trying to escape with the main gun destroyed. The ISU can't turn around quick enough. Oh, the Panther misses. Oh, this is brutal. Goodness.
Yeah.
Oh, something else just went down. I missed what it was.
Panther 4.
Oh my gosh. Comet and a fresh Firefly coming out of the forest. Sideswiping.
Yeah, oh, Tiger and the Panther, they're throwing everything they have at it. Fire's coming down on mid. Oh, yeah, Tiger's on.
IS-2 with a sliver of health backing away. Holy cow.
See, this scenario where, again, if they had something to chase it, I would chase it because that's absolutely worth to knock it out. But unfortunately, the only things to chase are so low on health that don't even risk it.
Yeah, the Comet also escaping with like 10%
health. That was a very good counterattack.
Yeah, it was a fantastic push. The only issue is, man, they do not have time on their side. They cannot make a single mistake because if they lose these VPs, they'll have no time to react. Yeah,
and right now, if we see on the left, in the city with the the American forces. He's
Yeah.
just doing the cover to cover, so that drops smoke shells, which means they can't be seen. Meaning the only way they're going to stop that point from not being capped is putting infantry on it, or Stuka bomb, which they don't have.
Yeah, they're trying to respond, but this is the problem. They can't afford this cap even for a little bit.
Oh, well, let's see. Again. Oh.
Now the shock's going for the decap on center.
Yep.
Allies doing
trying
a
to
good job
cap
of
it.
holding this left VP just by standing on it.
Yeah, that's all you need to do.
Yeah, and the bleed is too fast, man. What a game.
Wow, funny enough, if you look at the playback on the city VP, the IL-2 bomb strike, it killed both grenadiers right now, and on my screen they're just stuck in like this perfect art pose, just flying through the air.
Oh my gosh, one of them's arm is in the process of being detached on my screen. Oh, jeez.
But anyway, I was like, oh no, it looks like Scipio and like Bearclaw and Tater, like they're just not doing it. And then at the end, the last 5 minutes, you just gotta jolt a spark of life and decisively countered on two fronts.
Yeah, the problem was it's just too late. They needed to do that a lot sooner. I think they spent too much time in the forest, and that was just a losing fight. I mean, it was a great effort though. It was very exciting. It just came too late.
Yes.
They didn't leave themselves any room for error.
Yeah, if there's so many heavy tanks, that's when I'm like, okay, you need to focus. You need to drive them away, or in this scenario, it's perfect. The IS-2, the fire, all that stuff was just so far on the opposite side of the map that they were able to do so much damage to half the allied team that the other team was like, oh, you need our help? Oh, it's going to be like a minute before we get there. And that's all the time they needed.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take a look at the stats here. Flip through these cards. 30 kills on this Panzer IV by Bearclaw, which is not bad.
Absolutely not. I wonder, did that? No, I mean, like the Su-76 survived, so that's awesome. But unfortunately, that T-70 did not. I'm a little disappointed by that.
Pretty even matchup. I mean, the kills across the board, everybody in the low 100 range. And the damage also pretty evenly distributed between 20 and 30,000.
Yep. At least on my screen, Scipio got around 36k, and Ronnie was the highest on the Allied team with 35k, and also most kills. Same thing with Scipio.
Yeah.
So really good job on those two guys. But yeah, you're right. There isn't like a standout play where it's like 100k, 60k.
Yeah, it seemed like the losses, even it was the same in the first game where the losses were just really, it was a lot of small mistakes that just accumulated, and I think the mistakes amounting in infantry losses. The tank exchanges were fairly even throughout. It was just, I think, mainly those infantry losses, and then again, just a lack of the coordinated push. That's the same thing that I felt in the first game with the Vengeful Truppen, is they had all the stuff they needed. They just didn't coordinate it well enough. I think their push at the end was coordinated. That just needed to happen earlier, I think.
Yeah. What I would also give up for the I think it was Meme, but his consistent pushes in mid with the T-70 and the T-34 and everything else was really well done. Like, they knocked out a Yag, they knocked out Stukas, a lot of infantry, and I feel like eventually Scipio, and then we're like, wait a second, we can do a dive in mid. Yeah. We can do this.
Yeah.
But
it was
still a good game.
Yeah, it was exciting. So that's going to move the Vengeful Truppen to the losers bracket, and the Truppen are going to advance along the winners bracket. Guys, I'm going to rest my voice. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back. We'll see you soon.
Stay tuned for more.
Don't normally see on Port of Hamburg. And Stuka in trouble.
Oh.
Jackson's going hunting.
What a gamble.
There's a demo shot.
He doesn't see it. Point blank firing into the Churchill.
Oh, come on, come on, come on. They're retreating over it.
Oh, the AEC!
It's gonna hunt down a tiger. It got a tiger.
It did it.
Hit them with this Axis blob moves up. Here it comes. The Scot just explodes.
Just like that, out of nowhere.
Churchill really looking low. That catty needs to be moved out of there. This
got more
is
pioneers.
gonna go down to the wire. 18 to 37. 18 to 37. What is happening with this game?
Rumbly engine. Oh no. Oh, Stuka bomb coming up north. This could be devastating. He doesn't. Oh no. Hello, comrades. We have Midge back in the house. Shout out to Greyshot for helping me with that last game. Midge, good to have you back. How you feeling?
Nice to be back.
Refreshed, hopefully.
I'm feeling refreshed.
Okay, good. So guys, we're having an interesting technical issue with Midge, and it's actually happening to me too, where some of the replays aren't showing up. So in this case, I have one that's showing up, Midge doesn't, so he's going to be looking at my screen. It might be, the dynamic might be a little different this time. So we're going to be seeing the same thing, but it's not going to be happening on all the games, but just a couple. So this next up is GER versus BaGGno. And GER was the faction pick, and they chose Axis. And BaGGno, the map picker, chose Port of Hamburg. And this is the second time this happened now, Midge, right? There was an Axis pick for the faction, and then the Allies picked Port of Hamburg. And both times it's perplexed me. Does it seem strange to you?
Yeah, and I believe, like, we went away and we thought about this, like, well, I did anyway. I think maybe it's a choice of, okay, you know maybe that the Axis, the Allies is your weaker faction. So you pick an Axis-sided map and know, while you've got the energy to fight it out, use your energy on the hardest scenario possible to make the rest of your games easier. Because if you pull off a win when you're already down, then the rest of the set might be smooth sailing for you.
You know what? If that is what's actually going on, I'm impressed by the mindset, because it is true. If you play while you're fresh as your weaker faction, then you manage to swap the sides, Port of Hamburg, then your Axis, and you pull out a win. Then you also have the faction pick for Game 3, being the team 2. You put yourself in a good situation to have the momentum on your side and wrap up the best of 3. So if that's what's going on, I'm impressed. And it's 200 IQ thinking that I don't know that I would have thought of being a player, but
Oh no, I wouldn't. It's just the only reason I can think of people wanting to play Port of Hamburg as the Allies. It's
right.
It's because it is a very Axis-sided map, as you say.
Yes, it is. So we're gonna go ahead and load up, guys. Get the game underway. So we do have Jur on the Axis side and BaGGno as the Allies. Take a look at a couple of the commanders. I definitely would expect the Axis. Yeah, there's an Elephant commander. There's a Tiger. Definitely expect some heavy tanks to be coming out. Another Tiger. Yag Tiger is excellent on Port of Hamburg. 2 Elephant commanders. Let's take a look at what the Soviets running. Soviet shock rifle. So we got an IS-2. One thing I'm disappointed is not seeing an ISU 152. We did see one in the last game finally, Midge, that you missed on Leon Force.
Oh, really?
So it did make its debut in the tournament. Actually, one game had 2 ISUs, which was a nice change of pace. Okay, I'm starting down on the Allied side. Got the USF heading out. Let's see, what's the Soviet attacking? We got a support weapon companion going up. Got a Brit and another USF heading off to the right. Take a look at the Axis here. Infantry company going up. Imagine we'll see a decent amount of MG42s. Oh, we didn't say. What are the factions we got? Oh, 3 Wehrmacht for the Axis, 1 OKW.
We've had some instant commander lock-ins as well. Do you mind hovering over what they are?
Yeah, so it looks like OKW got Grand Offensive, classic choice. That's been very popular in the tournament so far, and with the pros alike. Salt Support Doctrine for the Wehrmacht. Gets access to that Tiger tank, fragmentation bomb. Oh, look, another third one. Bendix goes German infantry. More fragmentation bombs. I'll let you handle the allies.
We've got Airborne Company, which is, I think, a solid pick, really, for the USF. I really like the Airborne Company, and that's the only allied commander lock-in. Playing a bit more reserved with their commander picks, maybe looking to counter the German commanders or whatever the Axis throw out on the field. Got the allies grabbing that fuel just about. Axis not wanting to seem to push up too far, but we do have Axis capping on both the bottom and mid VP. Oh, it's top VP, sorry.
Yeah, it is interesting. Only one Axis player went to this southern fuel, and you can tell he's playing conservatively. He doesn't want to face 2 players, which he's expecting, and he's correct. Another MG, they wanted to get a quick cap. Looks like they're prioritizing VPs over both fuels. They're getting a nice lock on the top one. Oh, and an aggressive MG42 coming on the flank. They really want to secure this top fuel.
It's a double Maxim here from the Soviet player, looking to cover as many fields of fire from Axis pushes, and it seems to be working out for them because there's a lot of Axis infantry coming in, but there is that Pioneer squad right on top of that Maxim squad. They're going to be forced to retreat.
Yeah, the double Maxims definitely helping support each other's flanks, but I don't know if this one's going to survive. Taking shots from the Pioneers. So far, map control definitely favoring the Axis, so just a bit since they have that midpoint. And they're definitely keeping the allies on their toe, pushing up, getting really aggressive.
Yeah, the allies being really forced back into their base right now, which is great. But we've got a flank coming in here from the combined arms of the British forces and one of the USF players. It's interesting to see dual USF because we've seen a lot so far of dual Soviets picked up by the Allies, but dual USF, well, you can correct me. I don't know what it was like for the previous game with.
No, that's true. It's true. We haven't seen 2 USF yet.
No.
Looks like
does mean there is a.
Go ahead.
Oh, continue. Oh, I was just going to say, it does mean that the Allies are limited in the amount of heavy tanks they can put out.
Yeah, I think the IS-2... Oh, well, actually, one of the USF picked the Pershing, heavy cav, locked in. Okay. So that's probably a wise choice. But yeah, the Soviet player did have IS-2 commander options. So we'll see. I think that's got to be a no-brainer at this point. Otherwise, they just won't have enough armor to deal with the elephants.
You can't rely on a Pershings to deal with tigers and elephants, so...
It's seeming pretty clear that the role of this Axis player on the right is just to hold back the allies from flanking, because he's not really trying to take this fuel. At least he might be now with this mortar. But it seems more content to just hold him off. Oh, the allies really trying to get aggressive on this fuel here. Yeah. Smoking him off.
MG being forced back there, and MG going low in the building. This is a great push from the USF here.
Yeah, they're gonna cap this fuel for a minute, and that's as much fuel as you can keep away out of Axis hands. It's gonna be very beneficial as it gets closer to late game.
VPs ever so slightly in Axis favor, but that looks like it might start to turn. We've got allies pushing on the center, allies holding the top, and allies pushing on the bottom VP. Or have I got those flipped again? I always get my VPs flipped in this game.
They're kind of at an angle, so it's understandable. It's like left to right or top to bottom. Oh, big mortar hit. The captain goes down. Got some grenadiers in production. 2 players. So what do the allies got in the queue? We got an AA half-track in production from the USF. Mortar pit up. I missed that for the Brits over here to help lock down this fuel. I think that's a good choice.
Good choice, yeah. Pack howitzer out for the USF as well, just creeping into frame there. Seems the allies are trying to rely quite a bit on artillery. which on Port of Hamburg is a solid choice. I'm not sure the commanders really back that up, though.
Right. Yeah, I would agree. I mean, we'll see what the Brit player chooses. It seems like land mattress would come in handy. I'm surprised there's no Royal Artillery.
Yeah. I mean, the land mattress is a very solid choice, and it also gives you the counter option of having the commandos out as well if you need more hard-hitting, fast-moving infantry to assault the points. I've got a feeling we're going to see that mobile support doctrine a lot from UKF players. Getting my tongue tied today.
I feel a bit bad for this Axis player down in the just getting hounded. A losing fight, 1v2 with that mortar pit backing the allies up.
He is tying up a lot of units, though, that would otherwise be useful elsewhere.
Right now, allies do have both fuels. Axis is getting a decap, though. You'll notice we got some fuel caches up for the Axis. Nothing for the allies yet.
Enemies are swarming one of our emplacements.
This looks like this might start to go down. No infantry support on that fresh fighting position.
Fighting position goes down. USF coming in to try to liberate middle, but man, he's outnumbered. 2v1.
So yeah, this is going to be a big retreat from the USF player here. He's just lost a lot of manpower as well. Those two squads going extremely low, losing the fighting position. That's 125 manpower and 60 munitions. And now, looks like his half-track might be in trouble.
Oh yeah, the half-track can take on a Luke's, but not with this much health reduced. He knows he's got to get out of there. I don't think there's any AT here to help.
Nope, the engineers might be able to snare, but it's not going to be in time. We're going to see that. Yeah, the half-track goes down to the Luke's. Luke's does get snared, but I don't think there's any AT to follow this up.
Yeah, I don't see anything in the area. Not even in the middle. Oh, we do have an AT gun coming. I don't know if it's going to get there in time.
This gun might be able to get an angle, but the pink player does have infantry.
It's completely unsupported. He thinks better of it. You don't want to send that in alone. Risk losing it.
We've seen a complete switch in build as well here from this yellow Soviet player. The two Maxims have gone, I'm assuming died, and he switched out for two mortars. A lot of focus on support weapons right now for the Soviet player, which isn't a bad shout.
Yeah, I think it's definitely in response to the multiple MG42s on the field, which are frustrating in these tight spaces. So it's in, and they also got mortars on the Axis side. Look at this double MG42 guarding the top. Without mortars or some light vehicles, yeah, it's pretty frustrating to try to penetrate that.
Oh, look, there's a stolen Maxim going onto the center. I think I know what happened to it now.
One thing I'm not seeing from the allies is just a coordinated defense. We've seen a counter push by one allied player. Now we see another with a Brit there by himself. I would really like to see them try to use their units in symmetry. Like, we have this howitzer and the mortars. I'd love to see them target the same MG, try to whittle them down. But they seem to all be operating a bit independently.
Yeah, which you really can't afford to do, especially as we were talking before game, that Port of Hamburg is an Axis-sided map. And even if you are trying to, you know, not worry too hard maybe as the allies about this game, no, you've got an Axis game in hand. You really want to be focusing on that coordination to really tire out the Axis players and really give them a fight, because pushing over right away is not going to do you any good. But we do have a push up here from the USF. Finally pushing the purple Axis player out from his held position, which he's been in the beginning of the game, but they're finally capping that side of the Axis map. Again, allies kind of do have map control on this side of the map now, but they do not have both fuels currently, and they're still contesting that midpoint VP.
Yeah, and the Axis have set up a second fuel cache and a munitions cache over here. Oh, excuse me, a third fuel cache, which is probably a sign of things to come.
No caches out for any of the allies, which I would really be thinking about by now. And oof, that's oh, there's Rifleman goes low. Gonna go down as well. Ouch.
Oh, big ouch.
2 USF squads destroyed there. Maxim might go down to that. Yeah, Maxim. Sorry, MG did go down there. Automatically said Maxim.
Some scrappy infantry fights. Allies really want to take away this fuel. I don't think they know that there's 3 fuel caches up, which does explain the little bit of allied advantage in terms of map control. That can change quickly. And look at this aggressive push up to the allied munitions, which talk about late game resource I think is often underlooked, is just munition income. I think it's wise that the Axis decided to build one cache of theirs. And to take this away from the allies is a nice move, because that means less gun upgrades. Or it'll just take longer. Less grenades.
As well.
Yeah.
USF and Brits especially rely quite a lot on munitions for their call-ins, depending on which commanders you take. I mean, the P-47 strike, that's... Is that a 150 or is it a 200 call-in?
I think it's 240.
240, yeah. Allies are going to really want those munitions, and all the major artillery. Yeah, we got a Puma out in the center. It's also taking a little bit of damage.
This seems to be a group prepared for an assault. I don't know if the allies are ready for that.
We're seeing a Cromwell out for the allies, but no other armor. I do like the Cromwell as a tank. It's very fast. Its gun's pretty. It's got a big punch to it, and it's not too bad on armor. Could easily go toe to toe with the light tanks out for the Axis here.
Got a Panzer IV out for the Axis, and we also have a Katyusha in build for the Soviet player right now. But already the Axis putting that fuel to use with a Lukes, a Puma, not a P4 versus a single Cromwell. As for the Allied armor, we do have a howitzer in production, which I don't think is a good choice for them. But they haven't really been introduced to the Puma or the P4 yet, so they probably just aren't realizing how off balance these two armies are. But they're gonna learn quick.
Stug out. Yeah, here comes the Axis armor, and the Allies could be in trouble here. There isn't much AT on the field. Also, the Axis are playing much more coordinated from what we've seen so far. The blue and yellow player for the Allies seems to be at work. Caddy comes in, revealing that that's there. Hands are 4, gonna break through the wall, gonna go for that good old Cromwell. It's gonna push it off at the middle point.
I think this is a classic strategy by the Axis to just hoard fuel, let the Allies gain a false sense of security as they take some map, and then they just blitzkrieg in with an overwhelming amount of armor.
Yeah. Allies do currently have map control. If they can somehow hold on to it, doesn't matter how many tanks there are, if they can hold on to it and get those VPs starting to be a bit more even, they could take this to the long game and really rely on those call-ins, which we've actually seen that quite a lot. I don't know about the, again, I'm going to refer back. I don't know about the games you have with Greyshot, but in the games that we've seen, the first game tends to be a drawn-out slug of a match, relying on those artillery call-ins at the end, where it's just everyone fighting over like one VP and going right down to the wire. So the Allies are wanting to do that. They've got to just hold on to these all-important fuel points and center VPs right now.
Yeah, they do have the bottom. They're decapping the top. But I think so much damage has already been done in terms of fuel income for the Axis. We do have a Jackson coming out. It's a good choice.
Yep.
We got this USF player, Mr. Jones, with 700 manpower. I think he should be probably in charge of making some caches. Although, did he just...
Yeah.
Oh, he's got a Jackson in production. I think that's also a wise choice.
We've also seen the rest of the commanders locked in, I believe, for the Allies.
Oh, yes.
We do have mobile assault regiment, which means we might see some land mattresses. We've got airborne, we said. What are the other allies picking?
Let's take a quick look at this. This could be a... Oh, yeah, that's a loss of the Lukes to the Jackson. Puma tries to fend him off. It's too late. That Luke's got a little too aggressive. I think they had a false sense of security that the Allies were lacking in armor, but they met that Jackson.
Another P4. Soviet combined arms, and is that... oh yeah, it's heavy cavalry with the Pershings there for the other USF player.
And then the final axis was assault support. I don't know if I called that one. Two assault supports.
Yeah.
Lots of fragmentation bomb potential for these commander picks. Oh, this is shaping up to be a grind.
Look at the infantry swarming over that bridge. No allied machine gun. The allies going to be pushed off by that airstrafe.
Yeah, that seemed pretty weak. That was his normal strafing run. I was expecting fragmentations would have been devastating there. Oh, this P4 getting a little aggressive.
2 bounces.
Two bounces.
It bounces in reply.
Oh. Ooh. Two penetrations. Grenadiers here threatening to snare that Cromwell. He doesn't want any part of that. The Allied front line is pretty much in disarray. We have a mortar unprotected, some AT guns and a mortar unprotected. These guys trying to hold them off, but they need a little more strength in their front, I think.
There's an Su-85 just coming in for the Soviet player as well. Start to get a load more tank destroyers out. Maybe the Allies have realized about the German fuel caches and are expecting the armored push.
Their arsenal's really starting to grow. Ostwind can be devastating to these solo infantry units. Good double hit on this Panzer IV. It's gonna get away, and here comes the Shreks, the all-devastating. Allies really need more machine guns to hold this line. Oh, and there's, speaking of which, stolen MG42 to do the job. How about that?
I think it's a really good call from the Allies, though, to miss mainline battle tanks and go straight for tank destroyers, try and counter some of this armor coming at them.
Allies should push this Ostwind here. Oh, but the Axis really want to protect it. This SU. Oh, if only it could use focus sight, it could hit this. Oh, it is on focus sight. It's just not pointing in the
right direction. Turn. Oh,
and a Ricketten coming up to push him away. Man, I would have loved to see them capitalize on that. That wounded Ostwind so close to going down.
I do think it, like I was saying, I do think it's a great call for the Allies to go straight for tank destroyers, though, because the Axis, although they have had the fuel advantage, they haven't gone into those tank-on-tank tanks. That was a lot of tanks in one sentence. But they haven't got their Panthers out. They haven't saved for their Tigers. They've gone into Ostwinds and P4s, which means an armored push like this could land some devastating hits. The Puma goes low, has to put out its smoke. It's a lot of infantry in support this time. This is the combined arms we were looking for.
Yeah, this is a response to my criticism, I think, of the lack of push, and all of a sudden they're all four of them pushing tanks together in unison as if they've had a rally cry. They're being inspired, and a Panzer IV goes down to the onslaught of Allied armor, and a Panzergren with a Shrek almost goes down. There's a wounded Panzer IV up here. The Cromwell's getting cheeky. A lot of infantry retreating. The Caddy coming in to try to clean some up.
That's a good Catty strike, but yeah, the Allied infantry has gone down quite a lot. They haven't got the front line that they had at the beginning of the push.
Oh my gosh.
We're going to see the wounded tanks, though. They're so wounded. If they could just push up, this Cromwell could do some damage.
They don't quite
see the Ostwind, but
see it.
They can't see the P4 that's there either.
Cromwell does get aggressive.
Oh, they've moved the P4 away.
He pushes a little more. He'd see a wounded Puma and P4. Oh, but here's a healthy P4 to push him up. Oh man, if the Allies only saw what we saw, I think they would push. Here's a fresh Cromwell. Look at all these healthy tank destroyers. They could definitely do some serious damage.
Cromwell is a seriously good choice from the Allies here. The thing that stopped them pushing up so far in that last push was infantry, and the Churchill is such an anti-infantry tank. It can take many Shreks and not really feel it. So I think that's a perfect choice from the British player. Bring that out.
Oh, Stuka preparing to fire its first volley. Oh no, it's been at work. It's got 8 kills already. I haven't seen that hit. Looks like both sides are keen to get some repairs in. More so the Axis need it though. The Allies have a lot of healthy tanks.
Yeah. Now this map is starting to look a bit more Allied favored. They've turned this around quite a lot. Which we don't normally see on Port of Hamburg. And Stuka in trouble.
Oh.
Jackson's going hunting.
What a gamble. And it pays off.
Yeah.
Pays off big. Oh, and the Allies are here to help.
Yeah.
And a tiger emerges from the fog of war.
Tiger. This is not what that Jackson wanted to see. There's a rack on the flank as well. British tanks coming in to support
infantry
the side.
targeting the rack.
Tiger's already down to half health. 2 penetrations for the Jacksons.
We have P-47s coming in.
One
from the USF. Cromwell,
Churchill is going looking.
He's giving sight to the P-47s.
It's what they need now is a group of British engineers to run in and try and snare that, or a T-34 from the Soviets to go around that. Oh, and second Jackson down.
The Pershing emerges, but to a horde of angry infantry with Shreks and Fausts. Pushes it back. Here comes the caddy, just in time to push him back.
This is back and forth, just as we were saying at the beginning of this engagement, that the Allies looking better with their tank forces. We see 2 Jacksons go down in that one engagement to no Axis armor, but a lot of Axis infantry losses. And that Tiger is going to be out of action for a while. It's going to take a while to get that repaired. Can the Allies capitalize on this situation?
P-47's nailing that Stug. Wow. Could have been worse for the Axis. They seem to have escaped with minimal losses.
But look at the map control. This has given the time for the Allies to push up all of their support weapons and start to lock down these points. And here we're going to see the Stug met by the Su-85 and the Pershings. Rear armor hit. What hit that in the rear? Is there a rack or?
Oh, Raketten.
Yeah,
2 Rakettens.
A couple of racks from the rear.
Oh, that Stug goes down. I don't know if this is a good trade though. If they lose the SU.
Which it's looking likely. It goes really low. There it goes.
Yeah. Look at these Shreks. This is not what you want to see as the Allied tank drivers. Hordes of Shreks emerging from the corners. Pershing's trying to get out of there.
I need to find that Pershing's. Pershing being chased by a Pack 40. Come on, boys, push it harder.
Oh, here comes a Werfer. Oh, this could be devastating.
Oof,
AT gun
down, but much else. Is this the same Puma or is this a new Puma out?
This is Vet 2. I think it's probably the same. Oh, he's hunting for the Pershing.
He's hunting for the Pershings. Is it going to find it?
Oh,
it's a mine!
And the Pershing saw it.
Yeah.
Oh.
With the Soviet
the price was paid.
And that's crewable.
That's crewable. Oh, you shot it.
Oh, they shot it. Oh.
Interesting. So the Axis looked like they were about to do a meaningful counter push, but all of a sudden, they're dwindling on units. Like the Allies kind of did a secondary push themselves and cleaned up a few wounded vehicles. Now the Axis seem to be hurting even worse.
And they're hurting even harder on the map control. But look at the stored fuel for the Axis right now. They're so close to a lot of heavy tanks. That's
very true. We have 2 players over 200, the other 2 over 150.
One's about to hit 300. And that one player has also just called in a tiger.
Yes, he has.
So 2 tigers on the field now. My question is, will they be able to coordinate all these tanks and not let other parts of their game slip, like their map control and their infantry support?
This poor tiger hasn't really gotten to accomplish anything. It's snared again.
It's just coming after being full repaired, ready to take action, and nope.
No kills.
Couple of rangers take it out. Oh.
Okay. Got some forces shaping up on the bottom. Looks like they're keen. They're about to hit a wall, though. This isn't going to be easy ground to take.
This is the first reveal of this second tiger. I think the tiger, for me, is focusing the wrong target here. It's trying to pin-cushion the Churchill, which has very high armor, whilst leaving a Jackson there that has very low armor, but a bigger gun.
Tiger's so low.
So low.
He's gotta get out.
As a forward, it goes low, trying to cover his tiger buddy.
Double Shreks, though, ready to finish off this Churchill potentially, but it can take a hit.
Press M to clear. Yep, there comes the defensive smoke. That's what I wanted to see.
Stormtroopers coming in, trying to add that extra oomph for the infantry push, but they're gonna have to get out. Meanwhile, looks like we had some battles raging on the north. Axis get pushed off there. At least their infantry.
Major coming in, maybe trying to put down some artillery. That mortar pit for the Brits is now veterancy 3.
That's brutal. 11 kills. Makes it very hard for them to cap. Look at that.
Yeah.
Just chipping away.
Just.
Well, ironically, I was being critical of the of the front line of the Allies, but they're holding strong. They're applying force where they need to. Even though middle, like it's made of 2 AT guns and a howitzer. It's very weird. It's very ragtag. There's not really any machine guns or infantry, but they're applying the force where they need to, which currently is on the bottom, and it's working out for them.
And they've got the Axis triple caps right now. This is what I was saying about the VPs. If they could just hold the ground and take this to the long game, I think it just feels like the Axis now are struggling with counters, because the Allies are just being able to field such a variety of combined arms. Like, let's just take a look at the artillery output from the Allies. Well, we've got a Vet 2 Katusha, we've seen a Vet 2 pack howitzer, we've got a second Catty out, like, but then you're coupling those with some hard-hitting tank destroyers, the heavy armored Churchill, and the Pershings, and the Axis now are in a bit of trouble.
Total of 3 Tigers on the field.
Dauerfeuer there, really close to an enemy infantry blob.
I'd love to see the Axis work together. I feel like they're getting pushed around by the Allies. I think they need to try to create a meaningful push of their own and wipe out some of this armor.
Yeah. Oh, Su-85 just went down then.
Oh, got a little too close to the double racks. That's what did him in.
Real work. That's the second Su-85 to go down to those double racks as well. They must be feeling very happy with themselves. And here comes the Axis counter push. Only one Axis player though, because again, that red tiger just keeps getting half health and pushed away.
Yeah, it's only got 2 kills. That's just not good enough. That needs to. It can be very effective at wiping infantry if you put it in the right position and keep them still. The orange tiger doing a bit better. It's got 7 kills, but he's I don't know. This fight down here doesn't seem to be very productive. Allies are really pinching him back. Shrek's got to find a way to get close.
Allies have just formed a wedge through the center, locked down that center, splitting the Axis players as well. We've got the Axis players split to bottom and top of the map. Now, if you got the 3 Tigers that were on the map next to each other, maybe push through the center, which, looking at the minimap, isn't as well defended as it was, could really open up the game. But they don't see what we see, and they're just trying to hold on to both sides, 2 and 2.
And Jackson just went down to the Werfer. Oh, a Panzer IV on the flank. That's probably what got him.
This could be good. That's a very good idea, but it is engine damaged.
Here comes the Tiger.
Run, Cromwell, run!
Man, Axis still not having luck on this top VP either. Their VPs are dropping dramatically. 161 for the Axis.
If you were on the Axis team right now, what would you be saying? What would be your play right this minute?
My play would be, as you've already said, let's get our tanks together and let's push where we think they're softest. And it's pretty clear, I mean, from what we can see, middle is softest. I think that these players would probably be able to tell you that too. Because this is just, this side seems dug in. 2 Churchills, mortar pits. But regardless, either side, I'd say let's link up our 3 Tigers and our Shreks and push together. Let's try to wipe out some of these caddies. There's no way they can stop our tanks from diving. I'd also ask somebody to get a Panther, because I think the Tigers are just a little too slow. I'd love to have a Panther lead the way and absorb some shots and maybe target those caddies right away. But right now, there's just the pushes are very static and linear.
Goes down.
Oh, that's a good pickup. Oh, but here comes some guards.
They've got to try and capitalize on one of those veterans. 2 racks goes down. The other one's gone to half health.
Oh, here comes fragmentations.
There's no infantry.
He's
to
not
support
moving.
This Tiger.
Oh no, that wasn't fragmentation. That was a command artillery. Oh, fragmentation must have been used down here. Oh, the Vet 3 mortar pit under duress.
At this point, though, this mortar pit is kind of just holding back pop cap for the Brits. So that won't be too bad a loss. It's done a lot of the job for this side, but we have seen an Axis cap down here. This combined arms. Churchill goes down. Tiger's low, though. Can't capitalize on the push of that. Just a Panzer IV to face down a Jackson and a Cromwell. And a fresh Churchill? There was 2 of them?
Yeah, there was always 2.
Oh, I missed that.
Look at this, man. Yeah, I think if the Axis could see this, I would say let's push north. This is they got a forward healing, double forward healing. I mean, at least the mortar pit's down. Or maybe you push and try to take all this out. I don't know. I don't know what the right play is. But either way, I think they gotta get three or more players together.
I feel there is an attachment right now for the Axis to the fuel points. Like, they are trying to focus down the 2 sides of the fuel and make that the focus rather than their VPs right now. They don't exactly need the fuel as much as they did. They've already got a lot of their heavy tanks out. They've got a lot of fuel caches. They need to be working on those VPs, and I haven't seen an Axis push in mid in a long time. Not even a curious, I'm going to send 1 unit of Volks in there to just see what there is.
Interesting taking a look at the pop cap. The 2 allied players, Soviet and USF, have 98, 94 pop. And then the other 2, 56 and 73, could definitely afford more units. But even more interesting is the Axis. They're all in the 60 to 70 range. But they have the fuel. They could be getting a Panther. I think that should be their next build. And they need to push.
Still only 1 player up here. 1 Axis player, really, with any presence on the field.
Oh. Big artillery hitting those mortars, and they're getting a decap on mid.
This is good. The Axis have pushed into mid, which is what we were saying, but they've only got 83 VPs left. Is this maybe too late for them. But they have started to move their tanks around. Are they thinking about pushing into this midpoint? Certainly looks like it. Could this be the turnaround?
A border pick gets instantly replaced. Yeah, it could be. I mean, now at the same token, these allied players going middle, it might be the right time to strike on bottom.
Yeah.
But they just need to make a choice quick while they have some tanks isolated.
But no, the allies are doing a great job here of just putting little bits of pressure on each of the sides. And I think to the Axis is meaning that they don't want to try and switch over. They don't want to change points. They don't want to give up on a side because they think there's presence everywhere. And the fact that the allies still hold mid, I think, is allowing them to support every side with their tanks. Because we saw that a second ago. That Churchill and Cromwell, I think supported by Jackson, managed to push off the attack on mid. And now, straight away, those same tanks have been able to re-divert to this bottom side again.
Yeah, I would love to see capitalization on this middle point. A big dive. You could cut off and flank all of these allies that are defending the north. It could be a meaningful strike. Obviously, they can't see what we see. It's hard to make that call, but middle has been weak this whole time. I mean, an AT gun. Now the Churchill's going back south. It's really been a ragtag, minimal group of a defense.
Yeah. I'm starting to think, were we wrong? Is Port of Hamburg actually allies sided in some way?
No, I think we just haven't seen the proper use of the heavies, and I think they also needed an elephant, not 3 tigers. The tigers, you know, their advantage is that they're more mobile, but they haven't really taken advantage of that mobility. They've kind of just been poking in their faces forward in these, like I said, very linear attacks rather than using them as ways to flank or get up close and personal with the allies. But we do have the 3rd tiger up here, so maybe they are considering a counterattack here in the middle.
But with only 56 VP left.
Yeah, it's cutting it close. The 4th player for the Axis still on the bottom. I'd love to see him come up. They do have a Panther, which I think is the right choice, but not just sitting idle.
Yeah, what? If you're gonna make a push, especially if it's at this point, you got to be at last hurrah sort of stance. You're gonna want to be all going all in and trying to capitalize off of a chance like right now. Why would you not get all of the players together right now?
I'd love to see a Werfer. Do they have any more? They only have the 1 Werfer, and it needs to be supporting this assault.
P-47's coming down for the USF.
Oh, Tiger going in alone. Off. Where's his support? Oh, he does have his Shreks.
Oh, Jackson goes down. The bodies go flying.
Good grenade.
This is great now.
Oh, bad grenade.
Now allies need to come in behind this and capitalize.
Here they are.
But here comes the Brits.
And the planes.
Oh, that P-47 strike. Again, late game, allied munitions.
Blood in the water for the Brits.
The British player here has used their tanks very well this game.
Look at this. A column.
Cromwell getting to vet 3.
We really needed the Axis to use that Panzerwerfer on all these AT guns just sitting down here. That was kind of the death of those Axis armor.
I feel like there's been some hesitancy from the Axis this game.
Yeah, it's been kind of strange, especially considering they had the armor advantage early on. They just didn't put it to good use. Oh, immediate Tiger call in, but man, he's gonna charge right into a bunch of tank destroyers. Now, meanwhile, Axis did manage to cap the bottom, so they're not bleeding.
No. In fact, we're currently seeing allies lose VPs, but there is a massive tank push here in the middle. 2 Jacksons.
Ooh, P4 in the rear.
Risky.
Jackson goes down.
Goes down. Can I get another thing?
Being sandwiched. Here comes the Shreks.
That Churchill smoke's about to run out.
For a Tiger coming on the flank.
Come on. Oh,
another Churchill enters the fight. Can he smoke for his teammate? Get down, Mr. President. I'll take the bullet.
gonna get out. Now that Tiger's going low.
Oh my gosh, and this new Churchill getting low. A fresh Tiger
Now-
emerges.
Yeah. But
Another
where was it 5 seconds ago? Why? Now we're starting to see them combined. But the allies have the caps. The Axis are bleeding again. And now the infantry can take
Oh no, the
on
allies are capping
tanks.
top at the same
Tanks
time.
unsupported.
They do have Shreks coming in. But they have to get on the VPs. I know this is so exciting at the tank fights, but if they don't get on VPs, Churchill goes down.
Okay, Churchill's
Fragmentation
down.
being called in.
That Tiger on the center. There's a Jackson.
Tiga goes
Whoa,
down. Oh, Tiger's marked.
That recruit has been marked. All the shots starting to come out. That Tiger is dead. Oh, here comes another Tiger.
Misses. Meanwhile, Purple's just...
Oh,
He's got to get on this VP for his team.
he's got to get on that VP, and the rest need to pile on mid. It needs to happen. But instead, they've retreated their tanks.
Yeah, they all want to heal. They just don't have time.
Just don't have the time. It's now or never. I mean, if we look at the tanks on the bottom, I think the tanks on the bottom.
If the tanks... Oh, man. If the tanks on the bottom were able to get through here or contribute in some way, they would have decisively won that fight.
Yeah, just forget about the bottom side. You had mid and top VP. Just let one go, combine your forces, have like an extra, think even if just the Panther that was down here, if that was added to that middle fight.
Yeah. Oh,
Now
Panzer IV
22
goes down.
VP.
Oh, this Panther can't face this. Churchill, AT gun, Jackson.
And we're gonna see it here. Oh,
Another Jackson. They just don't have time to cap.
Oh well here, and if they've pre-planned this, like we were saying at the beginning, because we've seen allies pick Port of Hamburg. If this is a conscious choice for them to play the side that is naturally down while they're at their strongest before fatigue sets in, then this is a brilliant play, and that's the first game of this series.
Yeah, I'm impressed. And BaGGno is setting themselves up with momentum on their side. They won as allies. Now they get to flip and play Axis. I think if they play a conventional Axis strategy with some heavy tanks, they have the wind at their sails for sure.
It was definitely a very good game as well. There was moments where the Axis really looked like they were on top. That early game, they had so much map control. They had the caches down. They had their fuel engaged. They had light vehicles coming out, Panzer IVs coming out. But just the Allies managed to turn it around in that mid-game and counter them and really capitalize on that. Once the push-off kind of happened, the Axis kind of were a bit shaken and I think struggled to get their place back here.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was just a lack of teamwork, and I think, this is what comes down to it being a King of the Noobs tournament. And we saw it in the game on Leon Forest that you missed. And I think we've seen it in every game. Is really, most of the games have been evenly matched, but the difference is the team that is able to make coordinated pushes together are coming out on top as they're able to bleed enough units from the enemy. The teams that are trying to push one at a time or probe, or they risk a tank and they lose it, it just sets them back so far. And I think that's just what the Axis were missing. They had the right tools. They just needed to use them together.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to see these two teams pair up again for sure, because there was definitely chances of some really good plays from both sides there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And now the pressure's on, because one of them, if they lose this, they could end up in the losers bracket, or they could go to the third game.
Yep, GER is going to have to clutch it out as allies in Port of Hamburg. We'll see if they can do it after this short break, guys. We'll be right back. All right, comrades, we are back. I know it's been a long day. Lots of exciting Company for Heroes 2. And at the moment, we're still in the winners bracket, round 1. GER is on the chopping block. They've lost game 1. BaGGno came out victorious as the allies. So now we're flipping sides. BaGGno will be Axis, and Jur will be allies. And any remarks before we jump into game 2, Midge?
Yeah, GR really under the chopping block here, because we've been saying Port of Hamburg, not a favorable map for the allies, and for BaGGno to pull it out as the allies and win their first game of the set leans to put GR on a difficult situation. But I'm looking forward to seeing this. I'm looking forward to seeing if they can combine their arms as well a little bit better. Like the allies here, the way they won was those combined pushes, and if the allies in this can do the same, well, we might have to rethink calling Port of Hamburg a Axis-sided map if we see them win here.
So interesting, we do have 3 Soviets and 1 Brit for GER on the allies, and they do have an ISU 152. I'm glad to see that. I think they're going to need it. And speaking of which, I'll go ahead and start with the allies down here on the bottom. Got the Soviet player going tier 1, and another one going tier 2, the second one going tier 2 as well. The Brit is heading out on the left to capture some points. What are you seeing on the Axis side?
Seeing a lot of, actually only one of the Axis teching up, the rest favoring to put troops on the map. Could be a good call here, trying to get that map control early.
Yeah, for the Axis 2 Wehrmacht, 2 OKW, forgot to mention that. No immediate commander. Oh, there is actually 2 allied commander lock-ins already. 1 Royal Artillery for the Brits. Great choice, I'm excited about that. And a shock rifle for the Soviets, potential IS-2. Shock troops are amazing on this map.
Yeah, I really like the use of shock troops on any of this map. If you can hide them around corners, have them flank infantry, cut off retreat paths, it can be devastating.
Stern Pioneers doing what they do, capping that fuel point early, pushing off the infantry sections. More of the same happening on the bottom fuel. Pretty standard openings so far. Axis harassing the fuel with their early troop advantage, and the MG42s getting real aggressive on the bottom. Here comes a Maxim. Help support that southern side.
MG42 going into the building though. I think we've got quite a bit more Axis map control in this early stage of the game, which is what we saw in the last one, so it's very likely that the allies can do the same and push back if they get their combined arms right.
Yeah, on maps like this with the fuels on the side, I think it'd be interesting to see a team try, instead of doing the normal 2v2s on the fuels, if they sent a couple squads up the middle and tried to flank around, because that doesn't seem to be common, especially on Port of Hamburg, to have the fuels being pressured from the rear. But I think that could be effective, as there really is a narrow focus on the fuels early on.
Yeah. With the amount of space there is in Port of Hamburg in the center as well, I always feel like that you can almost go 2-2 and forget one side, because if you overwhelm the center, there's a good chance that you can push out into the flank that you're not engaging anyway. Just set up some MGs to stop you being completely overrun and cut off like areas with bunkers maybe, and then or fighting positions, and then use combined tactics to just overwhelm a single player if you can. That would be my kind of go-to, I think, at this kind of stage. Because I think it's also less expected. It's not the norm.
Right. Well, certainly what you don't want to expect and have be the norm is the Axis having both fuels, especially on a map like Board of Hamburg. That puts a little bit of heat. Oh, a little bit of a game chop there. Snipers coming in, put pressure on the troops in green cover. I think that's a nice choice.
Yeah, I like the choice of a sniper. Help clear out some of those MGs as well. From a safe distance at the end of an optic sight.
At the end of the day, though, I don't think any place on Port of Hamburg can be considered a safe place, at least as we entered the mid-game. Oh, great choice by the Soviets with the flaming clown car, clearing out those Volks. Now that is going to put pressure on the MGs as well. And this is a
combined push in the center as well. This is what we're saying. We've kind of got what we were saying here. We've got two players on one VP, 2 players through that center. Not really worrying about one side, but they don't have the MG protection. So there is a group of pioneers capping down on the south.
Clown car was doing a lot of work, but then it got nailed with the Faust and the MG42 armor-piercing rounds. But the Allies did make a significant push, and they're going to cap that fuel. And they're going to start going to work on the remaining MG. Overall, pretty nice counterattack there.
Yeah, at the same time, we had a counter push in the center, pushing the Axis off of there. And we've got a cache going down from the Brits. It's a munitions cache. Interesting choice. We've also had some more commander lock-ins as well. The British commander, Royal Artillery. Like to see, but no Axis commander picks yet. I'm really surprised at that.
That is a bit surprising. You'd think that they would have it in mind. I would be surprised if we don't see the Jagdtiger from Jones and the Elephant from THR. Tiger Ace also a decent choice.
Luftwaffe is a decent choice as well. Those Fallschirmjägers can be devastating to the rear lines, or as we saw in that first game against Katyushas. Do like the choice of Luftwaffe.
We do have a first cash down on the Axis side.
Axis counterattack in the center, pushing off the British infantry. We've got Axis counterattack on this bottom VP as well, pushing off those penals and those conscripts, but they're forced back. This game so far feels a bit slower paced than first. Everyone's taking a bit more time with their pushes, which is I think is a good thing. Absolutely. We're seeing a lot more fine movement from both teams.
Oh, wow.
On that engineer squad.
First light vehicle out. We got a Luke's by Mr. Jones on the southern VP. Allies do have a Ziskan and some PTRS penals there, though, so should be enough to keep it at bay.
There's an AEC in the build for the British player, which can be deadly to those Panzer IIs, so I like where this is going.
I feel like the Allies have had their Muni cut off. It's been decapped for quite some time now. Just an unfortunate thing for them not to notice. Sniper's going to town. It's got 12 kills already.
Wow, that's good for the time we've seen in this game. It's not much sitting on center right now. We've got presence of... Where is yellow player's troops? He's got conscripts. He's got a Zis building.
Oh, he's flanking south.
Oh.
Conscripts coming in. That's a nice...
This is a lovely push, but we do have 3 Soviet players on this bottom with just the Brit in order to try to hold off. AEC is being forced back by a Shrek blob in the center. We've got this massive push. Those conscripts that try to flank have been pushed off by the Germans pushing around. Wow, it is a big tug of war all over the map right now.
But all of a sudden 3 players from the Allies on the south and 2 Axis. It seems like they agreed on a meeting time because they all showed up at the same time. And all of a sudden the north feels really empty. It's an AEC and a Vickers versus an MG42.
Yeah, but the Maxim has been pushed off of mid, meaning that the Fallschirmjägers and the OKW can push in with their men. Sneaky mines being placed as well here in the center. Look at that.
Yeah.
One extra soldier can be added to infantry.
That could be devastating if the AC makes its way over that.
That is a well-known retreat point for Allied side vehicles as well. People park there to when they're hiding from a post-mid push, licking their wounds. If they reverse onto that could be dangerous.
Sniper up to 18 kills, making his mark on these machine guns.
How many kills do you reckon he's going to get to? Let's place a bet.
I'll say 32.
Oof, 32. I reckon he's going to get caught out by artillery at 27. I'm giving him a cause of death as well.
I think that's a fair... Oh, he does hit the mine!
Oh!
Fallschirmjägers want to get a Faust off.
Brilliant choice of that mine.
Looks like it is going to get away, though.
Grenade pushing that Maxim back.
Interesting note, allies do have both fuel points pretty strongly.
And we have a full complement of allied commanders locked in. So we've now got shock motor, which we've already seen. We've got 2 shock rifle frontline tactics for those KV-8s and IS-2s. And of course, we've had the Royal Artillery. We've also had 1 extra Axis Commander Jaeger Armor Doctrine for that Elephant. I like that choice. I'd love to see an Elephant in this game.
Yep, I think Elephant is a no-brainer. We obviously do have the Luftwaffe ground with the Fallschirmjägers making their appearance. It's interesting having shock rifle. This is like the 3rd, maybe 4th time we've had a game with shock rifle picked by 2 Soviet players, which is strange. It's strange to me. I've never thought of that being a combo you'd want 2 of, but for whatever reason, it is happening.
It's happening. It's happened at least. It's happened in every matchup I've seen. So,
that's funny.
Hey, maybe we need to try it. Maybe that's what we need to try.
Well, let's see if it works. From what I remember, I don't think it's been terribly successful. But we'll see.
Sniper is at half health and he's on 27 kills. Now, if a piece of artillery lands on him now, I am some sort of wizard. But no, he's got 28 kills. I don't care anymore.
He means nothing to me.
Oof. Fantastic wipe from a group of Tommies on an MG42 up there. MG42 actually does just get away with an inch of its life, running back home to the Führer.
Oh, a Stuka bomb just missed the sniper. He's in retreat.
No.
Yeah. A Stuka barrage, I should say.
He's survived now.
The allies capping the top. Man, the top is so barren. Both sides really favoring to fight on the bottom, which I did not expect.
That, Axis forming up a massive combined push, 2 players. A lot of infantry going in that top now.
Oh yeah, here they come. I think it's smart. Go ahead and make it a decisive claim of that territory. It's so weak.
I was going to find that Lewis gun in the building, but at the same time, they're going to get the VP for those all-important victory points. Allies countermandering that by pushing on the center and recapping that. This is really tug of war. We've got some Axis moving across the bridge here as well to flank those now retreating midpoint Tommies. Are they going to catch them up? No, they're going to swing around to this bottom. They might catch the Su-76 on the side, but some mines covering them. Slows down that. But even so, I don't think the Soviets noticed. It's some Fausts.
Just the one, and meanwhile, Allies counter pushing up top, sending in some conscripts, the AEC, Zis gun. So, the Axis.
This gun on the bottom, I think, maybe. No, they're gonna run away from it for some reason, and not. Oh no, they did.
So the Axis have invested in artillery, or they have the Stuka And they also have a Panzerwerfer out. And just the one Luke's. So it's interesting.
Look at this in the penals in the back line. They're currently destroying a mechanized headquarters.
Where at?
Bottom side.
Oh, wow. It's going to go down. And simultaneously, during a big fight, the Luke's goes down to an AEC. Quad car coming up there. So amongst the chaos, they're taking advantage. They could take out the Stuka.
This is fantastic. I don't know how these penals got. They must have ran all the way around the back. That must have been micromanaged all the way around. Try and catch off. Wow.
Unfortunately,
that is a fantastic play there.
They could have had that Stuka if they knew it was right there. Now they're going to go to work on the headquarters. That is brutal.
Car.
Goes down.
About to go down, possibly. Yeah.
Oh, it's crewable.
It's crewable. Oh, there's some pioneers heading right for that as well. Go on, get inside. Steal it.
Wow, the penals are... They could take down this headquarters. A few more focused shots. Oh, Britt Arty's going to go down on it. The SU doesn't need to risk its life, but it went in unnecessarily.
What is that? What was that for?
I don't know. Maybe not good communication. He thought he had to do it. The Britt Arty should finish it. This will be a big loss for the OKW.
Yeah, massive loss for
there it goes.
OKW. They've already lost the mechanized headquarters. There goes the forward. And yikes, yeah. The OKW might get themselves this AA half track though.
Yeah, they're repairing it up.
They repaired that.
Here comes a Werfer. I suspect that's on the middle.
A very even match so far.
Yeah, it's looking much stronger. The teams are working together.
Oh.
VPs are close, 414 to 420.
Valentine command tank coming out for the Brits. I love this little vehicle.
The Axis put out a Brumbar. This is a bit of a perplexing choice with the Panzerwerfer and two Panzerwerfers now on the field, and the Stuka. They choose a Brumbar, so just super heavy anti-infantry. We'll see if this works out. And now they also have a quad car. Oh, well, that just went down.
Haven't seen so many allied tanks though. All they've seen is the AEC in terms of vehicles, and possibly now just seen the Valentine, but that's countable by the amount of racks on the field. There is a lot of racks on the field.
Like, it makes me wonder.
I don't mind the choice of the Brumbar, honestly.
Well, yeah, at this moment in time, it's going to work out, but I'm also perplexed at the lack of allied armor and what their plan is exactly. One of the Soviet players has 3 penals with PTRSs and a conscript. They just have a couple of Zis guns. It'll be interesting to see how they respond back.
Brumbar is down to half health right now.
Here comes the Stuka. It's got something to say about that. Okay, now the Axis do have the Panther in production, which I like to see.
Again, no answer. We've got an Su-85 in production for one of the Soviet players. The Cyan Soviet.
That's smart.
The Cyan Soviet sounds like a great name for a YouTube channel.
I like it. I saw an LEFH up on one of these guys too. Yeah, purple. LEFH being built.
That's a good choice. A lot of Axis artillery coming out, which is what we saw them just do with the Allies as well. Their artillery game was strong. They had the pack howitzers, the Katyushas. They're kind of replicating that on the on the Axis side. And artillery is potent on Port of Hamburg.
Werfer misses. Incendiary going down on the new battle group headquarters.
We do have.
Like we got some flares. That must be early warning. Yep, from the Brit.
So that's 60 munitions down, just to see what they can see.
In terms of caches, still only the 1 fuel cache from Axis, and oh, we got 1 fuel on Allies, 1 muni on Allies. It's still surprising how sparse the top is. It looks like Axis want to capitalize on it. They're grouping up a lot of forces there. I mean, but for the Allies, it's just 3 infantry sections and a machine gun.
Yeah.
Well,
The
now an
Axis
SU.
aren't overly worried on it, to be fair. They've only been pushing when they've needed to counter. They've just been leaving MGs in support of it, allowing their players to double up on the center and double up on this bottom that everyone seems to be wanting to fight over. So we've got 2 Su-85s on the field. One of them's about to get Panzer-Schrecked.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and IS-2 makes its way.
Oh!
Says
This
hello.
is scary. This
wow.
is now very scary for the Axis. The Axis who now only have a Panther on the field against an IS-2, 2 Su-85s, a Valentine, an AEC. Yes,
Well,
they've got artillery support, but all it takes is, you know, a T-34 to appear on the horizon and ruin that artillery's day.
Yeah, that, and then I would expect the ISU-152 if I were the Axis as well to make its way. Who knows when that'll appear?
Yeah.
But man,
Actually, I'd be just taking the British Valentine if it's still around, or the AEC. Send that for a dive, see if I can try and find some of those. Now that we've got some of those heavier tanks out, I would be thinking with my little AEC or my Valentine, which the Valentine especially, which is so easily replaceable, send that across center, up through the bridge, just straight into the back lines, which currently is undefended. And I could find myself a couple of Panzerwerthers and a Stuka, or at least, you
man,
know.
yeah, you absolutely could. It's totally neglected, that flank, and there's Werfers just sitting right on the other side.
And I'd especially be doing it as the Allies if I see that Panther, because that Panther is the only thing that could really counter a fast-moving vehicle like that. I mean, they've got lots of Shreks everywhere, but those Shreks can't really catch up to a Valentine if it's got the veterancy up. Speaking of Shreks, here they come.
Yeah, they're gonna get pushed back. That's a lot of infantry and then Valentine and ready to back them up, and they're in full retreat.
Yeah, meantime, the IS-2 is pushing up. It's going for a major flank. Look at this. It's going to go through the rubble. Is it going to go all the way around and find that Brumbar? Or is it going to cut through in the middle here? Did it see the racks and it's just trying to avoid them?
Oh, he could really catch this Brumbar out of place.
Here he comes. He's going to get sideswiped. Boom. Not as much damage as I thought it would have been for that first side hit.
Alright, the Axis making their way up. Panther going in on that Valentine. Su-85 and Zisgun hitting the Panther, though, as it shows its rear. Oh, and the AEC is caught out all by itself.
Yeah, AEC not in as much trouble as that Valentine who's taken... Yep, there it goes.
IS-2 taking double rack hits from the side and some Shreks. Holy cow.
Oh,
Thankfully it bounces.
There's a lot of bounces, but this is still looking pretty
Oh, the
bad.
LEF-H raining in on him. Axis capping the second fuel point.
Mid is completely secured, though. That's the thing I think about Port of Hamburg. This middle VP is so crucial to being able to maneuver around the map, because the middle is the most open space.
Yep.
And the fact that the Axis here have, was this a rack, 2 PaK-40s, an MG42, and an infantry support gun just there, ready to counter whatever gets pushed through.
And here comes a Werfer on the Allies now. It misses him, though. But now the Axis, the tables have turned. They got him triple capped. Allies are getting a decap on middle, which has nothing on it. Axis have both fuels. They're salvaging the dead Su-85s and Zis guns that are littering the south.
Fuel economy is also far better for the Axis right now, which is a worrying sight for those Allies. Yes, they've got the munitions on them, but only just as well. It's relatively equal in munitions. You either kind of want to have one or the other, because if you have enough munitions, especially as the Allies, you can start to counter some armor. But if it's equal to the amount that the Axis are making. Oh, big artillery wipes in the center. I think some Fallschirmjägers went down there.
If you take a look at the orange Axis player, you'll notice he is 100% saving for the elephant, which he'll be able to afford as soon as he hits 14 CPs, which is approaching rapidly.
Yeah.
It's got 1,200 manpower. Just hit the fuel limit. The fuel cost.
Look at this Axis push on bottom. A lot of infantry meets the IS-2, but a swarm of Shreks takes out that quad half-track before running all the way back home. In pretty much safety as well, supported by that Brumbar countering those shocks.
Elephant is ready to be called in. He just has to click the button.
Oh! Oh my goodness!
Oh, the Brumbar showed its rear. What happened?
Oh, we saw pretty much yellow the entirety of his conscripts just go down.
Oh,
Two
no.
conscripts out of 3 squads remain. Just 2 people in
What hit it?
20 I believe it was some artillery. I literally just saw them all die. Oh no, is this Sturmpanzer? Yeah, the Sturmpanzer that sat at the back here.
IS-2 had threat of going down. Minimal health.
Oh,
It's going
wow.
back into a red circle. I don't know if that's zeroing, but they don't have vision. I don't know what this
believe that
column
is
is.
zeroing.
It is zeroing. They just didn't have
Yeah,
vision.
yeah.
Oh my
No
goodness.
vision. There's a Axis plane in
IS-2.
the sky.
Just making it out of there.
But yeah,
Oh, Orange did not choose to build an elephant. He's building a panther. But he had enough for the elephant.
I think maybe he took so many infantry losses there, he thought, right, we actually don't require an elephant right now. We haven't seen a Pershings, we haven't seen much in the way of allied tanks. It's probably better just for me to have a panther and more infantry on the field. I don't think that's too bad a call.
We have another panther in build for the purple axis. 2 panthers out for the red player. Tyrone. Su-85's pushing their way up. Get a double hit on that panther, but the Pack 40 and a Raketin to hold them off. The aggression from this panther. Getting a crush on his shocks.
Allies are looking very weak on the number of infantry they have on the field. Yellow Soviet player lost almost all of their infantry in one of those in that strike from that Sturmpanzer.
They just
now,
put up a fuel cache, but now the Axis are pushing on that whole left side of the map to take those resources away.
Tommies, just 2 squad of Tommies. There is a Sexton out. It's only got 9 kills, but it has just been seen by a Panzerschreck squad in the back lines here. Got Axis capping this little southern island. Is that another IS-2 out?
Yes, it
another
is.
IS-2 out.
Oh, Su-85
Oh.
goes down in the south. You know what? I think they're picking Panthers because they want to just get aggressive and push this home. They want to get maneuverable. Look at all the Werfers moving up for some close quarters barrages. The Panthers are lining up. I think they want to close this out aggressively.
Yeah, I'd be thinking the same as well. So far, they haven't seen much Allied tank presence, and if they do, that's what they want. They want a Panther. They want something that can move quick, get up to the front quick, get out of there quick, hit and run tactics, finish this off. Currently got the victory point lead, and this new IS-2 already down 1/3 of its health with 2 Panthers and a load of Shreks on the horizon.
Panthers getting aggressive. Panthers versus double IS-2.
Second
One's
IS-2.
very weak.
1 bounce though. It knows it can probably finish that pan. Here comes the other one. Now we're gonna push off.
Got a Raketin sneaking up. We got a Werfer coming in on the shocks. Oh, that IS-2
We've got 2 more
snared.
Panthers coming in through the center.
Oh, Firefly. Oh, yeah, here comes. This is why they pick Panthers.
IS-2 as well.
SU's flanking the Panthers. It is getting
This
spicy.
is a brilliant maneuver from the Axis here, bringing those combined arms of Panthers in.
Oh, man.
It is getting spicy, like you say. Those 2
This-
Su-85s coming in, doing some damage.
They throw in the towel.
Surrender. Wow. Wow.
Interesting. They felt the heat. Man, the Panthers just so threatening once they get aggressive, and they realized once they lost those IS-2s, they just couldn't compete with all those Panthers.
So GER moved to the losers bracket, and BaGGno get to proceed to the winners bracket this first round, which means in the next game that we see GER in, they're going to be fighting for survival.
Well, it was an exciting game. I can't say that I'm surprised by the outcome. I think that was what I expected. The Axis to build up that tank army, push them on through. I think the fights were more balanced, so both sides played better as teams. But I think the Axis just were able to accumulate that fuel. The Allies were a bit late. I don't know, the IS-2s... It's not enough to deal with heavy Axis anti-armor, right? It's like they even heads up 2 IS-2s versus the 3 Panthers. It almost just doesn't feel like enough.
I would have liked to have seen T-34s out earlier, considering that they hadn't seen much in the way of Axis tanks early game. Like
yeah, not at all.
A Brumbar, and that's it. They hadn't seen the P4s. They'd seen a Lux. They hadn't seen Pumas. I would have loved to have seen a couple of T-34s out there. And I would have loved to have seen those putting pressure on the map. So things like the AEC and the Valentine could have done what I said and gone hunting for those artillery pieces, and we could have seen a completely different game there. But yeah, that was what we normally expect from Port of Hamburg. That's the kind of Axis victory we kind of see generally. So yeah, but I think good plays from both teams in that like you said, it was a lot more balanced. There was a lot of teamwork being shown there. It was necessary to see that in the first game, and we didn't in places. That was what let down this series. But they're still not out of the competition, and we could see them back later, and I'm excited.
Yeah, and I think ultimately that the weak soft center was one of the clinchers. With those red Panthers flanking from the middle, it was too much. That was going to take out everything. If they had some mines or something in the middle, it might have stopped them just enough to give them hope. But yeah, I agree with you. The T-34s, we didn't see a single T-34. There's 3 Soviet players. If that appeared around the mid game, that could have been enough to push them back and maybe hunt down some of those Werfers. But again, easier for us to say when we can see the whole battlefield in front of us. You never know where those Shrek blobs are lurking or where a mine might be.
It's very true. And they had been the recipient of mines. We did see that mine on the AEC. But I definitely would have wanted to get those T-34s out, especially when we saw those penals destroy that mechanized HQ at the back and really set that OKW player back. That if we look at the match stats and overview as well, we can really see like the OKW players stall out when they lost those, being able to, create those troops and take that slightly the economy loss in that. It's about the center. Yeah.
No, you're right. The purple player totally stalled out where his teammates kept climbing.
Yeah. But had that advantage been pushed with a couple of T-34s, knowing that, considering there were so many Soviet players as well, if every Soviet player had turned out with a couple of T-34s and just overwhelmed the Axis a little bit more, rather than try and save for those IS-2s, I think pushing that through the middle game, this would have been a completely different story. But yeah, even so, good plays. I'm looking forward to the rest of the series from these 2 teams.
Absolutely. All right, well, I'm going to get some tea. Midge, you should probably do the same. We're going to take another break.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll be back after this.
don't normally see on Port of Hamburg. And Stuka in trouble.
Oh.
Jackson's going hunting.
What a gamble.
There's a demo shot.
He doesn't see it. Point blank firing into the Churchill.
Oh, come on. They're retreating over it.
Oh, the AEC!
It's gonna hunt down a tiger. It got a tiger.
It did it.
Hit them with this Axis blob moves up. Here it comes. The Scot just explodes.
Just like that, out of nowhere.
Churchill really looking low. That Catty needs to be moved out of there. This
got more
is
pioneers.
gonna go down to the wire. 18 to 37. 18 to 37. What is happening with this game?
Rumbly engine. Oh, no. Oh, Stuka bomb coming up north. This could be devastating. He doesn't... Oh, no. All right, comrades, welcome back to the very long day of Company of Heroes 2. I just wanted to give, Midge, I wanted to give you a shout out because he's not just a pretty face and a sultry voice. He actually produces a lot of fun gaming content too. YouTube and Twitch. Midge, if you could overview this kind of stuff that you make, how would you pitch it? Because you're doing a lot of different types of games and stuff, like, and you do interesting types of videos, but I don't, I'm not familiar with all of it. So like, how would you describe the type of stuff you like to make?
Yeah, okay. I am a history-focused gamer. I like to play things with a little bit of history in them, and I try to play them at the best of my abilities, but that's not always very great. I don't pride myself on being a great gamer. I just like to have fun, so that's the kind of air of my content.
Well, I can relate to that. So I'm sure a lot of the viewers can too. Cool, man. That's awesome. So we, guys, we're figuring out a little bit more about this demo issue that we have. Apparently, I mean, this is our theory. It's that people's skins or mod things that they have enabled are preventing the replays from showing up, because now all of a sudden I'm having the same issue with some replays. So we do have the next game, Meme Teen 6 versus Knifjens. It went to a game 3, but we unfortunately don't have game 2. So we're going to go ahead and skip game 1 because we can't cast game 2. So we're just letting you guys know. We're jumping into a game 3, which is awesome. So that means both teams have won their respective games. I actually don't know. Oh, so the first game was played on Red Ball Express, and Meme Team 6 picked the faction. So it looks like what Meme Team 6 is. They started out as. Oh, do you know what faction they started out as? Because they're Axis in game 3.
They're Axis in game 3. I don't know what they started out. We can check that in the in post. We can work that one out.
I think Meme Team 6 is Jen, DeCubs, Razor, Dact, right? So they started as Axis.
Yes.
Okay, so they started as Axis. That means Knifjens picked Red Ball Express, and they each won on their respective sides. So we're going to a game 3 on steps, and once again, Meme Team 6 is going to be Axis. Knifjens as allies. I'm excited to see how this plans out. I mean, this is only the second game 3 we've had, so this should be good.
This is the first game 3 that I've seen, I think. So
no, the first one we did, 4 Horsemen and Ghost Division. That went to game 3.
Did they?
Yeah.
Yes, it did. You're right. Oh no, but it's very exciting because now both teams are fighting because both of their lives are on the line. They do not want to be in that losers bracket, and this time, whoever loses does go to that bracket, so it's all to play for.
All right, I'm loading into the replay very slowly. Take a peek. Some of these commanders got a tiger ace, grand offensive, got an elephant. I see an Overwatch. Oh, I see it close the pocket. That would be cheeky if that came out. A Yag tiger. Usual suspects for the Axis. All right, speaking of the Axis, I'll be starting on that side, Midge, and I'm underway. Let's take a look at, oh, Grand Offensive locked in immediately for one of the OKW players. Oh, two Grand Offensives locked in immediately for the Axis. So they must have...
Do you know what's interesting here as well? We've got no USF. We've got 2 Brits, 2 Soviets.
Good spot.
This is the first time we've had that move away from the... What has been the standard of the tournament with, 2 Soviets, 1 USF, 1 Brit. So... interested to see the dynamic here.
Both Wehrmacht players are taking infantry company, and looks like we have a Soviet locking in guard motor right away. So far for the allies. What else are you noticing over there on their side?
We've got a lot of the Soviet players have just both teched for Special Rifle Command and now are moving their troops out onto the field. The Brits focusing on going for Tommies, it seems, trying to get that presence on the map. We've got one MG coming out now. Yeah, it seems everyone's going for infantry squads, trying to get that coverage. Steppes is a big map, so they probably want to get troops on the field, which I don't blame them, actually.
Yeah, and this is it'll be interesting to see how they split, because there's always the question of, do you want to commit heavy to the island, sacrifice the VPs, but try to get that fuel, with both fuel points leaning towards the bottom, middle and bottom. Looks like we have 2 Axis heading that direction, and only 1 infantry section heading to the island, about to engage with the stern pile, but it looks like the Allies are favoring a double team on the middle, and maybe they're going to start leaning more north, and the Axis are going to be leaning a little bit more south, but they do have a player up top, so they're really spread thin here, the Axis. We'll see how this plays out for them strategically. Man, Allied infantry storming into this middle fuel. Penals, clown car, white. Oh, these Panzer Fusiliers in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, they really want this middle fuel. I don't blame them.
There's just a very little presence, but respectively, the Axis are easily taking the bottom as the Allies really didn't show up. There's just one Brit trying to lock down the flank so they can't easily push it around middle. It looks like some battle lines quickly being drawn, and for very little bloodshed so far.
It's going to be interesting to see, actually, if favoring this mid-push will work out for the Allies, because giving up Ireland can be both a tactical advantage and a disadvantage. Being able to commit their troops to more of the munitions side of the map and more of the center can pay off, especially if you don't really bother about the island. But that also being said, giving up the island means you are giving up one of the fuel points, and that could be in the Axis favor. So it'll all come down to the infantry plays. And speaking of which, we've got some squad wipes happening in the middle. It's this clown car hunts down some people.
Well, you could look at how the Axis are already taking advantage of the lack of Allied presence in the south. Panzer Fusilier going on the flank. He capped one of the points closest to the Allied base. I don't know where he's going. He wants to cut off their fuel, and he might be able to do it. There's only 1 engineer there. I like this probing scout maneuver. Like he's going to be in pursuit by some infantry sections, but the Axis also getting an easy cap on the top. So I guess all 4 allies are in the middle. It doesn't seem that way, but really no contention for the top or the bottom.
A Wasp takes a Faust in the middle, forcing Orange to retreat because of a flank through the middle VP. Yeah, Axis seem to be kind of all over. The push through the center for all the combined allies hasn't really worked because there wasn't enough on the flanks, and German machine guns just being able to be set up and kind of stop the maneuver in its tracks. This is looking a little bit worrisome for the Allies right now.
Yeah, look at this incredibly aggressive MG42 right up in the middle, getting shot in the back by a clown car. But yeah, the Axis are really flipping the front lines, and the Allies seem very flustered by it. Oh, another snare goes on the second scout car. The Wasp is fully repaired, trying to come up and create some breathing room. Allies already down to 400 points, and yeah, they're triple capped. The fuel's in contention, the middle fuel, but yeah, this is not looking good. They're gonna have to think of something. But
yeah, this is looking scary, and I think the confidence that the Axis have got, and seeing them lock in some more commanders as well. We've had all bar one of the Axis team lock in their commanders, with the Allies yet to lock anything bar that first guard motor coordination tactics in.
Yeah, so we have the elephant pick for Axis, but I think the bright side for the Allies is the top and bottom are pretty weakly defended, although it's starting to increase. We have a bunker starting to go down in the south, but the top, there's really nothing. There's one weak MG42, 2 infantry sections, so I think if they just make a decisive push, they can stop their bleed here.
Got A British sniper out. Oh, and a clown car goes up to an MG42 with those armor-piercing rounds.
Ooh, nice double penal flank coming from the mid, sideswiping MG42 and Grenadier. 3 penals. Nice strong push. They should be able to take this no problem. There's literally nothing standing in their way from all the points up north now. And we have a wave of infantry coming in the middle with the Wasp and the clown car. This Grenadier's wants no part of that.
Oh, one of the Brits has got an AEC coming out. I like the use of the light vehicles here from the Allies. We don't see this very often.
Yeah, I think it's needed based on how poorly they lost the opening engagement. This will help give them some leverage. Oh, we do have early Shreks coming out from on the Panzer Fusiliers here in middle. Probably a good choice.
Yeah, the early light vehicles here on steps, especially because it's such a big map, just giving themselves that extra maneuverability is not a bad shout, but the Axis can counter, and there is a rack moving up on mid. It's looking to come and get that Wasp. The Wasp is in range. It gets Fausted and hit by the rack. Oh,
I think I'm a little ahead of you. Yeah, that just happened a second ago. I was wondering what went down. I thought it was a clown car, but yeah, that is the Wasp that went down to that. I'm at 727, 728.
I am caught up now.
Wonderful.
I'm caught up.
Okay, Beaufort's going down middle in an interesting position. Oh, and a sniper. Oh, that's the Brit sniper. Yeah, Allies really taking some ground back, but the Axis do have both fuels, which, as we've learned from previous game, not an ideal situation. But a Axis infantry just died. I don't know what. Heard the audio cue.
What do you think we're going to see in terms of Axis armor? Are they going to be saving up for their heavies, or do you reckon we're going to see a Panzer IV rush here, considering they've had fuel for so long?
I think it'd be smart to save for the heavies, especially after the Allies invest heavily into light vehicles. You kind of, if you also invest in light vehicles, you kind of keep pace with them, and you kind of have to try to win those fights. Oh man, infantry section goes down to a rifle grenade. So I think it's wise with the fuel advantage to wait till you get your heavies and really just catch the Allies and put them on the back foot with those pushing together.
I think Steppes is an interesting choice as well in terms of map for this final matchup. Steppes, I've always found when I play on Steppes, it tends to go to the very late game.
Yeah.
Because of its size, there's a lot of avenues, you can't cover everything all at once, so it becomes a drawn-out slog. I mean, we're not seeing that currently in VPs, but I'm interested to see that the teams have chosen Steppes, considering as well, if this is game 3, there's going to be the whole stamina issue setting in, so maybe that's part of the play there, or they're just very comfortable on this map.
Yeah, I think we can attribute the way the fuel points are positioned in this map can be attributed to some of the longer games, because with the fuel contention early, it leaves the 2 VPs up north relatively easier to gain. So whoever does get the fuel advantage, typically the other team will take the VP advantage. Ironically, that's not what's happening here, as the Allies have kind of suffered on both fuel and VPs. But I think that's what lends it to going into the late game, and the Allies end up, if you lose the fuel, it's the team with the VP lead trying to defend against the hordes of tanks that are going to be thrown against them.
I like the 222 out here for the Wehrmacht player.
Yeah, it looks like
his infantry.
Yeah, it could really do work up top. There's really no AT to speak of. Penals are not upgraded. We have a mortar pit going down middle, which is going to help them secure this top VP and potentially recapture the fuel. I think that's a good choice. Could support both areas.
I also like the choice for the 120 mortar out here for the pink-ish player on the Soviet side.
Yeah, that's a good counter to the League.
Grenadiers going down on top just before the scout car pushes off those penals.
Oh, and the Axis have a cheeky teller mine on the road up north. I don't think the Allies know about that. Let's see. Any other builds? Yeah, we do have a T-70 being built for one of the Axis players.
120 mortar in trouble, and now the 222 also in trouble.
Oh,
That's this gun.
Just get out of range. Good harassment, good micro. 8 UC's in pursuit.
Is it going to take the right way round is the thing.
It might end up going the wrong way and hitting that teller mine. I don't know if he saw.
Ah.
Nope, he saw. Allies are getting pushed off this middle VP. Some savage pushes by the Grenadiers, some Panzer Grenadiers. The T-70's here to help, though. Oh, man. 200 points already.
Probing the top. Yeah, 200 points. That's rough at 11 minutes. Allies really need to think of something to dislodge these Axis troops. Really nice build from the Axis, though, I think. A lot of MG42s, couple of racks to counter those light vehicles. Just comfortable, not really having to overcommit everywhere as well. So I really like it. It's like a moving front line that they've got going on.
Yeah, I really would like to see a heavy Allied presence up north. They do have the middle fuel. They gotta divert some attention to these VPs, otherwise this is going to be a short game for them under so much pressure. Oh no, T-70 takes huge 2 Shreks to the back and it's heading right towards the teller mine.
The mine.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
Short lifespan for that T-70 they desperately needed.
That's a massive loss there for the Allies.
Clown car trying to seek some vengeance.
AEC also needs repairs. That means they've got no harder hitting vehicle on the map.
Wow,
We are seeing some Tommies start to push onto the island, though.
Look at this clown car getting aggressive. There's nothing to stop it except the fast from this Panzer Fusilier. Drop some red smoke down.
We've had a locking of Royal Artillery from one of the Brit players, the orange player. A stable choice on steps. Get those sextons out. Can really dislodge fixed positions.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of which, look at these aggressive placements of the trucks by the OKW. We have a Panzerschwer right off the edge of that fuel point. We have a headquarters on the bottom VP, literally right next to the infantry section that's found it. And they do have
Big
a coordinated barrage. Yeah. That's probably catching the Axis off guard. There's only one machine gun right there on that VP. And there goes the coordinated barrage. Red flare going down. That's a good call in. And the Allies are decamping the VPs up top. All of a sudden, flipping that map control on its side.
Yeah. This is what we want. They're not out of the fight yet. They're down to 131 VPs though, which means they can't afford to make any further mistakes or really get punished by the Axis.
Got, what is that, a mortar? I think the mortars are hitting this Panzerschwer. Must be from the mortar pit.
Must be the
mortar. It's in range, which is not good for the
range.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also there are 120 mortars still rolling around for the Soviets. Get some of those down on it as well. They could really punish the Axis now that they know it's there.
I think that is the way they catch up, man. They take out some of these trucks. That'll give them some breathing room.
We've got a Sturmpanzer coming out for the blue Axis player.
A Sturmpanzer. Oh wow, yep. Here it comes. That's a good choice considering the AT situation for the Allies. And the Axis keeping pressure on them VPs, even though it shortly changed hands.
light blue Axis player also has a Panther out.
Oh goodness, yeah. That's gonna be tough for the allies to deal with. Infantry section
Really
nearly
is.
going down to that first Brumbar shot. The Axis are just keeping their aggression on the VPs. Double Zisgun up top trying to hold this stuff back. They're not very well protected. Scout car does go
they are.
down. And once again, Axis have them triple capped. Allies about down to 100 points.
100 points. This is not looking good.
Slipped to 100 points.
I'm surprised we're not seeing more allied presence up north with the VPs
Yeah.
being so bad. We have this red player like down here at the bottom, fuel by himself. I
Yeah.
think this early investment in emplacements is not working out for them because they're not even holding this mid VP.
The enemy are attacking an emplacement.
Yeah. It's
Power car goes down.
75 points.
Another T-70 out. That's not going to be enough.
no,
Not with the Panther
I
on the prowl.
I think the allies are a little bit desperate right now. Panther is just sitting on the island, securing it, making sure nothing appears to try and poke it again.
There's nothing defending the top VP besides this wounded Brumbar. T-70's gonna spot it. They do have a penal going up there to cap. And now we have a Stuka out for the Axis.
Stuka coming down on the middle.
The Panther just chilling on the south. It's content not to get engaged. I mean, it doesn't really need to risk anything, I guess.
Look at this. Stuka, 2 LEIGs just... I mean, they're going to be hit by Tommies,
Yeah.
but... There's a lot of infantry that can be turned around on those.
Well, that Schwer's not upgraded, so they're safe to keep
Oh.
pushing. Oh, this Brumbar's
very
almost
low.
Yeah. T-70 could get it. Oh, there's a Pack 40 in support, but he might risk his life for the rear armor. Nope, not with that hit. Oh,
Look at the
sliver of
health.
health.
Penal's coming up though.
Oh, the
With
Zisgun
the
sneaking
Zisgun
up.
in the rear.
Does he
Penal's
have
push up that
sight?
Grenadier.
Penal's trying to give him some sight, but there's Grenadiers. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna get it.
Tommy's
Close
keeping the
call.
pressure up on mid.
That's good. That's what the Allies need. They're gonna retreat though. Brumbar is gonna get
Panthers in
away.
the back line. It's found the AEC.
Oh no. The AEC penetrates the front armor. Look at him go.
There is a Cromwell coming on the flank. That Panther might now be in trouble. AT gun, AEC, and Cromwell. They don't decide to push it, but they see him off.
Okay, now here's the Allied front line I like to see on the top. Now they're taking their VPs seriously, and they've got a horde of troops. Oh no, those penals. Oh gosh.
T-80, T-34-85 coming in as well.
That's a good choice. I like it. SU-76. Not a bad choice either.
Starting to see some vehicles out now. This could be it. 47
Oh, Stuka
VP.
bomb coming up north. This could be devastating. He doesn't. Oh no. Oh no.
That is devastating. You don't ever want to see that happen.
Hats off.
Talk about it.
To the Axis.
Kicking the teeth. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Just when you think they're gaining some ground. That was a Stuka bomb from Jen. Stuka softening up the middle defenses and they're capping that. Oh gosh, that's just demoralizing.
Fantastic use of the call in there, though.
Another Panther comes out for the Axis. And the Allies are bleeding. A wounded T-34 trying to buy some room here. And they do. Vet 2 Panzer
Wow.
Fusiliers go down. This Stuka
Here comes
completely
the
undefended,
Panther.
man. If that T-34 dove, be very happy with his findings. Oh,
Well,
nope, there's the
AEC
Panther.
Going looking. The EC is going looking.
Oh,
with another Panther.
he's getting hit with the P.
So many heavy tanks out now.
Oh, yeah. But there is 2 AT guns here to fend off the Panthers, potentially. AEC goes down.
This heavy Su-76 needs to get on a flank, I think.
Ooh. That Panther is marked and wounded.
Tiger coming in.
Tiger. And things are looking very poor for the Allies now.
Oh, wow.
Oh, these infantry sections really trying to get aggressive on the middle flank. Very dangerous. Oh, Firefly out for the Brit. At least they've stopped the bleed. In the meantime,
The second Brit has voted to also go for Royal Artillery. Probably for more of those artillery call-ins. The Sexton isn't really going to get involved just yet.
one Soviet player still unchosen on a commander.
Yeah.
Oh, the Tiger's at half health. I didn't know how that happened. Here comes a Stuka. Probably on the repairing Cromwell. Oh, wipes an NG. Oh, and an infantry section. My goodness.
Oh, no. Oof. Brumbar's back. Oof.
T-70 goes down to the Panther. A good use of the Brumbar here, flanking these support weapons.
Yeah, that's going to give that MG enough time to push up. J3485's back, though. Panther roaming through mid is going to find the Firefly's rear armor.
Uh-oh. And the Su-76 has his back turned to the Panther, so does the T-34.
Trying to engage the Brumbar. Here comes the other Panther.
So focused. Panther does get marked.
German big cats are out. They're on the prowl.
Needs some AT support from the Allies. This gun does come. Oh, Panther's super low, and he's getting hit by the Firefly. One goes down, the second goes down.
He goes down. Oh!
Big momentum shift. Oh, T-34 goes down. What was that?
German infantry does go onto the VP, though. It's the VPs that we need to watch here.
Yeah.
36 left for the Allies. They captured the
triple capped.
VP. Triple cap. There is infantry around, but there's a lot of German infantry at the same time. Allies really need to make a push here.
Some Tommies.
There's another Tiger out as well in the middle, coming to support the capture of that VP. This is it for the Allies. Nail in the coffin.
Yeah. The Brumbar up top is, they need to send AT up there immediately, but there's not a lot of time. They're decapping the middle under duress of artillery fire. They need more infantry. Looks like the Allies realize their fate.
Yeah, that's a GG for one of the Brit players in chat. Wow. What a brutal, short but brutal game we've seen here. Look at this. The thieving is right down to the final VPs. They're not giving up. They're still dropping everything.
Man. Yeah, I would have, it's a bummer when a game gets so pressured by VPs like that, but you know, that's part of the game. You gotta prioritize them. On a game like Steps, it is easy to think fuel's the most important and you kind of can forget, but then just like that, they lost some opening engagements. The triple cap really put them in a desperate position. Their points bled so quick.
Yeah, the Allies just really went in for that middle fuel point when I actually, in Steps, when I tend to play, I like to think that the munition side is actually the more important point. Taking this munition side, if you can get both munitions instead of both fuels,
yeah,
you can also control two VPs with that because it's closer to two of the VPs. The problem with Steps and the fuel is it's only close to one of the VPs.
Mm-hmm.
And with munitions, if you have enough of it, especially if you're allies, you can really drain any tanks coming at you with support weapons, call-ins, snares, and you can really make it hell for an Axis player. Same way with the Axis players. Having munitions, having like a large amount of Fausts available means on Steps sometimes vehicles don't actually come into play as much. I think the Axis here had the right game. They only committed 2 players to holding back all 4 allies in the center while the other 2 just focused on the 2 flanks, and I think it just pulled them ahead. It was if the Allies' push in the center had paid off and they'd gotten all the way through to the Axis side of the hill, maybe we'd be looking at a different game. But it just gave the Axis too much ground and got them to lock in too quickly.
Yep, I totally agree. Well, since that was a short one, should we just jump into the next? You good enough for that?
Yeah, I'm definitely down for that.
So next game was a similar situation. We're unable to open game 1. This is, I think we go into Daka versus B.R.U.H now, Midge. And
okay.
Daka did win game 1, so we're jumping into the second game. And
on the Allies side, we have Daka and B.R.U.H playing the Axis for this game too.
Okay, yeah. So and Daka was the faction pick for game 1. And you said Daka was on Allies now?
Daka is indeed on Allies right now.
Meaning they picked Axis to start, and B.R.U.H picked the map Whiteball Express. So, as all game 2s, it's a simple flip of the factions and map on the same map. Side switch. All right, let's go ahead and I'm loading up.
So Whiteball is obviously one of the new maps in rotation right now. What do you think of Whiteball? Because I have my reservations on it. I think I'm not. My mind's not made up yet. I'm not sure if I like it or not.
I personally think it's the direction Company of Heroes should be in 4v4s because it feels like a balanced. And it's not a map that's so focused on lanes. It's kind of like a mini Red Ball Express in my opinion, which I think is given its name. And I think. Man, I think it's the perfect kind of map for 4v4s personally. It feels open enough. There's some corners, there's lots of flanking opportunities. I'm personally a fan of it. Game starting up for me, so I'm at 0.102 seconds now. And I'll be starting on the Axis side.
Okay, I will take a look at the Allies.
So let's take a look at the factions real quick. We got 3 OKW, which is surprising. 1 Wehrmacht, 2 USF, 1 Soviet, 1 Brit for the Allies. Wow, so we're going to see some Stern Pioneers. I'm sure the Wehrmacht player does tech infantry company right away with the MG42 in production. Pretty standard. And I'm sure we're going to see a lot of Volks and Sturms from this Axis side.
Soviets are taking support weapons, and we've got riflemen already coming out for the USF. What's the Brit taking? He's going straight for Tommies, not the support gun, interestingly.
And we have some immediate commander lock-ins. A lot from the Axis.
Yes.
Grand Offensive. We got a Festung support. And a Luftwaffe ground forces.
And for the Allies, we have a tactical support regiment. Now, this is a really, really interesting commander. I used to dislike this commander, but I've come around to it in recent times. The forward observation post, the fact that you can put that on a forward assembly or a building, and the call-ins you can get from that can really change the game. But yeah. We've got Axis capping all 3 VPs. So no, not the bottom VP currently.
Allies getting the North fuel for free early, and they're almost capped the bottom side, but the contestant got a retreat out of them. It seems like these buildings in the middle very strong to take early, hard to root troops out. Oh, an early Molotov tech from the conscripts coming in handy as it's going to force that MG42 out. That's not something you see very often. Early tech investments in those grenades on the conscripts, but it does work out well for them there.
Yeah, it's a really good option. Also, I don't think a lot of players are going to be expecting it this early into the game, seeing those Molotovs come down. And it's really good because there's a lot of reliance at the moment for Axis to put out MGs, so it's a good counter to that and making sure you get those buildings cleared.
Pretty standard fights going on across the board. Oh, a Stern Pioneer and risk of going down to these riflemen. does get away, just barely. Mid VP belongs to the Allies, the left and right to the Axis. It looks like the Axis are finally capping this bottom fuel as well. Let's take a look at what's in production. Another Grenadier.
Even though that we've got allies now picking the VPs up, and there's been some really good pressure from the allies this early game. The players are moving together, and we're seeing a lot of infantry supported by other infantry on the flanks, and it's really catching the Axis, unawares a little bit.
Yeah, they seem to be the ones on the back foot. 3 riflemen up top, very strong. The north fuel hasn't been contested at all so far by the Axis. Another fresh MG42 going into this building, and he's going to get a fresh Molotov. Toast him out of there. He's already unsetting up.
Deja vu, I've been in this place before.
Nice job by the conscripts there. Allies are keeping good pressure on the VPs.
Got a fighting position going down for the Allies towards that fuel in the north. So uncontested that they're being able to really fortify that position up.
Yeah, uncontested, yeah, and Kubel just went down in the north to 3 riflemen. So I'm sure they're feeling a little more comfortable up there for the time being.
Axis looking more comfortable in the south, though. They do have the VP back again, and they haven't lost their fuel on this side.
There's not much there, though. Just a mortar and 1 Volk pushing up. So, on the south. With Allied infantry on the horizon.
There was the yellow player in the south as well, but he's just maneuvered to the mid. His Kubelwagen coming around to try and get a flank on this Maxim. While his Stern... That was just Standard Pioneers or Stern Pioneers? Stern Pioneer squad moving on the conscripts. Wagon going low to a Brent Tommy squad, though.
Yeah, those guys are mean. You don't want... I mean, that's some early Brens. 5 minutes.
5 minute Bren, yeah. Which leads me to believe the Brit player is not checking up right now. Let me have a look. Yeah, he's got the platoon command post early and voted to go for Bren's and the 5 squad Tommy, which means he's going to be delaying any tanks he gets because all 3 of those things are fuel techs. But using that, it's going to give him an early game advantage. So I do like those tech choices.
There's a second emplacement going down for USF in the north. There was a machine gun already up on the fuel. That's really going to free him up to use his mobile infantry elsewhere. And yeah, if those aren't taken care of, that gives the Allies a lot more flexibility to move where needed.
Yeah. If those riflemen squad that were holding down the top now can rotate mid, it looks like that's where they're going. Gonna try and come in for the flank. I think this is a perfect play from the Ajobi here, the red player on the USF.
Yeah, it is a risky play because these USF emplacements are weak and they can be taken down fairly easily with AT guns and mortars, but it could buy them enough time to make the difference elsewhere.
A couple of flak half tracks coming in for the Axis, as well as a mortar half track. Looks like they're going to go for those more mobile versions of the support weapons, try and get some pressure in the being able to move it around the map where needed. I think that's a good choice considering how mobile the Allies have been.
Yeah, I'd agree. The riflemen putting a lot of pressure. Just took down a Volks that was caught off guard in the middle. They certainly weren't expecting the north to collapse on them like that. And here comes the flak to try to buy some suppression in this middle VP.
Stewart out for the USF. Oh, wow. Major set of lock-ins here for the Allies. All of them finally locking in a commander. We've got infantry company. We've got heavy cavalry company. And we've also got a guard motor coordination tactics. We're seeing guard motor a lot this tournament. Seems to be a player favorite right now.
It is a great all-around commander. We talked about it earlier. It's one of the popular 1v1 commanders for the high-level players. I mean, it's one of those commanders that I think every single ability is useful, and you can't say that for a lot of commanders. They kind of have some gems, very situational abilities, but in guard mode, you can rely on those using every single one of those abilities, which is it's nice to have in a commander. Su-76 coming out for the Soviet player.
I think that's a really good idea as well, because the Axis have just shown their hand with the half tracks all over the map. Su-76 is a really good counter to that.
Oh, Stewart getting aggressive on this flak. That's a good move, but we do have Shreks coming up to support it, but they're low on health.
USF Horde coming in the south. 3 infantry squads with Browning machine gun techs from the infantry company, supported by a lieutenant with a bazooka and a rear echelon squad. This is going to tear any infantry that push on them. But they are about to meet a flak half track, so...
Yeah, they start taking some steps back after that, like, okay, we'll come back another time.
Well, maybe not. We see you live here. Maybe we'll come back later.
There's 2 flak half tracks down there.
Yeah, I do like this Stern Pioneer squad from RAU or RAU. He's spending his time and putting telemines, I think, down on the VP rather than it was the infantry mine that's very visible down on the VP, but spending time to put on some AT mines. Stewart goes half health.
Well, that must have been to the Shreks there.
Yeah, I think it's the Shreks and the flak half track as well. Put some dings in. Wow, we've had a lot of combat this game, and we're only 10 minutes in. It's very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, and a couple interesting choices on both sides. The early weapon upgrades from the Allies, obviously with their intent to shred infantry, and then we also have 3 flak half tracks from the OKWs, which is not something you see every day in a 4v4.
Stewart going low again, pushing up on that hop. Ooh, it's just gonna get away with it, I think.
Yep. That's... the smoke almost saved him from the enemy league there. The USF riflemen are back on the south. It still doesn't look like they brought a counter with them for the half tracks.
76 moving up. I think he's looking for that mortar half track in the center, supported by some USF rifles. He is going to find it.
Oh wow, what a flank!
This is a perfect use of the Su-76 here. It's light, it's mobile, it can find these light vehicles. Mortar half track gonna go down to it.
He could keep pushing, man. These flak half tracks, relatively unprotected.
Yeah.
From a tank. Oh, and it looks like he's on the hunt. Misses the Kubel.
He's just seen the Kubelwagen.
Quarter pounder.
To get rid of that bitch. The mortar got that.
No, 6. I think it was a 6 pounder up in the middle. Yeah.
The 6 pounder. I thought.
Oh my gosh.
The angle I was at, it looked like a mortar came down on it. I was like, wow.
The flak half track poked around at the wrong time. The SU says, "Hey, wait, where are you going? Come back." Just getting started. Oh gosh, it goes down and.
Yeah.
My goodness, this Su-76 doing work.
No, yeah, Wow, that's a lot of fuel just taken as a hit there from the Axis. This allied pressure is unbelievable.
Yeah, here the riflemen are coming back with all those bars, or the LMGs.
Yeah. So much infantry out for the Allies. It's like you expect that from Soviet teams, but with the amount of USF and even the Brits putting out a lot of infantry, more so than you would normally expect for those forces to use. And I really like this. It's a bit of a change of tact. You don't normally see this, and I don't think a lot of players will know what to do with so much infantry being put on the field.
Yeah, it's true, and I think it's a good call against the 3 OKWs. To have all this elite upgraded infantry versus, because the OKW they're limited to their Volk's Grenadiers early.
Yeah.
Which they are strong, but not, you know, it's not a favorable fight against vetted riflemen with LMGs and Tommies with Brens that can just shred you at long range.
Yeah, we just saw some Fallschirmjägers in the north take a real big hit from a USF blob, which is now supported by a secondary conscript blob, and they're going to be moving for that north VP again. This flank half-track's about to have a lot of work cut out for it. Flank from the Tommies on the Axis fuel. Ooh, we do see a squad wipe though there from the Tommies.
Oh wow, the riflemen have migrated. Oh, this is a different set on the north with some conscripts. Looks like they're ready to stir up some trouble. And a Schwer. Oh, taking the barrage.
They just poked and saw the Schwer and then had to and then moved back and let their mortars start dealing damage. We've got a major already out for the red USF player. We also have a mortar pit gone down for the Brits in the center, just really securely digging that in. That's going to be wreaking havoc on the map because that mortar pit has range for both fuel points. One of them directly and one of them indirectly. And that can do some real damage.
That is a great choice. If I were the Axis and I knew about that, I would prioritize that immediately. They just don't have a lot to deal with it at the moment. I don't think their mortars can get close enough. It is aggressively placed, but that'll be interesting to watch how many kills it racks up. And a Jackson is out for USF.
Yeah, and it's going for this half health Panzer II in the flag half track there. It's probably going to find it. Oh, you try to do it's a ground attack there, but it hit one of the trees.
Oh, spots the Schwer. Start chipping away at that.
I don't know if he's so close to being able to hit those two flak half tracks there as well. The one he's gonna focus the Schwer.
Oh, the Schwer can't even see the Jackson.
This is looking very dangerous now for the Axis.
Oh yeah, that Schwer's gonna go down.
With no heavy armor even remotely in sight for the Axis players, this is
and in production for that player who just lost a Schwer is another League and a machine gun, which I don't think I can agree with that choice given that a Jackson just took down the Schwer.
I'd be thinking rack swarm. I need a rack swarm right now, especially as a T-34 is just coming out onto the field. T-34-85. We got a Jackson. We've seen... what else have we seen? We've seen a lot. We've seen a lot of allies, to be fair.
Yeah, the
pressure is really on.
Taking a look at the inventory, the army of the Axis. The blue player has really no AT, just a couple of Shreks on his Sturmpios. Yellow player just put out a second rack. Has one Shrek squad. And two pack 40s from the Wehrmacht,
Yeah.
Still pretty light, especially in the north, where a T-34 or 85 has just showed up.
Yeah, I wouldn't, especially as there's a lot of OKW players, I wouldn't want my one Wehrmacht player to be the one focusing the anti-tank guns right now at all. I'd want him to be the one fielding more of the infantry. Because just with the or the machine guns, because there is a huge amount.
Well, look how confident
this. Yeah.
This T-34, because he knows there's no AT.
Yeah. Even though his engine's gone, he doesn't need to retreat. He's just going to take out that flak half track and... God, this is just punishing.
Oh, the rack does show up. A little late, though. Shrek's trying to get on the flank. Yeah,
Conscript's going to push up.
I mean, good self-aware plays by the Allies to know that Jackson being able to take out the Schwer just proves the lack of AT, and then just confidently go up there with the T-34.
Yeah, Allies building a mortar howitzer carriage just to be able to deal with some of those Shrek squads on the south. This is some of the best coordination I've seen from an Allies team, I think, all tournament so far. We've got some fantastic playing going here. The use of the combined infantry and combined arms here, it's really something to behold. Like I'm in awe of some of the maneuvers being played here. Actually, I really am enjoying this.
A Pershing comes out for the Allies too. The Axis are going to have to get on their game with AT. Oh, and now we have a fresh, vetted bars on 3 riflemen just shredding through this front line. T-34 coming in support. Yeah, I mean, some great team plays here, just marching on. The ray of hope, though, the Axis are taking control of the middle and bottom VPs, but the Allies are dominant up north.
Yeah. Brits did lose their mortar pit.
Oh. Well, good on the Axis for that.
Yeah, I'm guessing that was from the large amount of indirect from the mobile mortar carriers, which are doing quite a bit of work, actually. It's a good choice. I do like the mobile mortars. We've had fun with those recently. We know how potent they are, but this amount of tanks on the top is just... It's an unstoppable wave right now. It was a Pershings, a Stuart, a T-34, and an Su-76, just all in support of one another, backed up by a host of infantry with no AT guns to boot on the Axis side.
This is perplexing. This blue player up north that's getting hammered by these tanks is building a flak half-track, replacing the one he lost. Yeah, that's honestly a very strange choice.
Has he got the building for the rack? Is that?
I mean, yeah, that's the rack is the main. It comes from the main base building, so he certainly does.
Yeah, of course it does. Yeah, I would not be building that flank half track, especially as that's going to cost you fuel.
Yeah.
And fuel is not a luxury right now. The Pershings does go relatively low, though.
To his credit, he's getting double teamed. I don't know. The green player does have an infrared searchlight, which, by the way, guys, will be banned in round 2 games.
Oh no, the Panzer II goes down to a Jackson on the south. It's just a bully circle now.
Oh my gosh,
and a bully circle.
Crocodile comes out as well on the south.
We've got a Priest howitzer carriage in the back line as a Katusha just come out as well. All about to blast off their salvos. Yeah, that Crocodile is going to do major damage to the Allies, the Axis, sorry, as well. We've relied a lot on support weapons, and the Crocodile is the perfect counter if there ever was one.
And the Allies are not content to stop. They're going to push through on this flank, put pressure on.
Searchlight's gone down. Flag half track really trying to back away. That's the fresh one already down to half health. Ugh.
Oh, here comes 3 conscripts supporting this push on the flank with the 2 riflemen with bars. One of them vet 3. And the Axis ground is collapsing.
This is a lot of infantry fire coming out. Like that amount of infantry, even if that MG42 there was facing the right direction, it wouldn't be able to stop it. It would be doing too much damage. It would get stuck in the damage cycle, and this is just overwhelming. Oh, Katusha coming in, landing some hits there, just a boot. Yikes. Black half track almost goes down to that Pershings. Narrowly. Like staying alive, skin of its teeth.
Yeah, this is looking pretty hopeless. I do feel bad for the blue player, even though he's making odd build decisions. He's double teamed. I mean, no amount of racks is going to stop this tank push from happening unless he had support from a teammate.
No.
They've managed to halt the push temporarily, but there's Tommy still harassing middle. And the Axis are hurting pretty bad, even though the VPs are almost dead even. 331 to 334.
The 2 USF players are just such a dominant pushing force on the field, just with the vehicles that they've got out. So, Red USF has got a Pershings, a Stuart, and he's building a Sherman.
Yeah.
Plus all of those Vet 3 riflemen with bars. And then on the south, you've got 3 lots of Vet 2 and Vet 3 riflemen with Brownings, supported by a Jackson, a mortar carriage, the Priest mortar carriage, the second Priest mortar carriage that's just come out.
And they've just taken down a Panzerschwer, the 2 Priests.
Yeah.
Fresh T-34-85 in production, just came out. And I hate to say it, but it looks like a matter of time until the Axis are just bled out of this one. They're just, the allies are swarming from all directions.
Crocodile died somewhere.
Oh, it did?
Yeah, Crocodile died on the zombie. This Brit player isn't having a great game. He's currently replacing his mortar pit. He's lost his two most expensive things, the mortar pit and the crocodile. But it doesn't really matter. His team are doing all so well that he can afford to have a bad game right now. His team have got him covered. Oh, and look at this. All of the Axis just being forced to bunch up, and then Katyushas and priests are just going to rain hell on them and just really just whittle down the remaining manpower. The bottom VP is just uncapped right now, and there's nothing stopping the capture, but the Axis are just too scared to push up.
They are sending one Volk squad, but yeah, just look at this. Now we got 3 riflemen and a machine gun heading his way, all upgraded with LMGs.
This is pain.
Which, by the way, for those of you that don't know, the LMG is hidden behind the infantry company commander for USF. It's not available on the normal tech up.
Didn't it used to be on a few more commanders, but it's had switch arounds and reworks and stuff?
Yeah, I think so. I've always known it to be tied to the infantry company commander. But I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, this T-34 wandering into 3 Stern Pioneer with Shreks.
It's having a bad day now. Yep, that's half health from one volley. But it has, importantly, seen that supply half-track be pushed up there.
Oh, the T-34 almost went down. It got sideswiped by some Panzergranates. It's had a sliver of health. Pershing comes in to back it up.
Look at this push, though. There's the Pershings supported by a Sherman.
Oh, double way.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah. That's just... This is a triple cap that I don't think anyone, not without some absolutely amazingly stunning plays, could come back from right now. The Allies just look so dominant, but the Axis aren't giving up, and you've got to take your hats off to them to not be giving up right now. Like, writing seams on the wall, but they are willing to fight this out. They really want to not be in that loser's bracket.
I just noticed Phoenix Derp had 4 mortar half-tracks. I think he had 5 because he's lost one. I don't know if he's just trying to do a meme or if that's part of the strategy.
He's had a few losses of those around the game. The SU-76.
So he's built a lot.
I think he's got 3 on the field right now, but I think he's had 6 in total build. This T-34 is pushing up. He's got to try and kill those off.
We have a Jagdpanzer out and a Stug 3 being produced for the Axis. Good choices, but I think it might be too little too late.
Oh, the dark blue Axis player down to 3 Stern Pioneer squads.
Artillery positions are ready to fire.
That's it. Really suffering on that top, and here comes a fresh Crocodile pushing up through the center.
Oh, no.
It's gonna get hit by a lot of AT though. We see the British forward observation post going down finally in the center. That means that they can also call in artillery cover, high explosive artillery support, smoke artillery support, recon support, and strafing runs if they have the munitions. And they certainly have munitions right now on the build. 52 on income per tick.
The Axis are fighting, trying to stay scrappy, but it's hard to see the upside for them.
Yeah.
The Sherman could go down to these Shreks here, and it does. That's...
Yeah.
But
there's the surrender.
they gave in. They realized their fate. It's just a matter of time until they're going to get bled out, so...
So is that brought into the losers bracket with this?
Yes, it is. Yeah, this is still round 1, winners bracket, so... Daka moving on to round 2. Bro moving into the, round 1 loser bracket.
I mean, you have to give it to Daka there. Brilliant maneuvering as the allies. That was really great to see.
Yeah.
I mean, Brad put up a really good fight, but I think the coordination for Daka was just, it was a better level, and I think even I would, like, as a player, would be struggling to hold back some of those attacks, because there was some really great coordination there. It was really lovely to see, and I don't know, Daka could. They're looking pretty strong for this series as well. I want to see their following matchups, because they're through to the winners bracket, and so far, that was some great playing, and I'm excited to see the rest of their games.
I think a big factor, more so than other games we've seen so far, is build order really made a big sway of the outcome of this game. The infantry was strong, like you were pointing out, the allies, and the gun upgrades, the Brens, LMGs, the bars, they outclassed the Axis, Volks. And I feel like they tried to compensate with those 3 flak half-tracks, and it just wasn't the right choice. I think they needed to suffer with their infantry a little bit, maybe go for Lukes or get some light vehicles. But it's like they chose 3 flak half-tracks, and they even replaced their losses with those, rather than holding out for maybe some Panzer IVs or some Stukas to punish the infantry. And they ultimately lacked AT, too, to deal with the medium tanks that showed up. And I think that just killed them.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen the age-old combination of a Panzer II and a Puma. Maybe 1 flak half-track. I could see where, like, those would come in handy. Maybe 2, but like one of the pairs of players on the Axis side should have either teamed up, or one player got that Puma Lux combo, because that can work so well, especially against those lighter vehicles if the allies put them out. And even the Puma can hold its own against certain tanks. Like, if it goes on unmolested, it can do some serious damage. Much like the AEC, it's got one of those guns that can puncture if you get it on the flank of even some of the heaviest tanks, and the allies don't have the heaviest tanks. But there was just some brilliant infantry play from both those USF players, and then in support the Soviet player. Like, if you look at their team's army value, the British player actually had a really bad game, but his teammates really made up for it. Those 2 USF players with the following the early techs, when the Brit could even take the back seat a little bit after those early Bren pushes, but him pushing up with those Brens, you're seeing those Brownings teched on the infantry, those bars teched on the infantry, and just instead of relying on support weapons and locking in, just building that sort of more maneuverable front line, getting those infantry sections on the flanks, and just supporting one another. It was a really, really, really lovely set of maneuvering, and it just really paid off for them. And I don't think the Axis knew what had hit them until it was way too late.
Agreed. And we have one more game remaining in the winners bracket of round 1. For those of you counting, you would say, well, that's only 7 matches out of 8 that there should be. One of the teams had a scheduling conflict, wasn't able to make it, so they had to forfeit their first game. Unfortunately, the Lego Islanders versus Gondor Calls for Aid. So the Lego Islanders are moving to the losers bracket, still have a chance to stay in. The next and last game of round 1 winners bracket, Clown Company versus Majors Private. But we're going to take a break before we get into that one, and hope you guys are enjoying the day. A lot of exciting company fairs too happening. And the plan is, if we can get through the round 2 winners bracket today, then we'll save all of the losers bracket excitement for tomorrow on Sunday to see who gets knocked out. But again, we'll get to see who stays in the tournament as well with the winners bracket round 2, because they'll be moving on into the playoffs, having won 2 games back to back. So that'll be cool to see as well.
Yeah, this moment on is where we start to see who's gonna be in it for the long run and who's gonna be fighting for survival. So I'm really excited.
Awesome. All right, well, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back after this.
We don't normally see on Port of Hamburg. And Stuka in trouble.
Oh.
Jackson's going hunting.
What a gamble.
There's a demo shot.
He doesn't see it. Point blank firing into the Churchill.
Oh, come on. They're retreating over it.
Oh, the AEC!
It's gonna hunt down a tiger. It got a tiger.
It did it.
Hit them with this Axis blob moves up. Here it comes. The Scot just explodes.
Just like that, out of nowhere.
Churchill really looking low. That Catty needs to be moved out of there. This
got more
is
pioneers.
gonna go down to the wire. 18 to 37. 18 to 37. What is happening with this game?
Rumbly engine. Oh, no. Uh-oh, Stuka bomb coming up north. This could be devastating. He doesn't... Oh, no. All right, guys, welcome back. As we said before the break, this is the last game of the winners bracket round 2, and it is Clown Company versus Majors Privates. Clown Company actually came in to fill a slot of a team that dropped out, so they came in very last minute, ready to play, and they didn't have to pay the entry fee, so they're kind of in on somebody else's dime, which is, you know, good for them. We'll see if they can make their mark. Another interesting choice here, Midge. We're playing on Port of Hamburg.
Yeah.
And here's what happened, guys. Game 1, Clown Company had the pick. They pick Axis, and Majors Privates, as the allies, pick Port of Hamburg. This is the third time, I think, maybe third or fourth time that we've seen this happen, and it's boggling my mind. But maybe there is some 200 IQ plays going on here with these choices.
Yeah, like we said, you know, play if you're down as the allies, and you might want to put your energy into playing Port of Hamburg when you're down, while you're nice and fresh, while your head's still in it, while you've not taken that morale deficit. And if you can pull it together and win, you know, it could be beneficial. And do we know which team won the first game?
We do, guys, and we're going to be skipping to game 2 just for the sake of time. Majors Privates did win game 1, and now so they won as allies, and now we're swapping sides.
Allies,
which is
I'm gonna start changing my mind. Port of Hamburg is not an Axis-sided map, because this is how many times have we seen the allies win now?
Well, I mean, but then the same team is winning as Axis on the flip, but I do think there is that momentum aspect to it, so it'll be interesting to see if that plays out in this match. I'm gonna go ahead and load this up. Looks like Majors Privates coming out with 3 OKW, 1 Wehrmacht.
We've got 2 Soviets, 2 Brits again for the allies. Look at commanders. We've got prospects of elephants and tigers for the Axis here.
And a Yag Tiger potential. Couple Overwatch, 3 Overwatch commanders.
IS-2 commanders for the Soviets.
My game's
bigger.
underway now, Midge. I'm at 5 seconds, 6 seconds. And I'll be taking a look at the Axis, the Majors Privates. That's not something I ever want to say again. Up here.
Taking a look at the Majors Privates, are we?
We got the 3 Stern Pioneers ready to go out and cause some trouble. The Wehrmacht player not going to tech up early. He's just going to go for some MG42. Cap with his engineers. What are you seeing on the Allied side?
We've got a special rifle tech for Kim Jong-swoon, and we've got no teching for... we had Molotov's teched for Drooping Mantis, the other Soviet player, but no conscripts out. He's got 2 engineer squad, one of which isn't moving right now.
Okay, yeah, I was hoping he wasn't AFK. Now he's moving. He's going for a tech.
Yeah, he's building a support website. I think he was just saving the... and he's also building a cache, an early fuel cache.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so maybe he's being tasked with focusing on support.
Interesting. I like it. And it looks like the allies are going to lean heavy to the right rather than spreading too thin, exposing up north, which is smart if you're going to build an early fuel cache. to have enough troops to defend it. Here comes double Sturms, triple Sturms.
One thing I don't like, though, is the person who techs support weapons is the person that's built the cache, which means that's going to really delay the Maxims getting out. Orange has teched a sniper, but the sniper isn't moving.
Early sniper, interesting choice.
And these engineers really suffering. Gotta get support from the Tommies, but not before they...
Oh no, they're getting too close.
Retreat. And yeah, I don't like that only now a Tommy squad is being sent to cap this southern side of the river. And that's about to be punished by a Kuba wagon. Gonna go get in there, get that extra manpower and fuel economy ticking in early.
Oh, these stun grenades coming in clutch by the Sturm Pioneers, pushing off that Vickers just when they probably thought, okay, we can hold them off with this. Those stun grenades. You know what? To be honest, I have never used the stun grenades. I thought they were locked to commanders, but Alf, the player that just did the stun, is Overwatch.
Oh. Yeah, well, you say that. All the Axis have locked in commanders.
Oh, goodness.
They've all gone for Overwatch Doctrine and joint operations in support from Blazing.
Oh, goodness.
So, we're going to see early warning systems. And, you know...
Maybe a Goliath or two.
Yeah, maybe we might be getting our first meme battle. True meme battle.
One of the patches did change the early warning flares. They have to be set up manually now, so it's not automatic.
Oh, okay.
The allies are coming in with a counter push, maximum sniper. Trying to get some ground gained.
I don't like the teaming here of putting both Tommies together, both Brit players together, and both Soviet players together. I would like to spread those out. I would have Brit and Soviet in terms of the laning, just so each one can cover the other one's deficits a bit better. Because each faction has its weakness, which can be covered by the other. That's why you tend to pick the two factions like together. And to not actually utilize that on the map, I think might be a little bit of a mistake.
We do have 2 guard motor lock-ins for the allies, and an aggressive push under the munitions from the Muni. Kubel does go down in the north. But the Axis are taking these munitions here, which that could be painful.
Oh, look at this mine placement behind the back here. The Sturm Pioneers they did start shooting at the fuel cache, so they do know that they're there, and the sniper is going to get some shots off.
Yep,
but they are going to finish those mines. They are going to finish those mines.
Oh, is he going to walk right on it?
Yeah, I think he is. Oh wow, just stopping right before the mine. Look how close that one engineer's foot is to that
Oh no.
Oh, I was completely zoomed in on that, and that
Me
was
too.
perfect.
Me too.
He knew it was there! What was... Oh dear.
Yeah, that might have just been an oversight, or he thought he cancelled it.
He's just tech mine detector
on
the
no.
other squad. Oh dear.
Gonna put down a mine of his own, seeking some revenge.
We have a Goliath out.
Uh-oh.
We have a couple of Goliaths out.
It's only the 3rd one built of the tournament so far. We had those 2 on Leon Forest that I think you might have
3
missed.
and 4 now.
Yeah.
Got 3 and 4 Goliaths out. Oh, and look at this flank coming in from Alf. Just...
Oh, jeez. Now that is a flanking route that's underutilized, crossing that bridge.
It's good. Those Maxims don't know what's hit them. He's going to get the stun grenade on one. Stop it. The only way to get that, to stop that, is retreating. He doesn't want to retreat it. That Maxim goes down.
Oh,
now we've got another flank. Though now that Alf's got the distraction, we've got Major Bones coming in with the Volks here to lay down some rifle fire, and that is punishing on the Soviets. They've had so many squads wiped there.
Yeah, this is really not good. The Axis have both fuels, both munitions, and they're coming up on a triple cap.
Has had all of his squads wiped in that engagement.
He's building engineers. You gotta hand it though, that's that flank by the Sturms on this bridge, which is often forgotten about on Port of Hamburg, was pretty clutch. Pretty clutch. The Axis are capping all the points on the left. All of a sudden, like, wow. It's hard, and now they're gonna destroy this cache, the early investment from the Allies. 2 Goliaths coming in.
They're on the prowl.
Uh-oh. Oh, it hits the mine. Revenge is had.
Are they going to use that to try and destroy the fuel cache?
I think he's gonna. I'd imagine they'd hide it in a crater and wait to ambush.
You have trained them well.
That is the best way to use a Goliath. It does take a nice little secret hiding spot. And the rebel. AEC out for the Allies. They are pushing the Axis off the left points. Oh, here comes the first Goliath for this Maxim, and then they are going to be caught off guard. There they go.
Oh,
double wipe.
That's purple down to no troops again. He's really being punished on this flank. He needs some. They need some help. They need to regroup. They need to switch up who's on what flank. I think, right now. Saying that, Orange Soviet has now switched to middle. Maybe one of the Brits is going to come over and try and help. Yeah, it really. The thing is, Purple Soviet is the one who was building the caches and did that early cache build, which meant he was already behind in troops. So to lose everything twice now, oof,
that's demoralizing. There's 2 120 mortars out.
And a Schwer has been upgraded for Penclip.
At 8 minutes.
Here. At 8 minutes. Wow. Two Brit players both still yet to take a commander. Take a commander, not take a commander. They don't have to pay anything for him. Which is interesting. Now, looking at what commanders they've got, we've got a special weapons regiment, which I would heavily be considering right now. Considering how big the Axis advantage has been, I would expect some light tanks or light vehicles out, and special weapons regiment is a really good counter to those. And then looking at the other guy, well, the other thing is Royal Engineers. Like Royal Engineers, the flamethrower on the Engineers can be really potent. They've also got Mobile Assault available from one, and that Tactical Support Regiment, which we saw in the previous game. Put to work. We've got another Goliath sneaking up on the AEC right now.
The Allies have regained ground. They got 2 VPs and a fuel point now. This is the best position they've been in so far, and he's going to wipe this Tommy. That is devastating.
I'm about to go down to another Goliath. Ooh.
Oh, no. This is just when the Allies probably think they're getting a little bit of ground. These Goliaths are punishing for another Maxim. Oh, and here comes a Shrek blob finding the AEC. A volley goes off. A couple of them miss. Oh my gosh.
Sharp Russian corpses over there from those Goliaths. That AEC just limps it home though.
You should feel lucky to be alive. That was a couple volleys of triple Shreks.
There's another Goliath moving in now, moving away. Hiding in the fuel depot. Russian sniper in the center though, there with 12 kills. He's about, although there is a Goliath on his flank. It's coming in, it's going for the big building.
Another wipe.
Down.
That's just so brutal, that the manpower drain they've already experienced. I mean, this is just, here's another Goliath in the north.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna get a double. Infantry and engineers go down. They're just
gonna to keep putting out these Goliaths as well. For a long time, they had control of the Allies' munition in the center. Just had that double munitions. They've still got control of it. Oh, the sniper with the 20 kills goes down. That's a really unfortunate loss for the Orange Soviet, who to his credit has been all over the map, supporting every flank he can, trying to keep his team afloat.
Man, look at, I mean, oh geez, Major Bones was floating about 1,000 manpower. And it's just, there's just no need. You can tell when that happens, it's just, they just don't feel threatened. They don't need to build anything. They're just wiping so many units from the field with Goliaths. And more Goliaths are in production.
There's another Goliath.
Oh, a smoke goes down to cover its path.
It's seen that there's a pin squad and a sniper. Nice juicy prize. No!
No. No.
What are they doing? It ramps up.
Oh no! He didn't cancel it. That's gonna be even more manpower bleed.
It's just brutal. This is just.
We're losing a capture point.
And look on the other side of the map. The lone purple player now being flanked by the same player. Alf just completely flanking him from multiple directions with these Jaegers. Jaegers and Sturms is a really interesting combo, and it's really doing damage.
Axe is building a Panzer IV, wanting to put these allies out of their misery, I think. They are hanging on to the middle VP, trying to get their Muni back. And a Goliath is hunting them down, though.
Yeah, the Kim Jong-swoon knows that there's a Goliath coming. He can feel it. He's trying to micro that guard's rifle out the way.
He's trapped himself in a corner.
Why did he retreat that unit?
Well, he would retreat right at it. He had no option once he was in the corner.
Oh dear. Soviet body parts raining all over this side of the map, just going down. Full squad wipe after squad wipe to these Goliaths. There is charred people giblets all over the ruined buildings over here. It's not what you want to see.
Nice push from the penals here from Kim. Gonna force off these Volks. The Panzer IV has made its way onto the field.
It's another Goliath coming in. He's trying to hunt them down. He does get a squad wipe there, though. Kim on the center. Hands are full, though.
Finds all these vulnerable infantry sections.
Push that AEC up. Get it to fire its smoke. Come on. Cover the sniper. Don't lose that sniper. Oh, no, that sniper.
Oh. Too little, too late. Oh, and he retreats the Piats.
Axis are kind of running away with this match.
This onslaught of Goliaths, more being produced. Kim tries to flush one out with a grenade, but the smoke comes in. Wow, good use of the smoke. Forces him to retreat. The terrifying sound of the rumbly engine.
The automated tracks of the Goliath. Like a tiger in the jungles, purring at its next victim. It must be so demoralizing for the Allies here, just to be hit by Goliath after Goliath as well. There's no... They can't really find a counter to it. There is a massive Shrek swarm moving down the front as well. Just looking for that AEC if it appears.
Yeah, you do gotta feel for him. The well-microed Goliath is devastating to lose so much manpower. But I think it really started with the infantry flanks and catching off those machine guns.
Yeah.
That's where the real bleed started. The Axis are using smoke to cover those Goliaths so very well. It's hard to counter that.
Look at these grenades coming in on the penals.
Holy cow.
Three squads go down to one man. One gets wiped. Another just...
Those were some savage.
Grenade micro there. Just completely caught those guards off guard. And really, really hit Kim Jong-un. And there's like
they just wandered in. No corner is safe. Nowhere is safe, and another one takes its place.
What can the Allies do to counter these Goliath squads? The Goliath squads.
I mean, you need minesweepers to extend your range of spotting them, but Goliaths are really frustrating to play against. I mean, there's no way around it. especially when the map is filled with craters, because they can move undetected. You can hear it, but you can't shoot it until it's visible.
Yeah. Porter Hamburg as well has so many blind corners. I do like the choice of a centaur here from the Tommies. Counter some of those infantry blobs from the Axis. Is it going to be too late? VPs are really down. Allies down to 200 VPs. Whilst the Axis sit comfortably on 445. Panzer IV moving in on this Centaur in the center. Centaur can take quite a few hits. Should get away with it if they pull out now. I do not fancy its chances, though, if any of those Goliaths sneak up on it. Which one is doing? Which one is doing?
Oh, no.
Oh, that's such a big loss.
Just, that's a perfect representation of what this game has felt like for the Allies.
Yeah.
You think you're having a decent engagement, and a Goliath comes at you from behind.
Yeah.
We've lost an anti-tank gun.
I've just got this idea now, like, of all, like, Allied propaganda of, like, it's like an Allied Tommy is, like, hunkered down in, like, some sort of foxhole, and then there's, like, a wall behind him, there's, like, a couple of bushes, and then all you see are Goliaths just peering over the walls and out from the bushes, and you just hear the rumble, and he's just, like, holding his head in fear, because that must be what it feels like right now. Just punishment after punishment with these Goliaths. Oh, a squad wipe from the grenade. Blazing is absolutely on it with the Panzer Grenadiers bundle grenade there. That's like another squad wipe with those.
King Tiger versus Su-76 in the south.
No. Oh, King Tiger is out. That's hardly been our focus. We haven't really talked about tanks at all. This game has been a munitions masterpiece from the Axis perspective. This is how you use Axis munitions. It's just been grenade after grenade after Goliath after Goliath. Explosive pain.
Yeah, it's pretty much all but over for the Allies. It's kind of been that way for a while. There's a Panther out here. There's just too many losses for them to make a meaningful push.
There's a Panther in the center. There's a Panzerwerfer now in the center. There's the Panzer IV with 10 kills. This King Tiger just able to move around freely. It's not even been dented, really. Like, oh, it's a couple of scratch marks. They'll buff that out. And it's brave to micro these British infantry. I think they're about to be punished by a Panzerwerfer and a Goliath coming down. But to group them up like that when they know there's so many explosives around. Yikes. Red smoke coming in from the Tommies. That's cleared some people off mid. Look at these Goliaths just hiding, ready to be sent in.
They're hungry, that's for sure.
So Major Bones currently has what? Is that five Goliaths? Alf's got 2. Blazing's got none but 2 Panzerwerfers, and then Penn's also got 2. And yeah, this is just havoc. Absolute havoc.
I mean, you gotta feel for the Allies. It just feels like a couple small mistakes just started a snowball that you couldn't stop, rolling downhill and into a pile of Goliaths.
Oh, it's just squad wipe after squad wipe. And it's, yeah, but it was just well played from the Axis here. They pulled off some brilliant flanks, which really just made them keep their advantage. I mean, Major Bones here is going to lose some squads inside the Allied base, but it doesn't matter. He's given enough cover, and that's it. That's game. Wow.
Yeah, well, that was that was something. I mean, it was fun to see the Goliaths in play. It's the first time they've been used meaningfully in the tournament so far. Hopefully not the last. I mean, I'm a big fan. For those of you that know.
Yeah, it's just that must be so demoralizing just to be hit by that many squad wipes so early in a game as well. And yeah, well played to Mage as privates.
Yeah, well, what else? What else can you say? What else can you say?
Well, I know what we can say. How many Goliaths were built? Let's have a look.
Oh yeah, that's good. Good question.
Let's have a look at how many Goliaths were built, because I don't think it's going to be our world record attempt, but it's got to be up there. And we do have to make a note of who's going to be the pulling off the best memed game for this tournament.
There probably should be an honorary award for the best meme of the tournament.
I know currently my favorite is those Fallschirmjägers destroying that many Katyushas in the back line. I think that was just my favorite. But it's a large amount of Goliaths.
Well, we'd have to count them individually. Maybe we'll do that on the break. We'll give a total after. Wow. Pencil built a lot.
Wow. They built a lot.
That does conclude the first the winners bracket round 1, guys. So next games we'll be moving into round 2 of the winners bracket to see who is going to go on to the playoffs.
Yeah,
which is exciting.
Yeah, one step closer to those all-important cash and merchandise prizes at the end of it, and also leading up to tomorrow, that is one step closer to leaving the competition for some people as well.
Yeah, so how the winners bracket is set up, all the winners from round 1 will be playing each other. They are allowed to lose. If they lose in the winners bracket round 2, they'll be moving to the losers bracket round 2, and they'll be playing all of the winners from losers bracket round 1. I'm going to put a graphic up, and I know that might be a little confusing, but I'm sure you'll get it. You're all smart people. All right, so we're going to take another break. I'm going to get some food, and we'll be back after this. Comrades, welcome back. I'm exhausted. It's been a long day of Company of Heroes 2. You're probably exhausted too if you've watched even just a part of these games. So I'm making a judgment call. I was going to try to have us cast all of round 1 of the winners and losers bracket. It's too much games. Not going to happen, guys. We did do all of round 1 winners bracket, so we know what round 2 is. We know what round 1 losers bracket is. I'm making a judgment call. We're going to end the stream today. and we're not going to cast the losers bracket round 1 tomorrow. We're going to try to cast all of round 2 winners bracket, all of round 2 losers bracket. We do want to see who's in the playoffs by the end of this weekend. We just don't have enough time. There's just not enough time in the day to cast all these games. So shout out to Midge and Greyshot for casting with me today. Midge obviously did a huge portion. Greyshot did help me out with the game. I'm going to bring Greyshot back tomorrow morning. We're going to cast the first game of the day will be Majors Privates versus Daka. It's going to be a great game. This is the first winners bracket round 2 game. I'm going to let Midge and Greyshot cast that. It's going to be awesome, guys. Same time, 8 a.m. Pacific Standard, 5 p.m. Central European. So be sure to tune in again tomorrow, guys. We'll try to get through all of round 2 and see who's going to the playoffs. I hope you had an awesome time. If you want to support these efforts, you want to see more Company of Heroes 2 tournaments, please consider supporting the channel. Just go to skippyfx.com/join. Lots of ways you can do it. Some of which, just follow on social media. I'd love your support there. Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, the usual suspects. It's a lot of fun, but it's also a lot of work. This has taken way more work than I anticipated. But I hope it's paying off, and I hope you guys are enjoying it, and I hope it's bolstering the community, because that's what I want. More fun, more entertainment, more content for the amazing game of Co 2. With that, boys, I'm going to sign off. Thanks for all the support on chat and for your subs, your donations. I'm sorry the alerts were off all day. I was trying to make a more immersive experience. That's why I've been trying to engage with you guys in chat during the breaks and all that. So yeah, you have a great night or morning, wherever you are, and we'll be back in about 12 hours, okay? We'll see you then.